In a moonlit night, we see a number of soldiers screaming on top of their lungs to kill the devil, and someone rushing at the soldiers at high speeds, seemingly a young boy with white hair. He quickly gets up close with one of the soldier, and before the soldier can do anything, he strikes him with his dark powers. The soldier screams in pain, as it's a complete massacre. The white-haired guy then concentrates his power on his hand and slams the ground, causing the ground to crack and break, with his power swallowing up the soldiers. The white-haired boy also huffs upon getting tired, as we get a complete look at his body. His face is bloodied and messed up from seemingly fighting for long. He then notices someone coming and glances to the side. Seemingly, a red-haired girl, asking him, why did he make such a choice? Stating that he bargained with the devil and questions his betrayal. She asks for the answers from Knox von Lienhaber. Knox chuckles, questioning if he betrayed them. From where she stands, it might look like that to her. But for him, it's not the case, and he may even say that she is the one who betrayed him. She accuses him for spouting lies, and again asks for answers. Why did he do such a thing? How did he end up like this? But Knox simply grins at her question. He turns towards the moon, saying that it all started with a crash landing. We then suddenly get a notification that Inner Lunatic has been completed, with the completed runs being amounted to 27. The person playing states that it wasn't such a bad run. He picked up some items and cleared some hidden achievements and finds everything well and good, except for the fact that he is due to die next month. We go back in time 2 years ago, where the doctor tells him to brace himself as they got the results of his tests back, hearing which, his face is filled with dread and fear. He holds the report in his hands, with the doctor saying that while he understands he has been tested twice in other facilities, they have also looked at it very carefully, and they have the same conclusion, hearing which causes his hand to tremble. While the only thing they can offer him are palliative drugs, which he should take with discretion. Back to the present, it has been 2 years already. He turns his head and glances at the calendar, and starts coughing up blood, noting that he is dying for real. He does realizes that there is no point in regurgitating the thought again, since it won't change anything. He then gets a notification on his phone. As he picks it up, we see it's from the university hospital about his appointment. He calls it a good thing that he got no one to call. No one is reaching out to him since he started losing memory, nor do he has anyone to reach out to. He clenches the blood-filled cloth tightly, wondering, where would he go in this state? He lifts up his phone, and we see he was in contact with terminal cancer support groups. He angrily slams on his table, and all of the papers goes flying everywhere. And as he stares up again, he sees the game window, again inviting him to start a new game, as he notes that this is all that is left to him. And so, he once again starts a new game, wondering what kind of character should he make this time. The character creation window pops up. He sets the traits as ultra-sensitive mana, genius swordsman, and fighter. He gets a notification for selecting more than one genius traits, and if he continues with it, he would invoke penalties, and the penalty being a life-limiting illness. Seeing this, he chuckles, noting that it's just like him, a soon-to-die character. And so, he proceeds with the character regardless of the penalty. Suddenly, a bright blue light flashes above him as he starts to sink down. He tumbles and falls down from his chair while panting heavily and is unable to stand back up, and his vision also starts to get blurry. He wonders if he is dying, and while he knew all along that his death was around the corner, he hoped that he could at least choose the time and way to leave. Suddenly, a window appears, with character name modified written on it. And the scene changes to some kind of open room with nice breeze coming in, and something starts to synchronize. The character configuration completes, and we see our MC has turned into a white-haired boy, and is laying on his bed and panting heavily. He quickly gets up and is quite confused by all this. He gets a suffocating sense of déjà vu, and wonders if all this is real, as he wanders around the room. His grim hunch came true, as he looks into the mirror, and his hand starts to tremble. He realizes that he has become the worst spoiled wretch, Knox, in this goddamned game. He don't know why, but at that moment, the phrase, "it all started with a crash landing," popped up in his head. The Lienhaber family is one of the 3 prominent families harnessing the element of darkness. It has close link to Lunatic, the most diabolical crime organization in the game, and Knox is the youngest of 5 sons born to the family. The Lienhabers earned a reputation for being the finest of swordsmen. But Knox achieved distinction for being an exception. Spiting his life as the only mediocre Lienhaber, he sets his foot in a forbidden realm of magic, making a deal with the devil, and becomes the worst villain known in the Inner Lunatic universe. Our boy wonders if he is still dreaming and if he really did become Knox. Suddenly, he gets the notification with his character window, and all of his current stats and information. At first, he seems a bit excited upon seeing a start window, but suddenly notices that there is something wrong, which is his stamina being at only 2 points. And upon also noticing the negative traits, he realizes that he is perhaps the customized character that he just made. And so, he is a dying man in the real world, and also a dying man in the game. But he doesn't remember why did he made a character like that, and assumes that perhaps deep down, he knows why. He wanted to make a character who is like him, just like him, dying, and with no one to lean on. But he obviously had no idea what tragedy that would lead to. Suddenly, he gets a notification that he has one unread message, and he opens it up. And the message greets him by his real name, and Knox is surprised that he knows his real name. Chanyu was the name given to him by his parents, who is not sure is even alive. Which makes him realize that whoever brought him here knows of his past that even he cannot remember. The sender then says that he might not remember him, but he has to say that it's been a long time without him. Seeing this greatly shocks Knox, as the sender continues that the past 2 years he has been really brave and strong, and has proven himself deserving of coming back. And so, the sender welcomes back Knox, which makes Knox wonder if he is originally from here. Seeing this message get him wondering if he is to believe that this world is real, and the world he came from is not. His hand starts trembling as he calls it all nonsense. The sender then tells him that there is much he cannot tell him just yet, including his identity, and declares that he intends to help him, making Knox wonder how is he going to do that. He asks Knox to enter Eldian Academy as top priority, and there he should find companions, those who can be of help to him, and get as close to the main storyline as he can. Doing so will set him on the path to find all the lost truth, and with this last piece, the message window fades. Knox panics and asks him to not go yet, but it leaves regardless, so Knox decides to think of what to do. He knows that now he is Knox von Lienhaber, the will-be final boss of this game, and that he is supposed to push himself close to the main story, but regardless of how he understands, for him it's like throwing himself into the flame. But he considers, what if the message was saying the truth and this is the reality? Can he really afford to ignore it and possibly burn the bridge to his lost memory? Which he decides that he cannot, and considers his path as good as set, which is to get near the main story, reclaim his memory, and figure out what this game has to do with it. And if possible, survive, since he is living on a borrowed time anyways. And if being the ultimate villain is the price to pay for it, then he is more than happy to do so. He then grins, thinking that it is not worse than the life he had in the other world. He has no memory preceding the diagnosis 2 years ago. During the 2 years he do remember, he was always a dying man. Every ticking of the clock was a countdown towards the end. Every second of his life was filled with fear of impending death. So he questions, just how bad can it be? Same life, but different surroundings. And he happens to know these surroundings well. And so, he begins by asking the system the date, and it's February 4th, 1812, which means 1 year left till Eldian's next enrollment cycle, and also of his demise. But he cheers up, and starts to get ready for his 28th successful run. But when he grabs the door handle, he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his wrist. He halts, wondering what happened, and gets a message that his negative trait, sickliness, got activated and caused him a level 1 wrist sprain, which makes him dumbfounded. Walking down the hallway, he thinks that even a sunfish would be more sturdier than him, and wonder, what is wrong with this body? Suddenly, someone bumps into him, and the plates she was carrying all fall down and breaks into pieces. And it seems to be his maid, who exclaims that it really hurts upon falling down. But upon noting that it's Master Knox, they all get shocked. Knox feels the pain from stumbling across them as well, and upon noticing that she is a brunette with amber eyes, he wonders if she is Lona. Lona frantically apologizes to Knox for committing a mortal sin and requests him to not cut her with splinters. Knox remembers that she is one of the important side characters, but what makes her memorable is how she talks behind Knox's back every chance she gets, which is weird to imagine considering her looking with those innocent sparkling eyes with joy as she backbites. Knox leans in close at her and says that he is letting her off the hook this once, but if she were to repeat the same mistake, and Lona immediately apologizes to him. Knox glances to the side, and other maids also seems to be terrified, while he thinks that it's not like he is terrorizing people. But upon seeing their full reaction, he remembers that Knox is the spoiled wretch and wonders, what kind of horrors has he been spreading in this manner? And Lona, with stutters in her voice, asks Knox, where was he heading so early in the morning? And he replies, to the drill hall, which surprises all of them. Knox smiles, while telling Lona that he is glad that she asked, and orders her to follow him. and she gets weird thoughts, like if Knox is going to wallop her with a wooden sword. As they are walking towards the drill hall, Lona suddenly stops and starts glancing at him. Meanwhile, Knox thinks that first off, he needs to survive. His near death in the other world made it clear for him that he is not ready to die just yet. And so the first step he plans to take is adapting to the given circumstances as soon as possible. He mutters to himself that it's not completely impossible. Meanwhile, Lona looks at him with confusion. He knows that he has already beaten this game 27 times before. There is no hidden aspect in this game that he has not discovered yet. He then mutters, traits panel, and opens up a window. He remembers that the main story of Inner Lunatic unfolds against an interesting backdrop of conflicts involving the divinity, the devil, and the empire, but that alone would not have earned this game its national popularity. What makes this game truly special is the countless combination of character traits that enables thousands of possible ways to navigate through the game. Traits belongs to different tiers. Depending on how remarkable they are, players can pick several traits of lower tiers. But when it comes to genius traits, players can only choose one, which is not a surprising thing, since any genius trait can open up a shortcut to the apex and related fields. Which begs the question, how did he got himself 2 genius traits? He replies himself that it's all thanks to how this game works, specifically, thanks to the penalty system called penalty traits. Rather than completely banning players from choosing more talents than allowed in a tier, the game discourages it by slapping them with oversized disadvantages. But regardless, his traits, Genius Swordsman and Fighter, will expedite his progress to the top in combat arts involving white arms, including swords. Ultra sensitivity to mana. This one will allow him to heighten his mana sensitivity, to sharply increase his efficiency in any activity that requires magic. But it's not just those 2 genius traits that can be useful to him. And another special one, which must be the benefit that only main character gets, Perceptive Eye, which would let him have a peek into the stat window of other characters. Gifted Actor will help him be a more convincing Knox, which is something that he would need more than anything. Heart of Steel can help him when he needs to center himself in combat and in danger. But the main problem is the ridiculous negative traits, with life-limiting illness on top of them. And seeing all of them, he calls the list a murderer's row of a trait collection. Characters with cold hands and feet cannot even dare to set even a toe in glacial terrain without heat-inducing skills. And due to sickliness, he is bound to collapse at least once before the passing of every chapter. He scratches his head, thinking it is what it is, and decides to simply tackle them one by one. Seeing him standing outside the drill hall, Lona thinks that he wasn't bluffing, and if he is really going to drill himself. He stares at the gate for a bit and decides to enter. And he plans to start off with the Curse of Frailty, which causes his stat growth to be half of what it should be, and his vulnerability to debuffs is twice of what it should be. Now at the drill hall, his hand starts to shake as he holds the sword, and upon thinking from all the angles possible, he concludes that he is doomed. He starts to pant heavily and gets covered in sweat, and drops the sword while falling on the ground, being all tired already. He is trembling in shit, despite making only less than 10 swings, thinking, why didn't he know how intense the Curse of Frailty would be? He then gets up and looks at the impeccable swords around him. Though it doesn't come as a surprise, since swordsmanship is what defines the Lienhaber family. Of all the formidable sobriquets that the Lienhaber family has earned, the most prominent is Sons of Darkness and Swords. And what afforded them such renown was its primarily the esoteric arts of infusing dark mana into swords, and none other than the Vanquisher, which is also known as the Black Blade of Domination, a sword that has been historically passed down only from the head of the house to their successor. Though to him, he doesn't really concerns him, and there are plenty of perks other than swordsmanship that this family has to offer. And for instance, it's money, money, and money according to him. They are some of the highest of the highborns in this world, meaning they got plenty of money to burn, to the point that they won't mind the family's black sheep splurging. And he is certain that Knox's father, Theodore, won't give 2 craps if his brat of a son is throwing money. But he cannot be blamed, because through and through, Knox has been the spoiled last-born of the Lienhaber family, which he finds as an upside to his character, and as he tries to stand up again, his leg starts to shake. He quickly takes his upside line back due to his cursed body, and thinks to just chill until Lona brings him back the things he asked for. We go back to a few minutes ago, where Lona has brought him a wooden sword, a tower, and some water as he ordered. She is quite surprised upon seeing Knox actually being in the drill hall, and wonders if he is serious about this. Knox asks Lona to come here. As he looks around and notes no one is watching, she gets scared thinking that he would beat her. But Knox asks, what is she even saying, and pulls her ear. and whispers something in it, hearing which, she is quite surprised and asks if he is sure, as those items will cause him a fortune. And not only that, she claims that they are absolute garbage. But Knox scares her, asking if she is back-talking to him, which he frantically denies, and quickly leaves to get the items, while thinking that he didn't change at all. What was she thinking? Meanwhile, Knox wonders how resourceful she can get, and he hopes that she can get him those items by tomorrow. Though he gives off a frustrated sigh, mainly about his stamina being only at 2 points, noting that he needs to fix that as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone creeps behind him and greets him with a good morning. He gets quite surprised upon seeing him. He is Rodwell de Ernerock, the major domo. Apparently, very few people can get short with him, given how much authority he holds in the manor, and Knox being one who certainly cannot. He is the chief butler who assists the family head of Lienhaber family, Theodore, and reports directly to him. Knox really doesn't stand a chance against him. He starts trembling in his presence, noting that he got a major obstacle so early in the game. But he thought that a good-for-nothing like Knox would have his whereabouts beneath his notice, and wonders if Rodwell has noticed that something is off. But regardless, he doesn't think that he is defenseless as he puts down the cup. His positive trait, Gifted Actor, activates as he tells Rodwell that it's quite funny that he is here, since to his understanding, his job was to attend upon the head of the family. He replies that he has come bearing an order from his father, and his father is apparently expecting his presence at the dinner table tonight. It surprises him, as he is going to have dinner with the family on his first day as Knox, as he doesn't know shit about the family, let alone the guy he is supposed to be. So he tells Rodwell that his father is going to be disappointed then, while Rodwell also doesn't get why is Theodore wanting Master Knox attend as well, and replies that tonight they will be joined by Miss Talia von Steeliner, and she is apparently visiting to train to be a knight, and if Knox do not join his brothers in welcoming her, then he is afraid that Lord Theodore would be furious with him. And so, he reluctantly agrees to do so. Rodwell apologizes and states that Knox is rather unlike himself today, and he asks, what is that supposed to mean? Rodwell replies that he never much enjoyed swords, yet for some reason, he is in the drill hall today, and formally asks if he can inquire what his inspiration was for doing so. Knox replies that he will make it clear on this once and for all. As his master, he will not tolerate such insolent questions in the future, as things that he do and why he does them is none of his concern, and he alone determines what he takes interest in, which kind of makes Rodwell nervous. And Rodwell agrees and simply bows down to him, and Knox leaves. Rodwell wonders if Knox is getting new wind or something and decides to inform Lord Lienhaber. Back into his room, Knox starts panting heavily due to all the nervousness, noting that he was not expecting such an event, and wonders what would happen if he were to get busted, and also questions about Talia, and why would she pop in so suddenly? Now fast forward to night, where someone is mocking Knox, that a major dunce is gracing them with his presence, which is a vulgar touch to their dinner. Meanwhile, Knox is quite silent as they mock him further, that if Knox still thinks himself as a Lienhaber, and they are apparently twin brothers, Hats and Allen. Hats state that he must have lost his remaining shame to join them at the family dinner. They also mock him, commenting that they heard he beats maid and a butler, but Knox stays silent, thinking that while he knew that he is not the one who did it, it still stings nonetheless. Suddenly, the door opens as maid starts to bow and Knox gets nervous. Theodore is here, who comments that everyone seems to be here. Knox notes that he is the head of the Lienhaber family, and along with him is Talia von Steeliner, who greets everyone as she introduces herself. Theodore states that she is here to receive her night training and will be staying with them for a while, and asks his family to give her a cordial welcome. Knox remembers that she is the heroine of Inner Lunatic, the one who puts an end to Knox's corruption with her righteous blade, meaning that somewhere down the road, she will end up stabbing him in the heart. Theodore comments that he is quite surprised to see Knox at the dinner tonight, and he simply looks away nervously, while Talia wonders what is going on. Regardless, they all start eating, and both Hats and Allen seems to be glancing at Knox and planning something. Allen speaks up, saying that his father that he heard Eldian Academy's enrollment starts next year. And so they were thinking that they would need to determine who is the most worthy of representing their family name. And their father agrees with that notion, saying that it's high time they discuss that matter. Eldian Academy is the most important place in this game. It's due to the main storyline of the game mostly consists of episodes where students at Eldian Academy handle incidents at school and fight the demon. And so, he notes that he has to get into Eldian and gather as many companions as he can without making any fissures in the storyline. Theodore speaks up, saying that they must be aware that Eldian Academy takes its own measures to prevent aristocratic families from forming cliques inside. Hence the policy of accepting only 3 students from each household. And since their 2 brothers have already claimed their spots, only one of them 3 will get a chance to enroll. And Knox notes that for now, he has to focus on getting chosen for the last spot. Theodore continues that the one to enroll will be chosen with their time-honored Leanhaber method. And Knox replies that he means it would be sorted out by dueling. Hearing which, Theodore is surprised, as he wasn't expecting Knox to show an active interest. And Theodore agrees with Knox, saying that the duel will take place 1 month from today, at the drill hall of their manor. Alan tells Knox that if he is planning to withdraw, then he should not join at all, and Hat says there is no point in him entering, with his delicate body and callous-free hands. Meanwhile, Knox calmly takes up his wine glass, commenting that knowing his rivals, he is feeling rather optimistic. Alan gets angry hearing that, and asks Knox if he is suggesting that they are on par with his pathetic self. Meanwhile, Knox thinks that this duel is a hurdle that he would have to jump anyways to get into Eldian, so he is going to hell with their jeering asses. And so, he says that he is suggesting as a future student of Eldian that he is above their level. And Theodore takes notice of him with interest, while his brothers simply gets annoyed and angry without being able to talk back, and Talia calls it interesting, and asks on what ground is he so confident about this, all while grinning, which causes Knox to freak out, thinking that she is the last person whose attention he should be grabbing. Back at Theodore's office, he agrees with Rodwell that it's just as he said. It's like Knox became a different person overnight. And Rodwell agrees, with Theodore thinking that if he hasn't seen it himself, he would have thought that Rodwell was joking and wonders what triggered such a sudden change in him. He first thinks of possibility of him being possessed by a demon, but quickly dismisses that as a ridiculous thing. But whatever it is, he thinks that things are getting far more interested than expected, and orders Rodwell to keep an eye on him. Fast forward, and we see Knox running outside, while panting heavily and drenched in sweat. The maids whisper about him, that Master Knox is back on the drill, and are surprised, knowing that he is doing it for the duel next month. But they questions if it's for that, then why is he just running around? He glances at them, wondering, why can he hear their whispers from all the way there? And while running, he gets a notification that his stamina has increased by 0.1 point, which he calls it ridiculous. And the reason why he is running is because stamina is a major obstacle in his plan. The trait, Genius Swordsman and Fighter, can only be activated when the character has stamina points higher than 4. And any normal character other than Knox would have fulfilled that condition from the start. And he is still under the curse of frailty, and he has 1 month to improve his stamina by 1.9 point. The curse of frailty is a curse that halves one's stamina gains. And all of his running so far resulted in a whopping 0.1 point growth. And since life-limiting illness also has the growth of stamina in its own right, he would have to work 4 times harder to get over this double whammy. And to make it worse, life-limiting illness also sets the upper limit of stamina at 15 points. And now, Lona arrives with the stuff that Knox ordered her to get yesterday. Knox thinks that she is better than he thought, and tells Lona that she is finally being helpful. And so, his strategy for punching his stamina up to 4 is to use an expedient. Something he uses masterfully like a pro, as he has beaten this game 27 times before. Lona questions, why does he need all these for? They are all venomous or extremely tricky to handle. People are even reluctant to ever use them, and the only thing she can find useful among them is the scroll. And Knox replies, they are useless if they don't know how to use them, and Lona doesn't understand. And so, Knox turns around and grabs the purple bottle and drinks it down. Lona gets worried and shouts his name in worry, as it's apparently poison. And it's not just any poison either, as his heart starts to beat loud and fast. The venom of the 3-headed snake he consumed increased his stamina by 30% temporary, but he would die in 10 minutes in return. We see him quite in pain as he clenches the table and picks up another time to eat. Seeing his condition, Lona tries to earn a rock, but Knox orders her to not and eats another item. Lona again freaks out, saying that he should not have eaten the golem's nucleus, and the message informs him that his body will soon start to get petrified. But suddenly, a hidden effect gets activated as both of the item reacts with one another. And Knox grins while thinking that things are going just as planned. A golem's nucleus is typically used to maximize the user's defensive power by petrifying the skin, or to bring an artificially made golem to life. But when it's used in conjunction with venom of 3-headed snake, the negative trait, Curse of Frailty, is eliminated. He clenches his fist, noting that the Curse of Frailty has lifted. Meanwhile, Lona is still freaking out. And it's not the only hidden effect that he planned to activate, as Lona asks Knox if he is alright. She suddenly starts to blush and gets embarrassed a bit, as Knox starts to strip off his shirt. But instead of doing what Lona was expecting, Knox reaches for another potion and pours it on himself. It's fairy's water, which neutralizes the petrification and also causes a reaction, as Knox feels a weirdly pleasant sensation. And the effect causes a new temporary trait to form, Blessing of Growth, which causes his stamina to have a growth bonus of 100%, lasting till it reaches 5 points. And for the final touch, he uses a scroll of rapid stamina growth, which causes his stamina growth rate to double. With this, he broke the curse of frailty and offset the growth penalty of life-limiting illness. On top of that, he also used a growth scroll. And if his calculations are correct, his new stamina growth rate is twice that of average characters now. Suddenly, Lona rushes and hugs Knox, asking him if he is alright. Saying that when she saw him take off his shirt, she thought that he finally lost his mind under the venom's influence, but he ignores her and tells her to get a towel for him. She starts sobbing, and Knox thinks, how can he yell at her when he is feeling good about breaking the curse? And so, he tells her that he is quite alright, and she asks if he is sure that he don't need Ernarok, or perhaps he could use some rest. But he declines, saying that he got things to do, and she asks, what exactly? And he replies with a smile, running of course. And so, we again see Knox running outside. Along with him, Lona is also running. And someone seems to be watching them both from inside a window, wondering what possessed him. It's Talia, who is pouting and questioning about him accepting the duel with his brothers despite being built like a garden weed. Her maid corrects her that it's no way to talk to a member of Lienhaber family. She should remember that they are hosting her. And if anyone hears her talking in such manner, but she ignores her suggestion, saying that she should be thinking likewise, as all Knox does is running. It's like he has no intention of training with a sword, and she even heard that some homagers to the Lienhaber family offered to teach him. Yet, he turned all of them down without a second thought, which makes her assume that Knox will end up getting beaten witless. There would be no changing that. She is completely engrossed that he has no chance in winning and wonders why is she unable to take her mind off of it. And so, she finally snaps and tells her maid that she can't, and leaves while apologizing and saying she would be back shortly. Now outside, Knox seems to be resting as someone greets him. And it's Talia, who again tells him her name and asks if he remembers. Meanwhile, Knox panics internally, wondering, what is she doing here? And so, he gets up and says that she doesn't need to remind him and asks her to state her business. She seems to get taken back by his attitude and wonders what is up with it, and assumes that it must be because he is simply too stunned by her beauty, and asks Knox, does he really believe that he can beat his brothers? And he simply nods in reply. So she asks that he is doing nothing but running. How much good will that do for his sword skills? Which is what Lona wanted to say as well. She also offers him her help, as she would be more than happy to oblige. But Knox immediately shoots her down, saying that he has no interest and asks her to leave. She gets flustered due to that, and asks how dare he, and if this is how he normally treats people who are trying to offer their help. Lona gets nervous as well, thinking that Knox shouldn't talk to a lady like that. But regardless, Talia angrily takes her leave while pushing Knox and saying, have it your way. Though Knox is confused as he doesn't get what happened, meanwhile, Lona sarcastically comments that it was very tactful of him. He sighs, thinking that it's spiraling out of control. He then uses his perceptive eye on Talia to see her character window, and he finds it quite wild how talented she is. And looking at the stamina alone, given the average stamina of adult males in this world is 4, she is truly an exceptional case. Although, not quite on the level of the 3 Supremes or the 4 Sages, but she can easily claim her place in a league right beneath theirs. And she is also certainly capable of killing a couple of devils. In her element of fire. Once awakened, her element of fire will get upgraded to white fire, which will give her the power to burn the corrupt Knox into oblivion. But winning Talia over and becoming friends with her is not an option, because he doesn't know how much twist that would cause to the story. And after all, it's nonsense to fraternize with your future vanquisher. Now fast forward to a month later, and we see Talia walking down the manor. She seems to be lost in some thoughts of her memories, as everyone around her praises her for mastering skills really fast, calling her a talent befitting the high reputation of the Steeliner family. But currently, she seems to be doubting herself, and the next thing she remembers, being beaten by her sister. The memory causes frustration as she tightly clenches her sword, and questions if she would ever be good enough to become a knight. Knights must be able to lead a frugal existence void of greed, and, from time to time, sacrificed themselves for the triumph of justice, and with the mentality as the cornerstone of their training, they must master countless swords and forms. She then sighs, thinking about Knox again, that there is someone like him who thinks that running is enough to defeat his highly trained brothers. And once again, states that he stands no chance whatsoever. Now fast forward to the next day, at the day of the duel. We see everyone is present to see the duel, including Scylla, Theodore's first wife. Theodore asks Rodwell, how does he reckon this match would turn out? And he replies that he can only assume that this duel serves to determine which master gets to represent the Lienhaber family as a student at the Eldian Academy. And right as the duel begins, Hats quickly jumps at Knox to attack. Theodore asks Rodwell for his predictions on the match, and he replies that he believes years of training Master Alan has received will put him in the commanding position. And Theodore replies, agrees due to Rodwell giving a valid reason. Scylla also gives off a sharp glare towards the duel. Meanwhile, Rodwell wonders if Theodore is predicting a different outcome. And while it's true that Master Knox has changed, but however hard he tries, he is unable to imagine him overpowering Alan. It would require some truly outrageous circumstances. And if he learned anything by being at Theodore's side, it's that as intricate as it can be, the art of swords is governed by a simple rule. A swordsman's achievement can be calibrated with this one question: how much time has he spent with his sword, wielding it, and studying it? But if there is one factor that might allow a swordsman to transcend this law, it would be a talent from the realms beyond, an overwhelming natural gift. Which begs the question, if there are any grounds to believe that Master Knox possessed such a gift. Theodore speaks up that regardless of anything, it would be unwise to dismiss other possibilities, especially with the swordsman in question being a son of the Lienhaber family. As for all they know, one of his sons might possess a gift comparable to that of three supremes. Back to the fight, we see his genius swordsman trait is inactive, as Knox wonders, why is he so unlucky in this world, despite his luck being at 7 points? Even after all that running, he was unable to bring his stamina up to 4 points. He was almost there, reaching 3.8 points of stamina. And behind him, Lona was also running, asking Knox if he is absolutely sure that he needs her to run with him. And Knox is about to say that as his servant, she should suffer, but quickly changes it, that she should assist him by staying at his side, though she picks up, saying that he just let his true intentions slip. But he smiles and hands over the tower, saying that there is one more article to clean for her, and she pouts. And seeing her reaction, he accuses that she just cursed him inwardly, and she replies that she simply bit her tongue. Knox chuckles, and suddenly he realizes that all this running must have given her much stamina as well, and uses his perceptive eye on her. And upon seeing her stamina at 4.5, he is quite shocked, as he questions, what is in the water that this family drinks from, as even their maid is stronger than average men. He gets quite pissed, knowing that even after all the hard work he put in, he is still weaker than a side character. Lona tells him that the sun is about to set, and asks him to rest, since his duel is tomorrow. But Knox hasn't reached his goal yet, and needs yet more time. Back to the fight, Alan tells Knox that it would be better for him to withdraw. Since he is his little brother, it would pain him to beat him badly, and Knox replies that it's quite funny, since his countenance suggests that he doesn't want him to withdraw. And Alan agrees, asking if his intentions were that obvious. He does want to make a good impression upon Miss Talia, and he believes that Knox will be of help, but Knox advises him against it. He then uses his ability to gauge his stats, and notes that his stamina is at 8, so for him, there is no way he can defeat him with what he have right now. And wonders, what should he do, while the blondie announces the start of duel between them two. He tells them both to accept the outcome of the duel, and not under any circumstances challenge it. Knox is nervous, thinking what should he do, since if he loses here, it would be all over, his journey to bring back his memory. Finding out who sent him that message, and most importantly, his life beyond the 1-year deadline. And so, as soon as the duel begins, Alan quickly jumps at him to attack. But Knox dodges by rolling away from the attack. Alan tries to kick him, but Knox blocks it with his sword and gets pushed back. His hand starts trembling from the attack, and Alan tells him that he just got lucky. And so, Alan once again starts pressuring him, with Knox thinking that this blasted game has one rule. When you lose it all, but if you somehow overcome it all. And suddenly, we see his stamina has increased by 0.1 points again, and he smirks saying, if you somehow overcome it all, you can have everything. Seeing him smirk like this, Alan questions if his amazing strikes shock him out of his senses. And he once again starts attacking and pressuring Knox. Scylla watching this gets relieved, as all that talk about Knox having a change in heart was worrying her. But seeing this, she thinks that she was worried in vain. And just like the first two, the third Lanehaber spot at the academy will be taken by one of her son, she assumes. She looks over at Theodore, who also calls Knox pathetic, which makes her grin, thinking that one day this family will. Theodore speaks up, saying that he may have put too high of expectation on Knox, and that perhaps this is the farthest that his change of heart can get him. Rodwell asks if it would not be wise to stop this duel now, since if it would continue further, he is afraid that Knox will need a long recuperation. Theodore thinks that while Alan and Hats are reasonably talented, but their gift is by no standard uncommon, compared to their eldest brother, they are mediocre at best. This all puts him in a dilemma, as he questions if he has to accept that none of his sons has the temperament to overpower all and put the world under his heel, and that none of them merits the vanquisher. And with this, he lets out a disappointed sigh and starts getting up to stop the duel. Suddenly, Knox gets another 0.1 point of stamina, and when he finally reaches full 4 points, his genius trait activates. He starts to chuckle and Alan asks if he has lost it already. Theodore suddenly takes notices of something, and we see Knox activating his skill. Knox thinks that a wise person he don't remember once said that a genius and an average man experience time differently. And as the flow of time seems to have come to a halt, Knox comments if this is how the time flows for a genius. Everything is moving slowly, almost as if the flow of time has become several times slower. And his opponent is looking slow, doesn't automatically makes his control of sword perfect. The skill may not alone guarantee his dominance. But now, he doesn't consider himself a dormant, and so it's settled. And the next moment, we see Knox striking the sword out of Alan's hand. It shocks and makes him nervous, while Knox smiles, thinking that the victory is his. Alan looks at with a nervous face as he holds his hand. Meanwhile, Knox holds his sword up and calls it interesting. Alan gets pissed and asks Knox what did he just say, and Knox notes that he cannot take his sweet time, because this skill's effects only lasts 5 minutes, which makes him question, how can he wrap it up in 5 minutes? He makes it up that he was trying to go on a leisurely pace, but it's growing quite tedious for him, and so decides to put a swift end to it by challenging them both together, which shocks both of them. Knox asks his father if he has the permission to engage in a duel against both of them at once, and his father is quite surprised at first, with Rodwell looking nervous and Talia wondering what has gotten into Knox. Theodore smiles, thinking that he has never seen such spirit in him, and wonders if he has been hiding a card up his sleeve, which piques his curiosity. And with that he grants him the permission to do so, Scylla tries to argue but gets ignored. And so, both of the brothers get ready to attack him at once, being angry at the fact that they got humiliated in the presence of their father. Knox simply grins in return, as they both threaten him that he would pay for his insolence. Both of them rushes at him to attack, but Knox still doesn't seem much pressured by them. Alan tries to order Hats to flank him by the side, but he tells him to shut up in frustration. While fighting, Knox gets a notification that he got a hidden effect, Time of Genius, and his proficiency in elementary swordcraft of the Dark family has increased. He calls it perfect timing and immediately starts pressuring them both at once. He finally lands a clean strike on one of them, and they both start panting, while Knox is under control. Talia is quite surprised seeing this, as her mouth opens up wide. Meanwhile, Knox can already hear up their thoughts on how can Knox, someone who is supposed to be the disgrace of the family, doing this? Both of them turns towards each other, and Knox takes advantage of this, and walks in between, telling them that they shouldn't take their eyes off their opponents, as it's the basic rule. He quickly starts pressuring them both again, as they are easily pushed back by his might. And even with the burden of survival on his mind, Knox thinks that wielding a sword can be genuinely fun. And upon seeing his performance, everyone is left quite shocked. Both Alan and Hats finds it impossible, but they seems to have been defeated and kneels on the ground. And with this, his time of the genius skill also runs out, and Knox seems a bit disappointed that it's over already, and calls it too quick. He asks the blondie if this concludes the duel, and he quickly agrees and announces Knox as the winner of the duel. Theodore grins looking at him, and Knox also grins back, and leaves after thanking and paying his respects. Meanwhile, Talia seems really intrigued by all this and quickly rushes off to talk to Knox. Meanwhile outside, Knox seems to be coughing up blood, as he notes that he seems to have exceeded the time limit. While the trait, Time of a Genius, is quite awesome, it has colossal downsides. Using it for more than 5 minutes triggers a counterreaction, a debuff. And a window pops up, which states that due to misuse of his trait, his lifespan has been decreased by 2 days and 17 hours. Eroding his days and making him weaker, it's easily the worst kind of debuff that Knox can get. And now, he has less than a year left. Though, he calls himself lucky that it didn't manifest in the hall, otherwise people would have started to question if he is fit enough to go to the academy. But suddenly, as he turns back, we see Talia has took notice of the blood and is coughing, as she asks if he is hurt, and if he got that injury in mid-fight. And seeing her here, Knox frowns. Knox gets worried that why of all people, it had to be her, and if she tells about this to Theodore, things can go downhill. Right as he is about to speak up, Talia says, did he defeated his brothers in such conditions? And Knox is confused by this statement. Talia blushes a bit and replies that she might have misunderstood him a bit. She thinks that she has been observing him for a month, and not once she has seen him train himself with a real sword. All she heard was that he swung a wooden sword few times in his first day of training, which makes her question, how did he manage to defeat his brothers, and assumes that he must have been hiding his massive natural talent. She got multiple questions regarding that. How did he unbridle his talent, and how was he able to hone it so well? These are things she must know. But after this duel, when she saw him alone coughing blood, it popped another question. What is up with him? Is he about to collapse out of exhaustion? And perhaps it's not the case that he beat his brothers with overwhelming strength. Could the rumors have been misleading, noting that Knox von Lanehaber is not someone weak or cowardly, and assumes that he is a hard-working swordsman who toiled for his victory? Now as he coughs again, she asks in worry if he is all right, but he pushes her hand away, telling her to not lay a finger on his body, though he admits that all those years he spent doing nothing but playing games sapped him of what little social skills he had. Talia fidgets, saying that she just wanted to express her apologies, but Knox doesn't get what she means by that. She continues that she didn't knew that he was that serious about the sword, and from what she heard, he was born naturally weak. And it was because of that, he was only doing stamina training, so she apologizes for misunderstanding, and continues that he must have made a mistake acting like a rude guy. Emma told her that anyone can make that sort of mistake. Hearing all this, Knox is confused on how is he supposed to react to all this. She is earnest, just like it was in game. Even if she is a child who has the chivalry characteristic, she is the child of a hard-nosed, reputable duchy. It wouldn't have been easy for her to acknowledge her mistake to someone else. And so, Knox replies, if she thinks that, then he would like it if she didn't tell anyone that he had a bloody nose. She immediately agrees, and Knox wonders if he won't have to worry about the matter leaking now, would he? And so, he leaves while telling her to keep her promise. Meanwhile, she blushes as her heart skips a beat. Now on to Theodore, who states that his predictions have been correct, and asks Rodwell, what does it look like to him? Knox's talent, he means. Rodwell replies that he still understands why at first he was just staying still, getting hit. But he believes that at his age, none of his brothers had this sort of talent and skill. Theodore is also of the same opinion, though he cannot elaborate why, but he has suspicion that what Knox let them saw today was just fraction of his true abilities. And so, he orders Rodwell to watch and report his every move, but whatever is the situation, he must not interfere, and Rodwell quickly agrees with the order. Theodore wonders if it's true that Knox indeed has a talent worthy of inheriting the Vanquisher. He clenches his fist tightly, telling Rodwell that his report will be of greater importance than ever, as he do not have much time left. And once again Rodwell assures him that he would strive to achieve his utmost. Back to Knox, who gets a message that he completed the tutorial, but Knox says that it's not a game for him anymore, and yet some of these features are just game-like. He then gets a reward for it, which is 3 attribute points. He gets quite annoyed, since he just spent a while month running and trying to add just 2 points of stamina, yet he gave him the points now. But he uses these attribute points not for stamina, but luck instead. The reason is simple. When playing Inner Lunatic, luck is the most important than any other attribute. And now, he plans to test the improvement right away. He opens up his new Game Plus benefits and get 1 try at the Skill Scroll Dispenser and 1-time Skill Conjurer. He notes that his new Game Plus feature is preserved as well and plans to use the dispenser first. And a huge ball of glass manifests in front of him, seeing which, he thinks that this machine is the weirdest thing to see in flesh. And so, he starts turning it, thinking that now that he has maxed out his luck, his chance of getting a scroll of normal grade or higher is 95%. The machine then starts to shake, as Knox explains that rag-looking ones are low grade, silver ones are normal grade, and gold ones are high grade. And the rainbow ones are prime grade, so he prays for either a gold one or a rainbow one. And the machine stops and a golden light shines from it. And it ended up receiving a golden scroll, which makes him excited and happy. He quickly opens it up, and now uses his 1-time Skill Conjurer. He notes that if he wants to collect the treasure from the Lanehaber Manor, then he would need that 1 skill. He remembers that soon, Theodore would call his sons in the manor together, so he decides that the conjurer skill can wait for now. And with the scroll, he gets a high-grade skill, suppressing hand of superiority. This skill would make it so, if the sum of character attribute is lower than Knox's, then they get a 20% debuff on all attribute against him. He gets quite happy and excited, stating that this is the reason that he loved this game. And as for his another reward, he is saving that up for later. Suddenly, he remembers that Grain will be returning to the manor soon. His graduation from Eldian was quite a while ago. He is the second eldest son of Lienhaber. And at this moment, he would be returning home from his night training. Now he got both hidden treasure and Grain on his plate, so he won't get rest for a while. Though, he thinks that there is a silver lining as well, that he won't have to worry about Talia causing him problems anymore, as she is not the person to break her promise and blab, and she has no more reason to come to him either, at least he thinks so. Now next day in the morning, Knox thinks that he clearly guessed wrong, as we see Talia is standing in front of him again, as he says that he thought they were done talking, and asks, what she wants. She mumbles something at first, and Knox doesn't hear or understands what she is saying, and so, she speaks up, asking Knox to teach her, as she wants to make fast progress just like he did, and asks him to teach her the way to do it. Knox thinks for a bit, and starts leaving while asking if she haven't cracked the secret even after peeping on him for a whole month. She gets a bit embarrassed, and replies that she wasn't peeping, and tries to stop Knox from leaving, asking if they can at least have a duel, or could he at least consider sharing his method with her. From this, Knox remembers that Talia craved her sister's approval, and so, he replies, before asking for his method, or wondering which sort of technique it will require. She should think of the strength she possesses. Knox then nervously wonder, what does one say after that, as he has never consoled anyone in his life. And he once again speaks up, telling her to stop with the comparisons to others, and quickly takes his leave afterwards. And Talia seems a bit sad, as she says, if this is all that he can tell her. Now outside, Knox looks behind himself, hoping that Talia is not following him, as there is no need for him to have her next to himself, as he gets his hands on a hidden treasure of the Lienhaber manor. No one would want their future killer for that. As Knox arrives at the Lienhaber horse farm, he calls it quite amazing to look at in the flesh, and it's not a surprise that it's considered as one of the 3 best farms on this continent. Rodwell informs Theodore that everything has been prepared, just as he ordered, so Theodore asks him to proceed. He tells his 3 sons that they must be aware of why he called them together on the steed farm. They are to choose a horse, who will be their lifelong companion. Knox knew it beforehand, as that time has come. Out of all the animals, the horse holds the most sacred place in tradition of the Lienhaber family in this entire continent. Anyone who wishes to be a knight or a magician must acquire a horse at an early age and form a friendly tie that would last their whole life. There is even a course on horsemanship at Eldian, and relatedly cavalry warfare becomes more and more common as the game proceeds. If your horse dies, you have to form ties with another horse from scratch, so a good care is a must. But regardless of such struggles, as teleportation costs a fortune, the horse is still an indispensable part of life in Lunatic. And so, there is all the more reason to pick a horse. Theodore gives him the first pick, since he wants the duel, and also tells him to bear in mind that he would only get one chance, which annoys his brothers. He starts walking towards the horses, and Theodore watches with interest, wondering if he possesses acute discernment as well. He walks past some brown horses, and finds them quite stellar and cute, but the one he is looking for is the gray one in the back, who look like that it can die any moment. He steps towards it, and declares that he would be choosing this one, and his choice surprises both of his brothers, along with Theodore. And so, he asks Knox to reflect upon his choice once again. Knox notes that he is encouraging him to change his mind, and everyone must be thinking that he has made a stupid choice. But he uses his perceptive eye on the horse to see his stats in window. And it's a high-grade horse, which is just what he expected. The grade of a young pet can go up in tiers over time. Usually, it's 1 grade up, which would make this one a prime-grade horse or something even better once it's fully grown. And besides, this horse is an obsidian. It's the rarest of all horse breeds in the game, with strength and exquisite beauty befitting the name. And if Theodore had any idea of what it was, he would have surely taken it for himself. And for now, it's looking like this due to all the debuffs it has. And his negative trait, Born to Die, is even worse than Knox's life-limiting illness. But regardless, Knox once again declares that he will stand by his choice and pick this one. And it's because he knows how to stop all of his debuffs from being a problem. Theodore questions Knox's choice of horse and wonders if it's because he saw too much of himself in it, and assumes that he must have let his emotions carry him away, which he finds quite disappointing. And so, Theodore tells Knox that he hopes he won't end up regretting his choice, and starts to leave soon afterwards. Alan and Hats tries to call their father out, but he simply ignores them and leaves. And seeing him walk out like this, Knox thinks that he must be seriously disappointed, while the other servants tells Alan and Hats that they can still assist and asks them to choose their horse. Rodwell walks up to Knox, asking that his horse would need a name, and Knox agrees. He thinks for a bit and names his horse Carl, the name he always used from the other world when playing this game. And it's a name that has much meaning to Knox as well. Now fast forward, and Knox seems to have brought Carl inside, thinking that he cannot let anyone see what he is going to do now, so keeping him in his room was the right choice. Suddenly, Knox notices Carl's expression and gaze towards him. And so, to Knox, it looks like as if Carl is trying to tell him that he cannot give up on his life. And so, it makes Knox think that they may be too much alike, as he too may be struggling to hold on to what little chance he has with life. Suddenly, he calls out to Lona, saying that he knows she is there, and asks her to come out quickly. And we see she tumbles while trying to come out quickly. She asks how did he knew that she was outside, and he replies that it was rather obvious and asks if she really has to make such spectacular entrance each time. But regardless, he orders her to take care of his horse from today, and she is quite surprised seeing a horse in bed. It makes her annoyed, as she pouts while saying, "Who does he think makes his bed?" And Knox tells her to be gentle with the horse as he is ill. Both the horse and Lona seems quite nervous, but she agrees to it, although a bit reluctantly. And now that Knox thinks about it, he knows that what he would be doing with Carl later can be quite frightening. So it makes him wonder, will that faint-hearted Lona not collapse upon seeing it? Now fast forward to 3 days later, Lona screams that Carl is dead and starts sobbing. Meanwhile, Knox sighs and thinks that Lona should by all means bawl her eyes out. She really did care for him, and must have gotten attached. But this was bound to happen, as Knox always knew that keeping Carl alive was never an option. He asks Lona to stop crying, as she is breaking his concentration, but she sobs and tries to go on about Carl, and Knox tells her to not worry, as Carl will come back to their side very soon. Lona questions, how is that possible, and if Carl's passing has messed up his mind. Knox gets annoyed and asks her to hold her tongue and step back. He reaches for a scroll in his pocket and Lona asks, what is that scroll? He puts down the scroll on the ground and starts to pour his magical energy into it. Suddenly, the energy starts to surround them, as Lona is taken back by its outburst. She asks if he is doing something special with his magical energy. Meanwhile, Knox notes that he is losing control. He tries one more time and asks Lona if she wishes to see Carl die a second time, and if not, that she should stay quiet. And so, she covers up her mouth with her hands, while Knox tries to concentrate, as it's the key. Knox knows that he cannot handle any mana yet, and his ultra-sensitivity to mana is still inactive. Plus, the Empire's law dictates that only the royals are allowed to make use of their magical energy before turning 15, which gives the royals a head start in the practice of magic. And they generally end up achieving significantly more in the study of magic. But since he is not a royal, all he can do is pour out his magical energy that he can muster up. And although weak, he can definitely feel some energy under his palms now, and he realizes that it's how it feels to use magical energy. He then smirks, thinking that he might like this, and now he uses his one-time skill Conjurer. He notes that he doesn't have any room for mistake, since right now he is about to use black magic. And we see Knox summoning a Book of Dead, and now with that, he can summon Carl back to the world as an undead pet. And he initiates the process to do so. The undead in this game are defined by their share features. First, they are brought back with black magic and darkness-type magical energy. Second, they may have died before, but they still have the sense of consciousness, self, and even upgraded strengths, which includes unwavering loyalty to their masters. But there is a catch. As good as it sounds, there is only one family that possess the might of creating undeads, the Marbases, a renowned family harnessing the darkness element. In that respect, they are like the Lienhabers, but unlike them, who are traditionally knights, Marbases are black magicians, versed in the art of undead magic. So, would that mean characters outside of the Marbases family have no chance of using the skills they monopolize? And Knox answers it himself, not really. As this is where this one-time conjurer skill comes in, and with it, he conjured the Necronomicon, also known as the Book of the Dead. And as he uses the skill, some black hand starts to come out of the ground and surrounds Carl, and sucks him in. Meanwhile, Knox seems to be dripping blood from his mouth, as Lona shouts his name in worry. But he tells her to hush, and notes that he needs to go on for a bit more. And at this point he starts coughing up blood and is running out of magical energy. And just on time, Carl gets revived and backs up. And he got a message that his skill was successful, and Carl has returned as an undead pet. And Knox gets relieved, knowing that he did it, and Lona seems to be sobbing, and asks if it's him. And he agrees that it's Carl. And now he has no negative traits either, and gets more positive traits instead. Knox pats him on the head, saying that from now on, he would be his master. Suddenly, both Carl and Knox are taken back, as Lona tightly hugs Carl, who seems quite nervous due to this. Knox questions, what is she doing? But Lona doesn't listen and starts crying while hugging him. She tells Knox that she thought that he was dying, and that she was also really worried about Carl. But Carl turns his face away in annoyance, and Lona calls him an ungrateful beast since she cared for him so much. Knox smiles seeing their antics, while Lona asks Carl to spit out the carrots that she fed him. And now, Knox notes that it's time for his quest for the next hidden treasure. Now a few days later at night, Knox seems to be outside. He has a map and some kind of shiny rock in his hand, as while looking at the map, he notes that the paths are not much different from when he was playing the game, which is quite relieving to him, as the second hidden treasure of the Lienhaber Manor. If he fails to get it, he won't survive, but if he claims it as his, then it would be the key to impending the progression of life-limiting illness. Suddenly, he notices some sounds from the bush and looks over, but doesn't find anything, and the sounds goes away as well, so he assumes that it's just from him being on edge perhaps. But he cannot help it either, since it's not a game anymore, and he doesn't want to die twice. And with this, Knox enters the Forest of Lost Children, and his failure to defeat this stage will result in death. The Forest of Lost Children, it's a forest within the Lienhaber Manor, strictly out of bounds for everyone. The pitch darkness and thick fog reigning over it makes the forest a labyrinth. Even the most skilled rangers and pathfinders get lost here. So it's a perfectly descriptive name. The moment anyone sets foot in it, they are as good as lost. And also, it must be noted that it's a forest of lost children. It means that any adult characters won't receive any reward, even if they cleared out all the monsters inhabiting the forest. And if that is not enough, the monsters grow several times more ferocious towards adults. So he lost count of times he got game overed figuring out this much about this forest. And in that sense, the difficulty of this forest is around 2.5 stars at the very least. When he was playing from the other world, he didn't even care what the reward item was, but now that he thinks of it, it's exactly what a dying man needs. And so, without further ado, he quickly lights the torch. The key to making it through this forest is observing to which direction the smoke flows. And once he gets certain, he has to walk in the opposite direction. But before he moves, he turns back and asks the person who is following him, till when are they planning to peep at him through the bushes? But he doesn't hear any response whatsoever, and so he sighs saying that they leave him no choice. And so, he takes out his sword and takes a big swing across the foliage, which causes the person to let out a loud scream. We now switch scenes, where Talia is confused and wonders, how can Knox not fall for her beauty? It's completely non-understandable to her. Emma arrives and begs Talia to stop chasing and following Master Knox around, asking if she is not concerned that she shall end up taking the blame. But Talia replies to her that she doesn't have a need to worry, as she gives her the word that she will never be dismissed, and Emma replies that it's not what she meant. Emma thinks that Talia doesn't know how well achieved she is, while she also agrees that Miss Chell is extraordinary talent, but it's not a reason for Miss Talia to feel inferior and get restless, as she believes that she is gifted enough in her own right to be considered a potential head of the house. And as she goes into Talia's room, thinking that she must have calmed down and gone to bed, she doesn't find her there, which causes her to panic and her hand starts to tremble, as she thinks if she has gone after Master Knox, and so she quickly wakes up all the attendants in panic, and we see that she has indeed followed Knox behind to the Forest of Lost Children. And Knox is quite confused and surprised upon seeing her here, and she greets him nervously, while Knox asks, why is she here? She stutters in her reply, but Knox suddenly notices something, and quickly holds her, telling her to get behind him. As we see they are ambushed by a gray wolf, who seems ready to attack at any moment. Talia wonders if this forest has always been inhabited by gray wolves, though she doesn't have a proper sword to fight them. The wolf starts circling them, and after a bit, he lifts his head up and starts to howl. And after calling for other wolves, it prepares to attack Knox, who seems quite excited, while Talia seems a bit nervous. He quickly leaves hold of her and dashes at the wolf while taking a large swing and throws his torch away. And upon seeing him take down the wolf in one hit, Talia finds him incredible, as even though it was just one wolf, he handled it with such efficiency. And as she looks over to Knox, who also glances back at her, and asks her one more time, what is she doing here? Since had it been his brothers, he could have understand, but why is she pursuing him? She plays with her hair, while nervously replying that she was going for an evening walk. But Knox asks her to answer frankly, or he is going to leave her here. Hearing which, she gets scared and quickly grabs his arm. She starts blabbering that she did not intend to do that, but since he made such fast progress, and hoping to emulate his success, she started observing him and saw him going to the forest late at night, and assumed that it must be the secret discipline that he is following. Knox smiles hearing that, and thinks that some things just got clear. One is that Talia is overestimating his talents by a lot, and second, she holds no bad feelings towards him. And third, she is clueless enough to think to tail someone in the middle of the night. And so, he realizes that he cannot just leave a main character behind in this forest and asks her follow him. Though, he also tells her that he is not helping her, but is merely preventing a potential discord between their families by keeping her alive. And so, Talia replies that she feels bad and apologizes, and Knox thinks that with this, hopefully, she learned her lesson. She then blushes and again speaks up, thanking Knox. And before she could say anything further, they get surrounded by a bunch of gray wolves. As we see the wolves all ready to attack them, while Knox looks seemingly calm, Talia gets nervous and scared and hides behind Knox upon seeing the wolves. Knox also tells her to stay away, unless she wants to obstruct his sword. Knox notes that things are going very unexpectedly, so he needs to focus. This forest is one of the prologue stages, since it's not a part of the main storyline. There cannot be a main stage boss. But there is an elite monster, just one tier below the stage boss, and given that he just fought a gray wolf, the elite monster would be an elite gray wolf. But it would be a misjudgment if he thought that knowing his identity would make things easier. Now as the wolf attacks Knox, he quickly takes care of them, and in this fight, Knox has always been finding himself at the edge of a cliff. He notes that other wolves are stalking, hiding and attacking in patterns as a wolf jumps on him to attack. He knows that, now, he has to drop all the arrogance and face it like he used to from the other world. And so, he clenches his swords tightly, adopting the line that he is a nobody as he slashes away all the wolves. Seeing him fight, Talia is quite impressed, as he calls Knox amazing, and thinks that he is not even exerting himself to the utmost, and he is even more formidable than he was when facing his brothers, and thinks that perhaps he has hunted wolves before. She then remembers Knox telling her to stay away, and gets sad thinking that Knox must be assuming that her swordsmanship is insignificant. Suddenly, both of them notes a loud howl unlike normal ones. And Knox notes that it's here, the gray wolf, as we see him standing tall against Knox, making other wolves look like puppies. Meanwhile, outside of Forest of Lost Children, everyone is gathered, searching for both Knox and Talia. One of the assistant notes 2 pairs of footsteps leading to the forest, and says that they belong to Master Knox and Miss Talia, and that he fears that Master Knox has gone into the Forest of Lost Children with Miss Talia for some reason, which freaks Emma out. She tells everyone that they shouldn't be waiting around and must follow them, but Rodwell says that they cannot do that, unfortunately. Emma asks for reason, and Rodwell replies, because it's a forest that even the renowned Lanehaber family failed to vanquish. To the Lanehaber, the forest represented nothing but shame for the Son of Darkness, the famed Dark Knights of the South, admitting that an entire forest remains unexplored within their manor, was as good as publicly announcing that they are incompetent. Though the fact is still unknown to the Lanehaber family that only children who haven't come of age can claim a full success in the forest. Rodwell wonders, why did Master Knox enter the forest? His footsteps bear witness that he proceeded with utmost caution, looking at all directions, and it doesn't appear that he was manipulated by a monster either. And there is no sign that the robust magical barrier surrounding their manor has been breached. This all could only mean that it was a conscious decision on Master Knox's part to enter the forest. And so, he thinks that he was mistaken. He can no longer deny that Master Knox has indeed had a change of heart, and that he is no longer his former weak self. He tells Emma that there is one way for their safe return. With all of his wisdom, Master Knox has to find the path that guides them back to the manor. But regardless, Emma is still incredibly worried, and blames herself that she let Talia walk to her own demise. Back to Knox and Talia, as she pulls out her dagger to get ready to fight as well. Knox notes that she is not letting her fear break her concentration, and tells her that if she wants to save her skin, then she should stay out, and asks her to save her strength to the fullest, and run as soon as they get attacked. It would increase her chances of survival, even if a little bit. But Knox thinks that actually, fighting an elite gray wolf doesn't require life or death conversation. He just wants Talia to stay alert as they wander through the forest. And with this, he notes that she is staying vigilant, but he cannot quite entrust her with the rear guard yet. So, he would just have to use his skill and take down the wolf with a single blow. But suddenly, the wolf scoffs at them, and Knox takes notice of it. The wolf then quietly sits down, which angers and annoys Knox quite a bit. The other wolves attacks Knox, but he easily takes them down. Some of them pauses, and Knox takes notices of them, and is confused at their behavior. And on the command of the elite wolf, Knox is surrounded by them, and one of them sneaks up behind. It tries to attack Knox from behind, but he is saved by Talia, who throws a dagger at it. And as he looks towards her, Talia tells him to stay alert. Talia remembers Knox telling her to run away when they are fighting, but decides to not do that. Meanwhile, Knox wonders if Talia is trying to help him. Talia asks Knox if he is alright while sitting on a branch above herself, and once again concernedly asks if he is hurt anywhere, while Knox wonders if she is trying to help him. Suddenly, he hears some growls and looks towards it, and the wolf immediately attacks him. He tells Talia that he is fine, and notes that it's no time for idle thoughts, and she gets relieved and replies, "Thank goodness." Knox sighs, thinking that he must have looked quite pathetic with that just now, and notes that his hands are trembling, and the counteraction has already started. And now, the elite wolf also gets up, while Knox notes that he cannot lost it right now. Knox grins, thinking that he finally decided to get up himself, as the elite wolf starts to circle around Knox. It growls and quickly charges at him, and Knox gets ready, but something surprising happens. It doesn't attack Knox, but quickly grazes past by him instead, and his behavior confuses him. But soon enough, Knox realizes what is going on, though notes that he is too late, as the elite wolf attacks Knox and is able to land a strike on his arm from behind. Talia once again shouts his name in worry, and the elite wolf once again leaves to the bushes to prepare for another attack. And Knox annoyingly notes that the rating he gave her before was really not up to the par, and he has to rethink that rating again now. Because the elite wolf in the flesh is much more smarter than he was in the game. Everything goes silent, as Knox thinks that he should have known that it was orchestrating an attack with his minions and is now using its surroundings to attack. The wolf once again attacks Knox, and Knox reacts this time, noting that he has to take protective measures and cut the wolf. But this time, instead of attacking, it suddenly stops in the middle, making Knox's swing useless. And then tries to attack Knox on his leg, as Knox realizes that he was waiting for him to take a big swing and expose his weak point. Once again, the wolf changes its attack pattern and goes right for his head, while Knox thinks that he has beaten this game several times, but he was stupid enough to let himself get overconfident, and was stupid enough to think that he could do anything, and it's not how he imagined that he would die, and closes his eyes thinking that it's the end for him. But he hears a sound, and when he opens his eyes, he finds a dagger is thrown right at the elite wolf's eyes. And we see it's Talia once again, as Knox thinks that it's like that. If he has a weak point, then so does the elite wolf, and for now, the one person who can reveal it is not him. Knox makes full use of this opportunity and clenches his sword tightly and stabs the elite wolf right through his abdomen. And with that, the wolf finally dies, and Knox also kneels on the ground from being all tired as the tension is released. Talia once again worriedly calls out his name and notes the other gray wolves are still down there. But upon seeing their leader die, they quickly runs away, and Talia gets down from the tree as well. She quickly rushes over to Knox to check up on him, asking if he is alright, and he replies, he is. And right as he is about to thank Talia, he suddenly stops in the middle, thinking if he is going to thank his enemy, someone who would kill him in the future, and so he turns away, telling her to not worry for him. But seeing the wound on his arm, Talia gets teary, telling him that he is hurt, and once again asks if he is alright. But Knox gets up, saying that he is fine, and they should get walking. She tries to argue, but he tells her that his wound is just superficial. And right as Talia is about to say that she is relieved to hear that, a spider crawls on her shoulder. Seeing which, she panics and screams loudly, and Knox quickly turns back, wondering if there are any more wolves remaining. But instead, Talia tightly clings to him, and her behavior confuses Knox. And with fear in her voice, she starts shivering and tells Knox about the spider. And as she opens her eyes only to find it still there, she again freaks out and tightly clutches Knox's neck. Knox smiles and chuckles, thinking that she is afraid of spiders, and tells her that if she is so frightened by a measly spider, then she should not have followed him into a forest. But she asks if the spider does not frighten him, and Knox asks if there are any knights who are afraid of spiders. She quickly gets embarrassed and replies that of course there can be, and when she leaves his neck alone, Knox says that he can finally breathe again. He once again starts coughing, and Talia asks if he's sure that he is alright. And Knox notes that it's his counteraction again and tells her that it is not something that should concern her. But when Knox thinks about it, he notes that Talia really didn't hold him down or anything and kind of saved his life instead. And while he is unable to bring himself to thank her, he is quite grateful to her regardless. And so now, all he has to do is to find their way out of this forest. Meanwhile, outside of the forest, Emma is sobbing and crying. Rodwell wonders if it's gone wrong and notes that Miss Talia's disappearance can turn into dispute between families, and he fears that it might not be the only repercussion, as there have been reports of children from the manor disappearing into the forest. And now, the whispers about Lienhaber family's incompetence will be a public announcement. Suddenly, one of the assistants tells Rodwell to look at the forest as the fog is lifting up from it. Rodwell is quite shocked seeing it, and notes that the forest is being subdued, and Emma quickly stands up, asking Rodwell if the magic of the forest is lifted, would it mean, and Rodwell agrees that it's a sign that the forest has been cleared, and he believes that their one and only hope is coming true. Emma starts to get relieved knowing that Master Knox has done it, as we see him walking back towards the manor with Talia. Everyone notes Knox arriving, and he is surprised as well seeing everyone waiting outside, and they all are quite amazed upon seeing him get back from the forest in one piece and clearing it as well. Rodwell smiles, thinking that while he is unable to gather his thoughts right now, but one thing has become clear to him: the succession of the Lienhaber family leadership won't be without turmoil. Knox asks, what is the gathering for? And Emma quickly hugs Talia, saying that she had no idea how worried she was, and Rodwell replies that they were looking for him since he disappeared. Knox sarcastically comments that it's quite befitting of the Sons of Darkness for being anxious over the family black sheep going astray. Emma tightly grabs Talia, saying that she should really benefit from another recitation of the 71 Steeliner codes of conduct, and asks her to follow her. Talia tries to apologize, and Emma says that as a lowly handmaiden, she cannot possibly punish the lady she serves, but the head of the family will sure give her the lesson. Seeing Emma lifting Talia like that reminds him of Lona, who is also freakishly strong. Emma then thanks Knox for keeping Talia safe, and he replies that he had no intention of having her follow him. But she proved herself to be quite capable, so he would like if she didn't got punished severely, causing Talia to blush. Back inside the manor, Knox takes a breather while saying that the problem is solved, and that he never could have guessed that a crowd would be waiting for him. But more importantly, he got what he wanted: the hidden treasure, Ring of the Black Fire. It's a normal low-grade item, and its special effect: the wearer can suck in tiny fraction of his opponent's life force upon defeating them, and the stronger the defeated opponent is, the more lifetime he can take. The only artifact that would let him steal life from others is this Ring of Black Fire, but this alone cannot save him from death. Since it's not like that it can extend his life as much as he like to, it's like the description said, it can only take tiny fractions of life, which is no conclusive remedy to his life-limiting illness. But then again, having this tiny hope of moving forward is better than nothing, like he used to before he died in the other world. And upon wearing it, he can already feel his stamina and MP rising, and so he calls Lona out, who he knows is hiding there. The gate slowly opens as Lona peeks through, asking Knox if he can see through things. And he replies, maybe he can, and Lona blushes, asking if he uses that talent to peep beneath others' clothes. But he gets annoyed at her remarks and says if this is what she thinks of him, as he hits her on her head. And upon receiving the hit, she asks if he has gotten stronger, and Knox asks her to take a seat as they would be having a round of arm wrestling. Lona asks if they are again doing that, and says the rule will be like before: if she wins, he would give her 50% more for her wage, and Knox replies if he wins, and Lona replies it would be 20% off her wage. And as soon as they start, Lona loses immediately. She starts to panic, asking how did this happen, and tries to argue if he does not find cutting of 20% of her salary highly ignoble. But Knox replies it is true, but he is a famed lout of the Lienhaber family, according to some rumors spread by a certain maid. So he thought a lout like that would have no concern for his nobility, and Lona cries and apologizes, asking to not cut her wage. Suddenly, Knox gets a level 2 wrist fracture and a level 1 cold from leaning on his hand, as he gets annoyed thinking that he got one hell of a negative trait. And so, he asks her to forget about the wage cut and get him some ice and a towel, thinking that he should be grateful that he got the ring and get some rest, but questions if it was important for him to get hit by such a combo. Suddenly, we get a distorted image of Knox from the future, with someone saying, right, the name was something of that sort, Chanyu. Fast forward, and Knox thinks that he got both Carl and the Ring of Black Fire, the two hidden treasures from the Lienhaber Manor, in his hand. But he spent 6 months locked up in the manor with no chance to put them to use, as he was put in confinement. He sighs, saying that he caused no trouble and even cleared the forest that no one dared to enter, and this is the reward he gets in return, which he calls outrageous and injustice. He then turns towards Lona, and doesn't she agree as well, and she replies that she is a maid employed by Lord Theodore, and disparaging his order can affect her wage. And Knox replies her failure to put him in good mood can also do the same, which gets her to immediately take Knox's side, saying that it's indeed really outrageous and complete abuse. Inconsiderate even, as Lord Theodore is hurting Knox's tender hurt with such unjust decision. Meanwhile, Knox notes that he is getting more comfortable with this life, and watching Carl grow fills him with joy. But this cannot go on, as his death is approaching fast, and we see he has 147 days left now. He gets annoyed seeing the pop-up, thinking that these pop-ups cares more about his remaining time than even he does, and thanks them for the shitty reminder. He finally snaps, and gets up saying that he needs to go talk to his father and reclaim his freedom, though Lona ignores it and tells him that his bath is ready, as just then, he gets a knock on his door as well. And it's Rodwell, who tells Knox that Lord Theodore is wanting to speak with him, hearing which surprises Knox. We now get a flashback of Theodore in his younger days, as he seems to be in a war, surrounded by a bunch of corpses of the monsters he's slain. He remembers that fateful night that got to be known as the Night of Carnage. As we see the flying monsters attacking him, and he clenches his sword tightly and quickly dispatches them. He remembers the swarming devils, human corpses piled up, and the carnage that happened. And if he has to sum it up, it was nothing but destruction. Which is why one of the sons has to succeed in the ownership of his sword, the Vanquisher. Half-baked potential won't do, as he wonders which one of his sons has the decisive talent strong enough to end him. He then gets a knock on his door, as Rodwell comes in, informing him that Master Knox is on his way. Theodore orders Rodwell to let him in as soon as he arrives, thinking that even he failed to resolve the mystery of that forest, so Knox's triumph deserves to be recognized with a reward. But unsurprisingly, the Homagers got involved and impeded the recognition, finding it hard to believe that Knox has changed, and persisted in demanding a thorough inquiry that the forest has indeed been cleared. And even he cannot dismiss their request, and in any circumstances, an inquiry would have been necessary. And now, Knox arrives and enters, and greets Theodore. Theodore tells him to lift his head up, and says that he must be aware of the wrong conduct in the past. But regardless, as the head of the house, he is bound to acknowledge his accomplishment, and so he has called him in to discuss his prize, and asks Knox to name it, as whatever it would be, he will grant him the reward of his choosing. This surprises Knox a lot, the fact that he would grant him anything he wants. He has played this game many times, but he doesn't remember Theodore granting such a reward, and questions what happened to the authoritative and cold Theodore that he knew, and thinks that he must have hit his head somewhere, as he cannot believe that it's in his nature to do this. Knox once again asks if he may name any prize, and Theodore replies that he is the head of the Lienhaber family, will swear on the history of the Black Blade. Whatever his wish may be, he will bestow it upon him. And hearing this, Knox realizes that he is serious about this, and he didn't really see that coming. Though, Theodore says that an immoderate request on his end will surely impact his opinion of him, but he believes that Knox won't make a senseless request. Knox agrees, and asks for some to think about it, and Theodore grants it, and also grants him the permission to leave the manor whenever he feels like it, but also tells him to exercise care and avoid making commotions as it has been his habit, and Knox thanks him. Now fast forward to the next day, Talia seems to be leaving, as she says her farewell until they meet again at the Eldian Academy. But Knox doesn't reply anything and turns his head away, so she again calls out his name, this time with much more emphasis. Rodwell tells Knox that Miss Talia has bid him farewell, so it's courteous for him to respond. And so, he gives her farewell as well, until she becomes a venerable knight. She excitedly asks, what would she need to become one, and he replies, for starters, a brave heart that does not fear gigantic spiders. It causes her to fluster a bit and hit Knox right in the gut, making Knox think that he should have said a wolf instead. Meanwhile, Talia tells him that she will do that. Until then he should keep his neck clean to greet her blade, for when she will return as a venerable knight. It sends chills down his spine as Knox wonders if this is how she makes up her mind to kill him. Emma also tells Knox that they are really grateful to him, and Knox replies that he does not see any reason for an attendant of Steeliner family to thank him. But But she asks if he forgot already that he saved Miss Talia, and he sighs and replies that it's like he said before, it was not his intentions. So, they should set forth without further ado, and we see them leaving. Back to Knox, who thinks that one of the character has left, and while he cannot explain how, he is getting used to this bizarre way of existence, little by little. And for some reason, he might even be enjoying a bit. And just then, the message pops up, again reminding him that 146 days left, making Knox comment, if a man can't catch a break. Now a few days later, Lona asks Knox, wouldn't he need a new maid and a squire to attend to him at school? And from this, he suddenly remembers something. And just then, Rodwell arrives and greets Knox, who asks him, what brings him here this morning? And he replies, and presents the maid who will be attending to him during his time at the Eldian Academy, and she would be at his service starting from today. She greets Knox, introducing herself as Zitri de Lobelia, and asks him to consider her exclusively at his disposal. Knox also introduces himself, and from her name, he recognizes and remembers her. And he starts to look up her status window, and that she is surveilling him at the behest of Theodore von Lienhaber. We go back to a few moments ago, as Knox seems to be getting ready, thinking how the time flies, with no concern for his damn life. He may find solace in the fact that for all the penalties he is given, he is making fast progress. And very soon, he would be entering the Eldian Academy. Lona also speaks about how he is going to be a student at the Eldian Academy and asks if he is feeling nervous about it. He asks, why does she sound so happy when discussing his departure? And she replies that he has no idea how much he would be missed. And seeing her behavior, Knox tells her to cut it, as he is not cutting her wages. He thinks that he shouldn't be wasting his time bullying Lona, and instead dedicate his time in improving his attribute points. Otherwise, he won't be able to make his way through the Eldian program. After all, it's the best academy in the Empire. It's bound to be crawling with genius talents from all over the Empire. And he has to survive among them, and make himself a part of the main storyline, and then be the villain that he, Knox von Lienhaber, is supposed to be. Though he is quite annoyed, due it all being so complicated. And then we go back to the moment when Lona asks about him requiring a new maid to attend for his school, which makes him remember something. And Rodwell enters his room, and shows him her new maid who would be attending with him to the academy, as she introduces herself as Zitri de Lobelia. Knox introduces himself as well, and realizes and remembers who she is. He opens up her character window, and we see all of her stats. And under her passive skill, we see she is sent by Theodore to keep an eye on Knox. She tells Knox that she pledges to assist him with the best of her abilities. Theodore von Lienhaber is one of the most powerful, diabolical men in the Lunatic universe, and if Knox were to be asked if he became what he is with just his sheer excellence in swordcraft, he can assure that it's far from truth. Even more crucial in his rise to power was none other than his distrustful nature. He observes everything and everyone with suspicion in mind. And we see Theodore telling Zitri that he is placing great expectation on her, and she simply replies with, "Yes, sir." Theodore continues saying that he heard that she was the first in line to the leadership of the Lobelia family, so in return for the service to him, the family of Lienhaber will provide unsparing support for her to be restored to her rank. And so, she replies that she vows to assist Master Knox to the best she can, but Theodore tells her to try again. And we see him glaring at her, almost trying to intimidate her into doing so. And so, this time she says that she will observe him and inform Theodore of every details of his movements. And with that, she finally gets out of the room, with Theodore telling her to never forget whom she serves. She sighs and takes out her pendant, which she was wearing inside her clothes. And in there, she looks at a picture of her parents, thinking that she cannot hesitate anymore. Back to Knox, who thinks that Theodore must have felt necessity to make sure that he is indeed Knox, and not some possessing spirit. Though it is quite understandable, as devil possession is quite common in this world, and in the original story, possession by Baal, the supreme devil, is the beginning of Knox's undoing. But whatever is the case, he believes that they won't find out who he is. He then seems a bit worried, thinking that the real problem now is Zitri. She is not a figure in the main storyline, which Knox finds a bit waste. She is meant to be the next head of the House of Lobelia. But her uncle murders her parents and snatches her claim to the leadership, and the rest goes without saying. She flees from her own family and home to end up in the Lienhaber family. She puts up a bright and cheerful front, but beneath it all, her heart is eroding, and soon enough, she gives in. And if he remembers it correctly, she meets her end even before the beginning of the first chapters of the story, and she throws herself off. And so, this makes Knox question, what should he do? Should he save a character who is meant to die? with the risk of causing changes to the main story, fully understanding that the choice might end up becoming a noose on his neck. Now on to the next day, Knox tells both Lona and Zitri that starting today, he will be hunting monsters within the manor. And naturally, he wants them both to accompany him, serving as his assistants, which Lona doesn't like very much. She gets scared about hunting the monsters in the manor, and tries to make excuse that she is feeling unwell and would require a day of rest, but Zitri agrees immediately without any questions. Lona tries to tell Zitri that she must not say yes to everything. And looking at her, Knox notes that she should be frightened, as asking handmaids to join a hunt is an absurd demand. And we see that her hands are indeed trembling from the fear. Knox grins while telling Lona that he knows that she has exhausted all of her vacation days, and so she cannot absent herself. She tries to argue that it's injustice, but Knox replies that he is allowed, so he does not see injustice, but she can stay behind if a wage cut doesn't trouble her, and asks her, how much would her wage be if it's halved? Lona cries while asking, an arrow or a sword, which one should she get ready, and Knox chuckles hearing that. Zitri speaks up, saying that she will join Lona in preparation after she informs Ernarok. And Knox finds it quite problematic and thinks that he should really focus on getting more days for himself to live, especially since he is free now, as we see all of them leaving for the hunt. Meanwhile, Theodore seems to be watching them from the window of the manor. Now a few days later, after being conquered, the forest of lost children became like any other forest. As we see Knox is hunting down wolves and absorbing their life force for himself, with the ring, though he only gets a small amounts, like 2 hours. And now, he has hunted all the wolves around, and he only gained 2 hours of lifetime from a single hunting session, though he does find it a fairly successful one. Zitri asks if he is not tired, since they have been hunting for the past hour. And Knox is annoyed, as he notes that it's taking him forever to hunt without using his skill time of a genius. And so he was only able to gain 1 hour in that, which is extremely unprofitable, and it's not like he can hunt for monsters 24/7 either. And the worst problem of all is that there aren't infinite number of monsters. He has right now practically decimated all the monster population of this entire forest, and at this rate, his grand plan of stringing his life out will end up in a gutter. Knox says out loud that it's quite terrible and wonders if there aren't any more monsters around, and Zitri asks her to try and refrain from saying such things, since people who don't know him better might think that he has lost his sense. And as the time passes, Knox notes that they are out of luck today and asks them to head back to the manor. Zitri asks him if he would like a bath ready for him, and upon his order, she can prepare a bath with comfortable water. Knox thinks that she is quite a genius assistant and tells her that he would see to it that he can bath before dinner, and she happily replies, as he wishes. Lona also speaks up, asking Knox, what can she do, and perhaps she can tidy his room, but Knox replies with an uninterested tone, sure. And so, she gets hyped up and quickly tries to do her work, while Zitri chuckles. Suddenly, Knox calls Zitri out and says that he has a query to make of her. She seems to have gotten nervous, and Knox asks her, who does she serve? And she seems to have gotten quite shocked from that question. Knox remembers her trait, genius assistant, but however sharp and beautiful of a dagger she is, it's still pointed towards him. And so, he decides to not try and claim it, and Zitri hesitates to answer his question. Knox tells her to be loud and clear about it, and she gets scared and replies that she has yet to even reply to him. And before she says anything further, Knox tells her that he is already aware of her intended reply, and she should not worry, as he does not plan to inquire any further. And he may even want to thank her, since she at least did not try to lie to him, and to whoever she serves, he does not care, but all he knows is that she is his servant. And hearing this causes her great shock as Knox continues that if the needs arise, she can use him, and he will use her too, which will be all there is to it. Knox thinks that trust is a luxury, as far as they have benefit to take of each other. It would be enough for Zitri and him. Now fast forward to night, Lona is telling Zitri about all the time that Knox bullies her and how he demands so much of his attendance. And whenever she asks why she should go as well, he replies that there is no fun if she does not join. And Zitri chuckles hearing her stories. She then looks outside and thinks that she is already familiar with rumors about Master Knox's change of heart. She heard it back when she was still with her family. She assumed that they were baseless rumors, as it's rare for anyone to go through such huge changes so suddenly. But now has realized that they seems to be true, as he has defeated his 2 brothers in duel and rightfully earned his place to represent his family at the academy. He is consolidating his ground within the family, unlike her, once a legitimate heir to the family leadership, now fallen to the abyss. She then remembers the words that he said to her today about them using each other, and wonders what did he meant by them. Now a few days later, a rumor started to spread within the manor that Zitri was expelled from the Lobelia family and, being a commoner, no longer deserves to serve as an attendant to the Lienhaber family. And we see Zitri is holding that same letter, informing her of the same thing. As an inept head of the Lobelia household, Darren de Lobelia committed an egregious transgression of seeking to trade away the family honor. And so, Zitri is deemed responsible for this by the association, and there, all of her privileges as a Lobelia has been revoked. This makes Zitri thinks that they will no longer let her stay in the Lienhaber family. And she finds this much expectable, as even among the families harnessing the power of darkness, the Lienhaber family holds the utmost authority. And even if it's for service to their half-abandoned son, they won't let a commoner serve them without a family name. So soon, she thinks that she will get dismissed and find herself replaced. Now as she cheerfully enters the kitchen, all the other maids looks at her with contempt, as she thinks that of course, the word was spread. And she smiles sadly, thinking that perhaps she has grown accustomed to disdainful looks. Suddenly, Lona arrives and cheerfully pats her on her back, asking, where have she been? It makes Zitri wonder if Lona is simply in the dark or if this is her method of insulting her. And when Lona grabs her hand, Zitri considers another reason that perhaps her meager friendship she developed with her is causing her to behave like this. But regardless of the intentions, she believes that it would do them no good, neither to her, nor to Lona or Master Knox. Back to Knox, who thinks that it might soon be the end of Zitri, and Theodore must have received the letter of Zitri's expulsion as well by now. And the accusations against Zitri's father, Knox already knows that they are all fabricated. But he also knows that he cannot help her, especially when he cannot predict what repercussion a single flutter of butterflies' wings can have in this world. Fast forward to some time later, and Knox seems to be back at hunting again to increase his lifespan, even if little bit. And we see him looking much more menacing than before, a thing which Lona notes as well, commenting that he is looking somewhat scary today. She whispers around with Zitri in a bush, saying that normally, one can tell that he has a minimum degree of mercy, which she finds absent today, as she looks visibly worried about it as well. Zitri asks Lona if she is really thinking that, and gets herself anxious as well, wondering if she should be concerned with this too. Knox puts his sword right through the dying wolf, and thinks if it isn't about time he encountered one of them, or if he is not going to be lucky today either. A hidden boss gets generated when the forest's monster population drops down to less than 20% of its usual level. The species and the time of the boss monster are also random. And if he encountered and defeated one of those, it could have helped him with his attribute, but since there isn't one, he puts back his sword and is about to give up. And just then he hears some sound in the distance and looks up. Something suddenly flies by right past him, so fast that he is unable to even see what was it. He is barely able to defend against it, noting that its speed is on a whole other level, which is why this monster is as good as a boss, as he grins while saying that. And the monster is an elite hornet, a monster which Knox finds to be very tricky as well. Though regardless, he doesn't find it undefeatable, but the hornet is able to dodge Knox's swing. Suddenly, Zitri calls out his name in worry, and seems to be visibly panicked. And when the elite hornet is trying to attack Knox, Zitri gets in between and takes the blow for him, protecting Knox. But Knox thinks that he could have blocked it. Zitri didn't have to shield him with her body, so he questions, why did she do such a thing for him? And how many people would jump in between to block out an attack from a monster with their own bodies? And that too, to save a person who recently made it clear that they would use them, as Zitri starts falling down from the damage. Knox grits his teeth and gets angry seeing this, and quickly activates his time of genius. Now we see a flashback of Zitri's past, as her parents tries to console her when she falls again, and hurts her knee, and apparently, her wound from her previous fall didn't even healed yet. When she was little, her parents always used to tell her that she would always have an open wound. She does realize that her parents likely didn't say it as prophecy, but they still held true for her, even when she grew beyond her childhood. She once again remembers Knox's words, when he asked about whom does she serve, and so, she questions herself the same thing, with whom does her allegiance lies? We then see the time when her uncle killed her parents, as he tells Zitri that this family will be in his hands now. And now, she remembers about Theodore, and once again, she questions herself, with whom should her allegiance lie? Back to the present, we see Knox and Lona seems to be worried about her and trying to wake her up. Knox gets tense seeing her condition as he tells her to stay with them. He tries telling her that the danger is all over, and they will be taking her back to the manor. Zitri smiles hearing that, as she thinks and mentally calls Knox a liar, since even though he said that he will use her, yet his expressions right now is betraying his words. She starts blacking out, while wondering, why is it that in Knox's voice, she senses tremor and a faint fury as well? This all makes her cry as well. Back to Theodore, who seems to be talking about Zitri's situation, saying that it puts them in a difficult situation. Rodwell replies that upon investigation, they have concluded that it was no rumor, and that Lobelia family has indeed completely and irrevocably expelled Zitri from the family. Theodore thinks that the sole reason he took her in was to use her as a leverage and ultimately completely devour the Lobelia family. They are crumbling in the wake of the passing of their previous house leader. It could have been an ideal opportunity for him to infiltrate them. For example, they could have contended that their heir is in jeopardy, citing the instability of their family as a proof. And as her protector, he would have the perfect pretext to get involved and eventually completely take them over. But before any of that could happen, their family expels her and sends this letter. Theodore tells Rodwell that due to this situation, he is left with only a few options, and asks him what is his opinion regarding keeping Zitri as an attendant to Lienhaber family. And he replies that he regrets to say that having a servant without a family name will make Master Knox to subject to much disdain at the academy. And so, he believes that they should remove this issue quickly and quietly, something which Theodore fully agrees with. Suddenly, an assistant comes running in Theodore's office as Rodwell questions the meaning of his disrespectful behavior, and the attendant pants and apologizes to them, and informs them that Master Knox has returned from the hunt, holding on to his new attendant who has fallen due to an attack from a monster. She was in a really bad state, and to try and save her life, Master Knox ordered a very costly antidote, so we thought that they must be informed of this. Rodwell gets quite surprised hearing that, and asks if he is referring to the Mandrakian decontainment, and the assistant agrees. Rodwell sighs hearing that, commenting that calling that antidote costly would be an understatement, and Theodore wonders if Knox has taken a liking to Zitri already, and if he has not learned the consequences of such sentiments. Back to Zitri, we see her slowly waking up, as Lona calls out her name, asking if she can see her. And as she wakes up, she finds Lona sitting beside her and sobbing, saying that they thought they lost her. She wonders what happened and her first thoughts about Master Knox and if he is all right. She remembers jumping against the monster to save Knox and wonders why did she acted that way. Lona informs her that Master Knox ordered the physician to use some antidote, though she is unable to pronounce its name. But the physician told them that it is highly effective. At first the physician got nervous and begged Knox to take back his order, but Knox threatened to kill him, which caused Lona to say that she knew his streak as being a lout was safe and sound in him. And Zitri also realizes that he used a Mandrakian decontainment on her and questions his reason for doing so, because he told her that he will use her, and yet he went ahead and did all those things for her. She tries to get up, and Lona tells her to rest, since the physician told her to as well, but she asks, "Where's Master Knox?" Lona replies that he left to have a word with Ernarok, and from this Lona remembers that she should also inform Knox that Zitri has awakened, and goes on to do just that, while telling Zitri to not go anywhere and rest. But Zitri gets up regardless, even though she can barely walk and reaches for her suitcase. She starts packing her stuff, thinking that she cannot be here, and believes that there is no place left where she can be. She takes out her pendant and removes the picture of her parents from it, and leaves the pendant with a letter to Knox, saying that this pendant should prove sufficient for the antidote that he used on her, and that she will always hold him in high regards and gratitude for what he did for her. And as she is leaving, someone asks her, where is she going? And we see it's Knox, who halted her on her way, and once again asks, where is she going? We go back in time a bit before Zitri woke up, as Knox questions the physician that if he normally values a vial of potion above his patients. But the physician hesitantly replies that the problem, it's not within his power to give up this expensive potion without the permission of either his father or Ernarok. Knox replies that he can understand about his father, and gets pissed, asking if he is to understand that even Rodwell's words are more powerful and holds a greater authority than himself. The physician starts to get worried and again apologizes to Knox for this. And so, Knox tells him that he would go personally and inform Theodore. Meanwhile, he must use the potion right now, and the physician reluctantly agrees to do so. And as he is administering her the potion, Lona asks in worry if Zitri is going to be all right, and he replies that she will be, as the venom has been neutralized. And so, Lona takes a breath of relief, and upon seeing Knox go somewhere, calls him out. But Knox seems quite serious and tells Lona to simply inform him once Zitri awakens. And now we switch scenes to Theodore, who is quite surprised, as normally, he doesn't expect Knox for an unannounced visit, and asks if it's about the servant girl. Knox sighs and activates his skill, genius actor trait. He tells Theodore that he remembers that he owes him a wish, which Theodore does and agrees with. And so, Knox wishes that Zitri de Lobelia, or even just Zitri, he wishes to keep her by his side. And hearing his request, Theodore seems to be a bit disappointed. Meanwhile, Knox thinks, preserving the story, butterfly effect, her status as a spy under Theodore's control, none of those things mattered to him anymore. Because the moment she threw herself in front of the danger to protect him, it all became clear to him. And even though she could not answer his question, her action did that for her, 1,000 times at that. And we see Knox is quite determined in keeping her by his side, with his expression having a much more serious look. And so, Theodore agrees to his request, telling him that he may do so if he wishes to. And so, he bows to Theodore and starts to leave, but suddenly stops and turns back to him again. He asks Theodore politely if can further say some things about his wish, and Theodore agrees to let him do that. And so, Knox's attitude changes, and his trait, genius actor, starts to break due to his agitation, as he threatens Theodore that he does not intend to tolerate anyone who toys with his people, be it his lord or his father. And so, he may quit doing such things to him, and leaves while slamming the door on him. Now back to the present time, where Knox asks Zitri, where is she going? And she trembles in her reply, saying that she is taking her leave, as she figured that she did not deserve to stay here, and that she has nothing but utmost gratitude. But before she can say anything further, Knox interrupts her, saying that perhaps he did not made himself clear enough. As he asked her, who is an attendant currently in service, where going, leaving behind her duties. Zitri starts crying, while telling Knox that he knew she was spying on him under Theodore's order. He knew that she hasn't been honest. He knew it all along. And yet, he kept giving her a chance. Why is that? She questions. She then completely breaks out and bursts open, saying that she tried to deceive him, yet his is not dismissing her. Why is that? Seeing her like this, Knox grins, thinking that it's a rare sight of the real Zitri, who has been hidden under a disguise all along, which he finds much more engaging. He knows that it's the look of someone who is struggling, but has not given up on her on finding a way out of darkness. And so, he tells Zitri that deception is a part which is shared by all humans. She argues that she has wronged him, and Knox replies, which is exactly what he is saying. And despite doing that, how can she think that it's wise to leave for her without correcting her wrongs? And he never told her that she is good to go either. Zitri doesn't quite understand what Knox is trying to say, and so he tells her that she will be staying here, and while he cannot speak for his father, he personally does not care if she does not have a family name, as all he wants is her talent and service, so she will have to atone for her wrongdoings by continuing her duties as a servant, and to stay by his side at all times, which causes her to blush in happiness. She starts crying with tears of joy as she agrees with Knox's decision, pledging that she will assist him by his side for as long as it takes her. Hearing which, Knox says, "Good." Zitri again speaks up, this time about his query concerning whom does she serve. And this time with a bright smile on her face, she answers that she hopes her answer has satisfied him. And Knox grins while saying that it did, most certainly. Now fast forward a bit, and Lona is once again bad-mouthing Knox, telling everyone how he threatened the physician with death. Suddenly, Knox arrives and asks Lona if she doesn't find it risky to discuss him like this in his presence, and she simply replies that she didn't notice he was here. It causes Knox to get annoyed, as he says that she is not even making an effort to deny it anymore, and it can termed as in step forward, though she quickly shuts her mouth. Lona then notices Zitri doing work, and tells her to not strain herself, and asks her to hand the wash basket over to her, and quickly runs away from Knox, saying that she needs to leave the clothes to air out, which prompts Knox to say if she is going to be scattered all the time. He then speaks to Zitri, reminding her that their departure to Eldian Academy is in 2 months. She haven't forgotten, have she? And she replies, not at all, and in fact, she has already arranged some essential items. Knox questions, such as, and she replies, some basic tools that he will require, books, potions, ingredients, emergency articles, garments, uniforms, and starts to think what else would they need, and seeing her like this, Knox smiles. Noting that after that night, Zitri stopped giving him affected smiles, which is something that works better for him as well. And now, they can drop all the pretenses, forced compliments, meaningless pleasantries. And now he knows for sure that Zitri and him won't turn their backs on each other, or betray each other, even when one of them is driven to the corner, which is something that he finds good enough for both of them. Now a bit later, Zitri seems to be wanting to ask something to Knox, asking if he is alright. As apparently, lately, there have been some weird rumors are in circulation about him. Knox starts sitting down and questions about it, thinking if Zitri means rumors others than his usual ones, and he is honestly surprised that his current reputation wasn't rock bottom already. And she blushes slightly while replying that the rumors has it that the reason for which Knox has not dismissed Zitri is because he has personal feelings towards her. Knox is quite surprised hearing that, and with a cracked smile, seriously questions even harder, why is he even playing Knox? But regardless, he tells Zitri that it must have put her in a situation and apologizes for it, and she replies that it was not her intention. But she was only concerned that it might discomfort him, and he tells her to not worry about it, since she must have already heard other rumors surrounding him, such as the boorish, scoundrel, simpleton. She becomes hesitant to reply, and Knox tells her that she will be dismissed if she lies to him, so she says that she did indeed heard those. And in fact, she heard one more, lecherous, and asks if it's true, but it causes him to get embarrassed. Though, he notes that at least his reputation as a swordsman has gone up. Before, he was called a weakling with an oversized ego. But these days, it's more like a sloppy talent with an oversized ego. But regardless of what it is, he notes that he needs to stick to his character. As a villain is villain, it's Knox's job to stay evil and help other main characters stand out. Since after all, he is not the hero of this game. But regardless, he gets annoyed and tells Zitri it's enough with the rumors, and asks her to fetch something for him, saying that she must be aware that she is not the only one who could use preparations to survive at Eldian. He needs to do some preparations himself as well. Zitri asks, such as, and Knox thinks that with her trait, unwavering loyalty, she will place complete trust on him, so letting her into his plan cannot hurt, and if anything, knowing better about him will make her even better at her job. And so, he tells her that it's his plan to study magic before his enrollment, and to do that, he would require her assistance. Hearing this surprises Zitri, as she asks him if he knows that what is he doing breaches the imperial law. And he replies, he does, which makes Zitri call his move quite brazen, and Knox replies that as rude pervert, he does not get easily intimidated. She sighs and corrects him that it's more he does not hold grudges and agrees to help him, saying that she trusts he has his reasons for making such a decision, so she will start her search for introductory textbook written about magic, which makes Knox thinks that Zitri just knows what to do. Suddenly, he hears some commotion outside of the manor, and wonders, what is it about? And as Knox looks over from the window, he notes that his brother Grain has arrived, as it's about time that he came back home from Eldian Academy as a graduate. Knox apparently almost forgot that an important event was about to start, and it would be a great chance for him to add so many days to his life. And so, he calls out to Zitri, telling her that he might soon depart for a rather distant location and even stay there for a bit. Zitri sighs, saying that why is it she senses another scheme. Now fast forward, and we see Theodore congratulating Grain on his graduation from Eldian Academy, and he thanks him for that. Grain von Lienhaber, he is the second eldest son of Theodore, and naturally, one of Knox's brother. And so, Knox uses his perceptive eye and opens Grain's stat and character window. He is apparently a snob, lecher, and opportunist. And the only reason that his character is not widely discussed is due to Knox's predominance of being a bigger ruffian. And Knox knows that he must have gotten himself an easier path to graduation, with his shrewd nature and political schemes, which will explain his successful completion of the notoriously demanding Eldian program. In each cycle, the Academy accepts less than 1,000 students, of whom only half successfully obtain their diplomas, making it obvious to Knox that he didn't play it fair. Theodore then asks Grain if he has successfully arranged for a transit to Chatters, and he halts upon hearing that, and replies he did and he intends to set forth 3 days from now on. Theodore replies that given the time of the year, his chief duty would likely be subduing monsters. Chatters is a neutral territory south to Lienhaber Manor. It shares its borders with an eastern kingdom of Tahalin. An undeveloped desert serves as a natural frontier between both of them. It's very infamously a barren land and overwhelming monster population made it the worst wasteland of the Empire. The first assignment that the Empire issued to Grain is preventing a monster wave. It is a very important assignment to him. The completion of the first assignment is a requirement for getting recognized as an Imperial Knight of the Empire of Archon. Grain says that naturally, Chatters swarms with monsters every winter, and he assumes the intent of His Majesty is to take a preemptive measure. Theodore replies, while as barren as it is, Chatters is a natural barrier preventing harm from encroaching upon the rest of the Empire. And so, he tells Grain to defend the land well, and by doing so, he will bring honor to their family name, which Grain agrees to do so. But Knox thinks that this assignment in Chatters is more than just slaying monsters. For a sub-story chapter, it has very intricate connections with many other chapters, meaning there is quite much to gain from it. As such, he asks Grain if he can ask him about some things concerning his assignment, and Grain agrees for it. And for his potential gains, he plans to participate in the campaign in Chatters himself and asks his brother if he can accompany him to there, which shocks him. Grain replies to Knox that perhaps he does not know what kind of place Chatters is. But he replies that he understands it's a neutral territory marked by occasional monster attacks, where bands of thieves are gaining in both influence and size through furtive actions. And so, Grain replies that he has heard much about him ever since he arrived at the manor, and Knox realizes what is coming, which is his skill, mental detection. Grain asks Knox if it's true that he has cleared the forest of children, together with Miss Talia, and Knox agrees, thinking that his skill lets him detect agitation in others, and it gets more effective against characters with attribute scores worse than him. And this skill is his secret behind his mastery of crafty conducts, as Grain replies that he assumes Knox has also defeated Hats and Alan in combat, and elected to keep a lowly common girl as his servant. Knox uses his skill Heart of Steel against Grain and tells him that all of that is true. Grain smiles, saying that he understands Knox has accomplished a great deal already. But he has reasons to decline the company of someone who has yet to train at the Eldian Academy, first thing being, his duty will keep him too busy to recover Knox's dead body. But Theodore steps in, telling Knox that he can go, and Grain is quite confused by this, and Theodore tells Grain that he assures him that he won't need to drag Knox's corpse home, telling Grain that he will bring his brother to his assignment in Chatters. Grain tries to argue against him, but Theodore gets angry and tells him that it's an order. He then looks towards Knox and tells him that he can call to his family for all the things he required, and that he will trust him that he would use his remaining 3 days wisely. Knox is quite surprised, noting that it was way too easy, and it makes him wonder if Theodore is up to something. Grain seems to have gotten angry and asks Knox what is he playing at, and if he has finally lost it. But Knox replies that he is quite certain that he already lost it quite a while ago, which pisses off Grain even more. He then grabs Knox's collar, telling him to be more cautious of things, as it would be too bad if he were to get seriously hurt before even setting off for Chatters. Suddenly, someone arrives as something slips from their hand. And when Knox turns behind to look, it turns out to be Zitri, who has purposefully thrown the drink over Knox. Zitri apologizes to Knox for her clumsiness and requests him to wait in the chamber for her while she fetches him new clothes. Grain also takes his hands off him, and Knox also apologizes to him, saying that he will go and get changed, and starts walking away, though he looks back and tells Grain that he may continue his talk in 3 days when they meet up for Chatters. And this pisses off Grain a lot. On the way, he thanks Zitri for saving him from that meaningless conversation, and she replies that he has a truly remarkable ability to attract enemies. She then asks if he is sure about going to Chatters, and he replies that he is. Suddenly, Lona shouts his name loudly as she comes running, saying if he has finally lost his mind. And it makes Knox wonder if she has finally forgotten that he is her master, and tells her that it's already been decided, thinking that a lout going to Chatters is no big deal, it's quite suitable. But Zitri agrees with Lona this time, saying that despite his high spirits, Chatters is still really dangerous. Hundreds and thousands of bandits and monsters are said to reside there, which is exactly the reason Knox is going there, because he will get more life out of it, though he tells them that he has plans regarding them. He asks both Lona and Zitri to remain here, as it's his plan to carry out alone, but before he can complete, Zitri speaks up. Zitri apologizes and tells him that he cannot do such thing, because as his personal maid at his service, she is duty-bound to assist him not regarding his location, so she will be going with him. Knox tells her that she will risk getting hurt, and she replies it's the same for him as well, since they are going to Chatters after all. And she also believes that Lona was not joking when she told her about how delicate Knox is, asking Knox if he really believes that his delicate stature can afford a long, unassisted journey, with his frequent forgetfulness and his inexperience in laundering. Does he truly believe that a journey without his personal aid is affordable to him? And so, Knox realizes that what she is saying is right, and it's not a game anymore. Real-life experience also matters. And if he dies, Zitri's place in this manor is going to get even more bad. For her, coming with him is possible the safest choice. And so, he agrees to bring her along with him, but tells her to not lag behind and get herself acquainted with Carl. And she replies that she is already on excellent terms with him, which surprises Lona, as she inquires about it, and asks, "How is that possible?" And Zitri replies that she only fed him the finest of sugar lumps. It did cost her half of her monthly salary, but it did great for their friendship. Lona gets annoyed as she asks Carl what about the assorted hay that she fetched him, and calls him a diabolical hell beast, and continues on to say, how can he not be, when his owner is also? But before she completes, Knox smacks her on her head. And so, he orders Lona to continue her usual duties and asks Zitri to make sure to prepare herself thoroughly. Though looking at Lona, he thinks that she was worried only a few minutes ago, and has already gotten over it. Suddenly, they get a knock on their door, and it's Rodwell, who tells Knox that Theodore has called for him, as he wishes to give him an item. He is surprised to hear that, and remembers that Theodore did tell him to depend on his family for items, and also supported him in that argument, and wonders if this is what it's about. Now fast forward as we see Knox arrives at Theodore's office, saying that he heard he wished to grant him an item. And Theodore agrees, but says that whether he can truly wield it will depend on his own capacity. And the sword that he is giving to Knox is something that belonged to the very first creator of their family, and Knox realizes that it's the sword of the very first leader of the family. Knox is quite confused and surprised, as this is not something that he expected at all. And even though he played and completed that game 27 times before, he never even got a glimpse of this sword, and he thought he was a pro, and yet there is a sword which he never even heard of. It makes him question, why is he offering it to him? And he is unable to make any heads or tails of his intention, which makes him think that he would absolutely need it later. And Knox seems to be thinking that the sword looks rather humble in looks, something which Theodore knew that Knox was thinking. But he tells Knox that he is not joking when he says that it's indeed the sword that he picked up when he was a kid and spent his whole life wielding. Knox asks, how can he demonstrate his capacity to wield this sword, and Theodore asks him to hold it. And Knox nervously picks up the sword in his hands. Suddenly, the sword gets engulfed in a dark energy, and Knox notes that it's absorbing his magical energy. And he also notes that the color of the blade is also changing. Theodore gets up, saying that it's as expected. He has started to sense the flow of magical energy, and Knox nods his head in agreement. And Theodore tells him that he guessed correctly. The sword absorbs magical energy from its user and multiplies it several-fold, which surprises Knox, and Knox replies that he assumes it cannot be used lightly. And suddenly, he gets a notification that his magical energy is getting absorbed at an alarming rate. Knox gets anxious, as he notes that his magical power is getting absorbed at a dangerous rate. Theodore tells Knox that if he wishes to be the owner of that sword, then he must not loosen his grip on it for 10 minutes, which shocks him. Theodore tells Knox that if he wishes to be the owner of that sword, then he must not loosen his grip on it for 10 minutes, which shocks him. And Theodore tells him the sword's name. It is called the Stormbringer. Knox is sweating by the fact that all of his magic power is getting absorbed, and his hands start shivering. And soon enough, his magic power is completely drained out, causing the sword to turn red and use his life force as an alternative. Due to this, his remaining life force starts decreasing at an alarming rate. Knox realizes that he cannot let it absorb his life, and tries to let the sword go, but is unable to succeed. He starts cursing at the sword for being stuck in his hands, while Theodore glances at him with interest. He calls the Stormbringer a really wicked sword, as it drives its wielder to destruction in exchange for its fearsome service. The history and the renown of their family, they all stem from its blade, but no descendant of its first owner has succeeded in taming it. Most of those who tried fainted the moment they took it in their hand, and if anyone lasts 10 minutes in his first try, it would be a truly remarkable feat, as even he himself only lasts about an hour after all those years. And yet, something in Theodore tells him to try a 14-year-old Knox, who hasn't even developed his magic yet. And by the time he saved the dying servant girl, it became evident that amidst of all the recent disturbances stood Knox, which can hardly be a coincidence. And he can see his growth and his potential, which is coming into view, and perhaps he would exceed his expectations, he believes. And perhaps his talents are comparable to that of the three Supremes, which he finds enough of a reason for him to assess him. And should he succeed in lasting the given time, he would make the most potent leader in the history of Lienhabers. And he would be someone who will excel even him. Knox grits his teeth in anger while glancing at Theodore, who continues that Knox will someday prevail him and put an end to him. And now that he lasted 10 minutes, Theodore tells Knox that it was just like he assumed, the fact that he was concealing his powers. Knox tries asking, what does he mean by that? But Theodore simply walks by while telling him that the sword is his. Meanwhile, Knox is quite frustrated, as he lost a lot of his lifetime due to this sword. Now fast forward to 3 days later, and it's time for their departure to Chatters. Zitri tells Knox that her concerns were in vain, as all of the items fit in the subspace punch that Theodore gave to him. Though seeing Knox's expression, Zitri seems concerned, as she thought that Knox was quite anticipating this expedition, yet right now he looks displeased. Knox sighs, thinking if he is supposed to be grateful to Theodore for his pouch, even though that sword sucked in most of his remaining lifetime. He then looks at Grain, noting that he has packed whole household with him, and he must have taken a small fortune from the house, while exaggerating the burden of taking Knox with him, though to Knox it doesn't matter, since he plans on using him as well. Suddenly, both of them see some soldiers arguing about the way. They quarrel. One says that it's this way, the other says that it's clearly that way. Grain asks Ron if he not said before that he can trust him to find the correct path, and he apologizes, saying that he is not well acquainted with this route, and he is apparently someone hired by Grain. Seeing them argue, Knox says that they have led them astray and calls them foolish for it. Zitri tugs on Knox's clothes, and Knox tells her that he wasn't speaking to her, but to those useless path divergers. Knox comes forward and tells Grain that it seems they have ran into an issue, but Grain replies that it does not concern him, but Knox tells him that they might have gotten themselves lost. Grain gets angry, saying that he told him before that it doesn't concern him, and Knox replies and asks, even if he can find the correct path for them? Grain is quite surprised hearing that, and thinks, even though Knox was stuck in the manor for his whole life, he is now claiming himself to be a pathfinder, which is ridiculous to him. Knox suggests that they should rely on him for a day, as he had been told by several of their followers that he has a remarkable talent in wayfinding. Grain doubts and asks if they really said that, while Zitri knows that it's an obvious lie, yet Knox is saying that without batting an eye. Grain knows that a delayed arrival can pose quite an issue, but if Knox were to fail in front of everyone, that will really hurt his spirit and bring his heart joy. And even if they were to go a little stray from their way, it's not the worst choice right now, and tells Knox that he is welcome to lead them if he is confident. And so, Knox grins and asks everyone to follow him. Fast forward and it gets evening, and we see all of them are setting up camps, with Grain angrily scolding Ron and other one, as Knox was able to find the way so easily, even though it's an undeveloped south, where even the most seasoned pathfinders lose their way. So how is he supposed to believe that he found the way in a blink of an eye, as it does not make any sense to him? Knox sighs, while thinking that he cannot help, as he just knows the path already. It only makes sense he does. Chatters is a strategic foothold. He has been there hundreds of times. Zitri also asks Knox, how did he manage to find the way so quickly? And he replies, it's due to the ground. Zitri doesn't understand, and Knox explains that those are claw marks of an evil bear. They are monsters from the southern region that take form of a bear. Their lairs are found near the southern frontier of Chatters. So to find Chatters, he simply pursued the trail left behind by them, and Zitri gets worried and asks if it does not mean that they are camping in an area which is frequented by them. Knox replies that they fear fire, meaning it would improbable that they will disturb them, as we hear people whisper that Knox is really different and even better than his academy-educated brother. Causing Grain to get pissed, he confirms with Schultz that if Knox defeated Hatz and Allen, who confirms it once again, and so Grain decides to check his skills personally for himself. Schultz grins, saying that he has the perfect item for it. He takes out a pouch from his clothes, and Grain seems to have recognized it and smirks, as he says that it's going to be a long night for his brother. Now at night, we see the guards sleeping and something foraging through the forest. Inside Knox's camp, his eye starts to open. He seems to have been awake, noting that it has begun. He picks up his sword and starts leaving, as Zitri calls out his name and wakes up as well. And while leaving, he tells her to stay in here and not get out. We see Knox seems to be facing against some monsters, and the total amount his count is 4 ogres, and notes that the thing on the ground must have lured them in. He knows that the mud must be spiked with ogres' pheromone, and those ogres, whose senses got heightened in time for the breeding season, would not have been able to resist it, and that it must be Grain's clever idea to put him in danger using them. But Knox happily greets the ogres as his lifelines as he prepares to kill them, as one of them begins attacking Knox. As they bring down the hammer at him, Knox jumps up and dodges, and strikes them right in the head. And before other ogres can attack him, Knox quickly dispatches them. He looks at his sword and calls it quite fine, and that all of his worries about the sword draining him dry like the first time he held it were vain. And as he takes down more of them, Knox thinks that it's almost like the sword is reading his mind and moves in advance. And soon enough, only one of them is left, who shivers in fear upon seeing others die. It drops its weapon and tries to retreat. But Knox don't plan to let him live like that and whistles to Carl, who upon listening transforms and Knox starts on riding him. And while on Carl, Knox easily takes down the ogre. And with that, his remaining life gets increased by 1 day and 9 hours. Hearing the loud sounds, Zitri comes out, asking Knox if everything is all right, and gets quite startled seeing the scene. Knox reminds her that he told her to stay inside. She questions how can ogres be here, since they aren't deep inside the forest, and asks if she should summon the night patrol. But Knox rejects, telling her that the ogres were invited here by someone. Hearing which shocks her, and he reveals that it was none other than Grain. He exploited their nature and set them upon them, which explains why his tent is at such distance from theirs. Zitri asks if he is trying to say that Master Grain is plotting against him, and Knox agrees, as he assumes that Grain must have thought that he could potentially pose an hindrance to his pursuit to household leadership, and which is why he wanted to examine the extent of his capabilities, acquiring information, even through such a cowardly scheme, is the only way he can get an edge over Garen, who is a superior swordsman. But Knox believes that Grain should get a lesson that these kinds of tricks don't work on him. And so, Knox takes out a vial, and Zitri asks him, what is it for? And he replies and asks Zitri if she knows what provokes ogres even more than some mud impregnated with ogre's pheromone. It is the smell of a fellow ogre's blood. It's much like humans, they cannot forget a vendetta when someone from them is killed. Grain gets up and notices his crystal ball glowing and making sound, but there shouldn't be a reason for it. Apparently, it only makes that sound when a monster's magical energy is detected nearby, and wonders if they are defective, but his father told him that they are new. And right as he is thinking that there cannot be any monster strong enough to provoke it, he hears some large thumps outside his tent. Schultz comes around and tells Grain that they have to escape in panic. And he asks what could possibly concern his tent, and when he looks outside, we see they are surrounded by ogres. And this causes Grain to get scared and sweat nervously. Now fast forward to morning, we see their camp was heavily damaged. And Grain seems to be scolding Schultz, asking if he accidentally mud their tent instead of Knox. And he swears that he didn't, and that he don't understand it himself, since he is sure that he smeared it on Knox's tent. Meanwhile, Knox wakes up all fresh, calling it a heavenly morning, who sighs and tells him that his breakfast is ready. He thanks her for that and asks her to join in, but she replies that maid cannot sit with the masters they assist. But Knox replies, unless they are at some kind journey where arranging another table can be tedious, and what would they do if some monsters stormed them in mid of table arrangement? Since who knows, as she should have heard that hordes of ogres went to Grain's camp last night, as he laughs while saying all this. She once again sighs and Knox asks, what is that? And she replies that she just realized the audacity of the one she serves. And Knox smiles while telling her to get accustomed to it. He then looks at Grain, who seems to be dealing with the aftermath, and also notes that they didn't throw away the tent, which is like inviting the monsters in. Zitri asks, what is his next step after this, and what will he do with their bloodied tent? And Knox doesn't understand, and asks, who do what now? And Zitri tries to speak up about the bloodstain, and if it would not attract more ogres. Knox agrees, saying that wherever they go now, a swarm of ogres will follow them now. Which is exactly what he wanted, but if he were to tell her this, she would bite his head off. He believes, as to him, more ogres means more lifetime. And he gets up, thinking that he would be needing more ogres soon, and looks towards the sun. We see something seems to be in the forest as Knox says that they should pack their tent and join the rest now. We see someone seems to be looking at the ogres from the bushes and moving towards it as the ogre takes notice of it. And just then, a loud rumbling happens in the ground and something seems to have killed and eaten the ogre. Now on the second day, Knox has been able to successfully grasp the terrain of the area. He notes that Chatters is still quite far, so he was worried a little, but it's great. Grain calls him out from behind and asks, what does he plan to do about the ogres that are on their tails? Will he be able to shake them off? And Knox agrees with confidence, saying that they could do a large-scale subjugation here, but they would definitely draw attention of other monsters, so instead, they would be putting all of their efforts into getting out of the forest quickly, since there won't be a problem if they do that. And Grain doubts, and gets annoyed by the fact that unknowingly, Knox has took command of the soldiers. One of the soldiers asks Knox, why does he keep on tapping the ground? And he replies, it's because monsters might appear at any time, causing them to get terrified. And as he continues, we see a huge rumbling starts to happen under the ground, shocking everyone and Zitri as well. Suddenly, the ground crumbles from beneath, as Knox smiles while saying, here it comes. The worm, that is, as we see a huge monster has appeared from beneath the ground. The worm is a monster that looks like both a snake and an earthworm, In Inner Lunatic, it's known as malformed dragon that hasn't fully developed yet, thanks to which it cannot use magic, but it's still famous for being quite strong. Even if the ogres came swarming at them, the worm would still be the more difficult monster to defeat for them. But he was looking for it, although the soldiers would be in shock if they knew that he was trying to get the worm to come out by tapping the ground. But what can they do though? They can be the one to progress the game if they're unhappy with his methods. Knox orders everyone to prepare for battle and hide in the bushes. They are confused by his orders and asks if they are not going to attack. Knox smirks, thinking that he would let their enemies defeat their enemies. As we see ogres appears from behind as well, as we learn that Knox didn't have any intention to lose the ogres from the start. Zitri gets terrified, commenting that so many ogres have caught up to them. But he tells her to not be worried, as he has something in mind. He asks Zitri if she knows what monsters the worm loves the most, and yet hates the most at the same time, and she doesn't quite get his question. And Knox answers that it's ogres, as we see both of them engaging in a fight. Ogres are the worm's main food source, but they are always seeking revenge. They are basically arch enemies of each other, which is why skilled adventurers would know how to make use of that. As we see the worm eating the ogres while they attack and damage it back, as both Zitri and Grain notes that they are attacking each other in shock. Grain wonders how did Knox came to know such information. Meanwhile, Knox hides behind a tree with Zitri with stones, as Zitri asks him if they just need to wait right now. Knox suddenly starts throwing stones at the ogres. As Zitri asks, what is he doing, and what if the ogre attacked them instead? While we see Knox is getting experience points and stat increase for doing this, as he thinks that he needs to damage the ogres at least once to get the XP. And as he keeps on doing that, he soon notes that all of the ogres are dead already. Grain thinks that while it's good Knox was able to make use of the ogre, but they still lost in the end, he wonders what can they do next, as the worm would be too hard for them to kill, so they need to somehow escape safely. But Knox tells everyone to prepare for attack, ordering them to either fire arrows or throw spears at the mouth of the monster. While some hesitates, Ron tells everyone to quickly follow his orders, and they all begin attacking the worm. And while the worm is taking that damage, Knox decides to step in, noting that it's his turn now. He activates his Hour of the Genius, and we see the time around him seems to have slowed down. He quickly rushes off to the worm and jumps over him to attack. And with incredible precision, he lands multiple strikes on it. And just like that, the worm is defeated, for which he gets 10 days of life. And 10 days is something more than he expected, though he considers it plausible since it's a mid-sized monster after all, and if it weren't for the ogres, he believes he wouldn't have been able to kill it that easily. His stamina also reaches 5, causing his effect of the trait, Blessing of the Growth, to disappear. Along with the Curse of the Weak, he had the Hidden Peace Blessing of the Growth, which is now used as well. But he has finally reached stamina 5 in return. The followers asks if he is hurt anywhere, to which he replies he isn't, and commends everyone for doing a good job. Everyone starts to sing his praise for doing a great job, though Knox says that it was nothing special and tells everyone to reorganize. The ground suddenly starts to crumble again, as everyone takes notice of it. And suddenly, another worm appears from the ground, though Knox doesn't seem much worried, as everyone tells him to get back quickly. But suddenly, someone shouts at him to get back, as we see the person slashing away the worm in one hit. And Knox is quite surprised to see him, and wonder, what is it? And looking closely, he recognizes that person, and questions in shock, what is he doing here? Grain and everyone is also surprised at seeing him, and Knox wonders, what is the sword genius doing here? The strongest character in Inner Lunatic, one of the 3 sword emperors along with Theodore and Celsus' student. And he is known as Paracelsus, who tells them all that he just saved them, so they should at least give him a single word of thanks. And Knox also remembers that he is someone who hates nobles to his cores. Schultz calls him an impudent guy for not knowing who Grain is, and he apologizes, and Schultz asks him for his identity. And he introduces himself as Paracelsus and tells them to call him a mercenary. Knox thinks that it's easy to understand his hatred for nobles with what he experienced when he was younger, though it's not the issue here. The first encounter with him is supposed to be in the Eldian Academy. While Knox has played this game countless times, he has never encountered him before the academy starts. And so, it causes him to wonder what happened and what should he do. Fast forward a bit later, Paracelsus seems to be traveling with them, as Grain once again calls him out. He asks him if he is heading to Chatters, and Paracelsus replies, it is his first stop, as he heard that it's a good spot to hunt for monsters around this time of years. From this, Knox tries to think. He remembers that in order to further his training, Paracelsus did travel everywhere within the empire before school started, and so perhaps he is set to train in random areas. Grain asks Paracelsus if he is traveling along and that he looks quite young as well, and also seems quite confident in his skills, and so he offers him to join under his command to subjugate the monsters in return for getting a handsome amount from him. Paracelsus thinks for a bit and replies that since they are the sons of one of the Sword Emperors, he is indeed curious about them too. Knox glances back at them, and Schultz gets angry at him for speaking so rudely, but Grain stops him and gives some time to Paracelsus to think about it all. Thinking that he has skills to take down the worm in a single strike, so he has to recruit him as one of his people, which is how he plans to take back the attention of soldiers back from Knox. And sometime later, they finally arrive at Chatter's, as Knox informs Grain of it. Looking at it, Knox feels that it's even more deserted from when he sees it in-game. And as they enter it, Grain notices some beggar kid who asks him something to eat. But he simply ignores her in disgust. And same goes for Knox, causing the kid to get teary-eyed, which is something that Paracelsus notices, and sighs in disappointment. They are then greeted by the security chief of the village, Taigon. He confirms if they are Grain and his little brother Knox, from the Lienhaber family, and he has been told in advance of their subjugation mission and that they would be coming here. Paracelsus thinks that the coincidental meeting of one of the Sword Emperors and Theodore's two sons. He had great expectations when he heard that the proud Lienhaber family was going on a subjugation mission personally. And while Knox was able to deal with the worm with pretty decent sword techniques, they are still just sheltered young masters of the noble family in his eyes, which he calls a big disappointment. And this city is obviously not able to function properly. The Night Order is misappropriating the people's money to fill their own stomachs. And the people of this city are unable to stand their ground against the monsters' wave, to think they're in a state where they'd be satisfied if they had some food. Taigon tells them that he would inform them of the mission details tomorrow since it's quite late already, and asks them to rest at the inn for the night. Paracelsus approaches Grain to talk about the offer that he proposed to him. Grain happily asks if he has decided, and Paracelsus rejects his offer. Grain is surprised to hear that, and asks if he is planning to hunt the monsters alone, as Knox watches from the back. He replies that he intends to move according to what he initially planned and wishes Grain a safe subjugation, which makes Grain call him an obnoxious commoner. He replies if one has skills, they would be able to make it in the world, as this is how it works, and while glancing at Knox, he thinks that they might meet again sooner than expected. Now at night, Knox tells Zitri to rest up, since they would be moving again tomorrow, and as he comes inside his room, he notices a window and goes on to there. And looking from there, he sees some kids sitting around the fire. He goes down there and calls them out, asking if they want some food. He opens up the sack and gives them bread to eat. The kid happily asks if they can really have this, while Knox thinks that he cannot save everyone. So he thinks that this is something that could be the doing of Yu-chan's kindness and generosity. The kid cries and thanks him for it, causing Knox to think that he wants to create a future where they don't have to beg for food. And for that to happen, they would first need to survive in Chatter's. And we also see Zitri, who seems to be hiding behind a corner with her own sack of food, and she smiles thinking that she knew it, that Knox was just acting cold now. Fast forward to next morning, Taigon begins explaining that they always have to request for funds and reinforcement, because Chatter's get swarmed by monsters every winter. Grain questions if these wooden walls are all that he is doing to protect the village, causing Taigon to say that it's been here for a long time, so they do need some repairs. Knox finds the condition to be terrible, noting that this wall wouldn't last an hour against the monsters. But because it's not a main chapter, it's up to him to decide to save this village or not, and most of the time, he chose to help the village. The reason being that it has high value. It's a land which will become really expensive in the future. Taigon also informs them about change in monsters' behavior this year. Their numbers have increased drastically, though Knox knows that in the future, having more monster would actually help them instead. Taigon then also informs them about a sighting of a griffin by some villagers, leaving them shocked, making Grain call the situation much more severe than he thought. He asks for the sighting location, and Taigon replies it's in the wilderness, with Knox noting that driving griffin away would be an important factor of the Chatter subjugation. It's called the King of Wilderness, and it was designed to be stopped, not defeated, but Knox plans to defeat the griffin. The wilderness is known as Endless Horizon of the Wilderness, an area connected to Tahalin in the east, a neutral zone, and it's famous for being a barren land. But Knox calls it all strange, stating that Griffin usually doesn't stay near Chatters, and asks if he knows the reason for its behavior. His question leaves them surprised, with Knox already knowing that there is going to be a traitor who will backstab them in this subjugation. And so, he plans to start out by cutting off the most rotten part of the village first. A bit later, and we see Schultz being pissed at Knox for ruining his plan as he fell out of favor with Grain due to his schemes. He don't plan to let Knox off easily, believing that he worked really hard to win Grain's favor. Now we see Zitri encountering him walking down, with him taking notice of her as well. And he also knows that Zitri is a commoner, which he plans to take advantage of seemingly. He blocks her away and grabs Zitri by her arm, making her scared. She asks if he has some business with her, and he replies that he just wants to have a little chat with the two of them alone with a creepy smile. Hearing which, Zitri quickly frees her hand from his grasp, saying that she don't have anything to talk to him about alone, causing him to comment that even if he is a knight serving a master, he still deserves to have some fun with her. And she should be the same as him, while she tries to tell him to let go, but suddenly, she gets a thought of what could happen if she were to reject his advances. Knox might fall out of favor from Master Grain and draw attention from the family. And since she don't want him to suffer, she reluctantly agrees to his demands, with Schultz planning to make her pay for what Knox did to his plans. But just then, Knox arrives and breaks her free from Schultz, seeing whom Zitri seems quite surprised. And from that attack, we see Knox has cut Schultz off as he screams in pain, while Knox asks him in anger, how would he like him to pay? Meanwhile, Schultz tries to warn him that he won't get away from this, and if he really thinks that Master Grain would let him do this and walk away. Knox gets even more pissed, as he asks if Schultz is trying to threaten him with his brother, and cuts off another one of his arms as he screams again. Schultz calls his behavior wrong, even if he has his family behind him. But Knox replies that it's not him who doesn't know his place because his family is behind him, but Schultz is. And with that, he kills him by stabbing the sword to his back, causing Zitri to get worried, stating that Master Grain would not let it pass. And Grain arrives, asking Knox what did he just do and if he just killed Schultz. And he agrees in simple words, causing Grain to lash out at him for daring to cut off one of his knights, but Knox tells him that he got the sequence wrong, and asks him that he should be asking for the details of what happened first, but Grain simply grabs his collar in anger. And so, he questions Knox about killing Schultz, warning him that he won't escape from being punished if the reason is not justified. And he replies that he watched him sexually harass his maid, and as her master, he could not let that happen. But Grain asks if it's just due to that, and Zitri is a commoner. But Knox gets pissed and releases his aura, asking Grain if he can take responsibility for what he just said. And seeing his power, Grain is left completely shocked, as he is collar go at first, being flabbergasted that the good-for-nothing of his family is actually this talented. He hesitantly tells Knox that he should have reported to him first at least, but Knox replies that he is the good-for-nothing of their family, so he is not used to reporting or waiting, and suggests to leave this matter to settle in the hands of their father when they return to estate. Grain thinks that Knox wants something from him, and agrees to leave the decision for this to their father for now, with Knox calling it a wise decision on his part. And with that, Knox leaves while calling out Zitri to go with him, while Grain wonders, when did he become that strong? And also the sword that he is holding, it's something that he remembers seeing before. As he finally realizes that he cannot underestimate Knox during this subjugation. Back to Knox, who notes that it's going to be an uproar among the soldiers due to this. They're already split into factions, and now they are at the point where they need to make a decision. Will they follow Grain or him? He then also takes notice of Zitri, who seems to be shaking. He asks her if she is all right, and she hesitantly replies she is, while asking Knox if he is going to be all right. She starts to cry while asking for reasoning of him doing that for her, because it would only end up creating more enemies for him, and he would get in danger again. But Knox asks her if she don't know what kind of person is she serving. He is the good-for-nothing of the Rainhafer family, and so no matter wherever they are, he orders her to never bow her head. She wipes off her tears while gracefully accepting his order. Switching to Grain, who is quite pissed at Knox for trying to climb over him, and at first, he only thought of Knox as an annoying task, but he now seems to be recognizing his sword. It's something that resembles the sword of Theodore himself. Grain decides to be wary of Knox, and thinks of someone who can monitor him since he lost Schultz. Suddenly Ron arrives and informs Grain that the situation on the first floor has been taken care of, and also says that Knox seems quite different from the rumors floating around. But Grain also finds Ron himself different as well, because he is supposed to be a captain of a knight order who has been operating this area for a long time, yet somehow Knox knows this place better than him, which pisses of Grain because he didn't pay such money to Ron for a sloppy job. But since the monster have not started, he decides to make use of the night order a little more. He orders Ron to take care of bandits and monster in the vicinity and report to him if Knox starts to move. And Ron quickly leaves with that order. We switch scenes to Knox again, as Zitri asks him, what did he do during the day? And if he took a look at the village, Knox replies that they are barely standing. She asks, how can they stop the monster wave then? But Knox tells Zitri to come with him. She tries asking, where are they going? And Knox replies that he is thinking of recruiting a new person to their team, as he knows that there is a genius character even in this small village. Her name is Alina, a character that he recruit every time he came to Chatters, a genius potion maker. And she is going to be his little potion shuttle. Zitri confirms once again if there is really a genius potion maker in such a shabby place. And Knox agrees, though she doesn't understand, since if they are so talented they shouldn't be hiding in such a remote place. Knox replies that she has her own reason, knowing that reason is that this is a hidden route to clear Chatters. In the future, Alina will be working for someone else instead of the Arheim Empire, and if one doesn't clear the hidden route, they can never get Alina. He asks Zitri to simply follow him and watch her steps, while she is still doubtful about a genius person living here. After walking a bit, they finally find light ahead. And we see Alina, who seems to be heavily drunk and lamenting about being stuck in a place like this, and her current condition. And seeing her, Knox says that he finally found her. But seeing them, Alina freaks out and screams, who are they? And what are they doing at this place? While Zitri is surprised to see her as well. She asks if the genius that he mentioned is really that drunkard over there. A bit later, and Alina seems to have calmed down and apologizes to Knox and Zitri, not knowing that they were from a reputable family. But Knox forgives and says that he is here to talk about something to her, so she should stay focused. He remembers her as the one with the highest potential and plans to get her here at all costs. Though he also knows that she does have flaws, as we see her character window and stats. And her negative trait, drunkard, makes Knox sigh, though he expected it. A genius character like her that can be recruited by good for nothing of Rainhafer family. Much less a genius potion maker at that. He speaks up and says that while she is problematic, they have no choice, causing her to tremble in fear while apologizing for making him angry. Zitri tries to whisper that she don't believe recruiting a drunkard would be a wise decision, and he replies that he knows it as well, but they don't have any options, causing Zitri to call it a complicated matter. Alina speaks up and asks Knox, why has he come here to look for her? And Knox gets straight to the point, and asks her to join him, offering to give her what she needs the most right now, which takes her by surprise. He notices her clenching her fists while seemingly being frustrated, and she apologizes and declines Knox's offer, citing that she has something to do here. Knox speaks up and asks if it's related to her friend, which surprises her, and she asks Knox, how does he knows that? And he replies that in future, she may be executed. But if Alina accepts his offer, he might be able to save her. And with that, Knox again asks if that changed her mind a little while offering his hand. Alina remembers her friend, May, who stood up against the army for the villagers for unfair taxes and stuff. She was her only friend, as she stood in front, retaliating against the army for embezzling funds that the imperial family was sending them. Alina preferred herself to be dragged away instead of her, and thinks back that if she only reacted more aggressively back then. She believes that she cannot save her on her own, and perhaps even Knox wouldn't be able to. She doubts that he would. But she won't be able to forget it for a long time if she don't act now. We now switch scenes to Ron, who seems to be drinking with his buddies, as they bitch about Grain behind his back and calls him an idiot. They apparently pretended to act like a night order and Grain bought their lie, thinking which makes them laugh. And by coincidence, they even got something like a badge from ransacking the real Captain Ron's place, and this can get them even bigger jobs. They believe that even the Rainhafer family will believe it to be Captain Ron's and will give them a befitting position according to this badge, and another great coincidence was their name was the same. They also plan to take Grain as an hostage and ask Rainhafer family for a huge sum to release him. One of them is still reluctant and asks if they are sure about doing this, because they are dealing with one of the most influential dark family here, and there are no bandit groups which survived after messing with them, though he gets scared of his peers' sharp glare. They call him an idiot and coward for acting like that. But Ron stops them and questions the guy, where does he think this place is? It's an area which the Imperial family has given up on, so they plan to hold Grain hostage here and then run up to East with the ransom money. Believing that no matter how great Rainhafer family is, they won't be able to do anything in an enemy nation surrounded by sand. And they can just live a life of luxury there. This plan causes his subordinates to shower him with praises. The guy then asks about Knox, and if he didn't caught into their lie, and Ron also believes that he is quite dangerous, and tells everyone to not get involved with him until they finish up things here. One of their subordinates doesn't find Knox anything special, but just a kid, and calls him an unnecessary concern, which their captain laughs about and agrees with. Suddenly, the candles are blown out, and it gets all dark in there, leaving them on guard as they shout, "Who is there? Who turned off the lights?" Ron tells everyone to calm down, but suddenly upon wiping his face, he gets blood on his fingers. And he also smells the blood, and upon glancing to his side, he finds one of his men has already got his head off. He suddenly hears another scream, causing him to get up and shout, "What happened?" And when he walks forward, he finds another one of his men laying on the ground, dead, leaving him shocked. Finally, he realizes that he has been attacked by someone and shouts, "Who the hell are you?" And we see Knox appearing behind him like a ghost, asking, why is he speaking so rudely? Ron quickly jumps back away upon hearing his voice, with Knox commenting about how they were hiding in this hole like rats, and angrily tells them off for daring to try and rob the Rainhafer family and for overestimating themselves. He tries to tell Knox that he is mistaken about something, and Knox replies that he already knows about the various crimes they have committed and the misappropriate use of the funds with Taigon, and that he is trying to use grain, causing him to get pissed since his plan is out in the open now. He asks Knox, what does he want, and tells him to think carefully, since if they take care of grain, his position in the family would increase as well, and all he needs to do is look away one time. There is no need for him to take any unnecessary risks, while we see some bandits starting to surround Knox. But Knox easily kills them all in one strike, while smirking and telling Ron that he is not a naive idiot to believe his nonsense while he is letting out his murderous intentions. And so, Ron shouts at his men to kill Knox, and they all rush towards him to attack. But Knox easily mows them down like cutting grass, shocking Ron as he thinks that Knox was hiding his power up until now and plans to end it all quickly because it's dangerous. But when he launches his technique at Knox, he easily destroys it, leaving Ron and one of his underlings shocked, as the former wonders how is he able to stop the Chatter Sword technique. And Knox casually kills that guy as well by stabbing the sword right through him. He starts walking towards Ron, while calling him a lowly vermin for even daring to ask what he wants. And regardless, he has already got what he wanted, as we see that Knox succeeded in learning the Southern Sword technique in that single moment of strike. Ron watches in shock, as Knox takes up the posture that he did before. Knox closes his eyes and thinks, what does it mean to be a genius? And if it means that one is more exceptional than others, but he doesn't believe that, then, does it mean someone that has proven they can reach a higher level that most people cannot? From the moment Knox risked his life, he questioned himself these things. He smirks, and then breaks the glass in his fragile self in front of him, thinking that compared to the sword techniques that he would be learning in the future, this one isn't much, but it's enough for him right now. As we see Knox launching the same attack that Ron did, and killing many of the bandits, leaving Ron completely speechless. It was something that took him more than 10 years of his life to master, yet a kid like knows it. Ron seems to have completely lost his will to fight, as Knox stands in front of him with his foot on his sword. He screams and threatens Knox that he won't get away if he kills him. But Knox replies that there aren't any witnesses that have seen him killing him. Ron replies that everyone here that is still alive will see it. Knox tells Ron listen carefully, that he is simply assassinating them, leaving Ron shocked at hearing it. Seeing his confusion expression, Knox explains that if no one lives to tell the tale, this will only look like an assassination, leaving Ron scared, as Knox draws his sword to cut off his head with a smile. We now switch scenes to May, who seems to be locked in some prison. Taigon slaps her across the face because she don't want to work, neither she wants to be sold off to a noble. But despite getting slapped constantly, she still tells him that there is no way that she will listen to guys like them. But Taigon simply chuckles and grabs her mouth while telling her that there is nothing that she can do now. And the only thing someone like her can do is to struggle on the ground, but May spits on him in retaliation, causing him to get angry as he asks her, what does she think she is doing? And he once again tightly slaps her, threatening to sell her off to a black mage this time. She suddenly remembers her time when she used to make potions, though she kept getting the mixture wrong, leaving her with no aptitude for it. With the lady believing and telling her that she has no talent in this area, but May doesn't understand how could it be. She apparently had zero talent, not in alchemy, nor in swordsmanship, or anything else for that matter. On the other hand, there was Alina, whom the teacher was elated for, to the point that she has nothing left to even teach her. Their teacher also finds it quite disappointing that Alina was a war orphan, and not some noble, even a lower-ranked one, or if she can at least somehow get out of the orphanage. She was an alchemy genius, and looked like someone who didn't belong in this place from the start. She had sparkle around her and was constantly shining. But despite that, she came to play with her happily. And that bright smile of hers had caused May to be helplessly envious of her. Which is why May sacrificed her life instead of her, because she was certain that she can accomplish way more than someone like her can. May tells Taigon that struggling on the ground is something that she has done all of her life. And whatever he wants to do with her after her death is none of her concern. We see Taigon starting to beat her quite heavily, but the only thought in her mind is that she don't want to burden Alina. Suddenly, someone tells May to stop harming herself, and Taigon stops his hand in the middle as well. They continue on to tell her that Alina will be sad if she were to make it out of this place as a corpse. And we see it's Knox, to whom Taigon asks what brings him here. And Knox replies that by the law of the imperial family, he is going to be executed. Knox suggests Taigon to give up right now since his partner, Ron, is already dead. To which, Taigon doesn't have much reaction and simply calls it unfortunate. And with a confident tone, he asks Knox if he came here alone, which he doesn't deny. Taigon smiles, calling out Knox for underestimating him too much, and questions Knox if he truly thinks that he can defeat him alone. Knox also replies in confidence that he don't see a reason why he cannot. Taigon starts to get angry and draws his sword, finding things to be progressing faster than he expected. But he doesn't care anymore, as we see soldiers marching in on his order. All of them forms a wall ahead of Taigon, who orders them to kill Knox. And all of them quickly begins to charge at him. But Knox simply activates his Hour of the Genius again for 5 minutes, as things around him completely slows down to halting. And with a single step, he gets in between them and lands a circular slash, taking only a second to do so. He moves from in between them casually, while keeping on cutting them like vegetables, without them even realizing it. Even with all this, only 2 seconds have passed. At this point, he has already started to move towards Taigon. He casually reaches and strolls past by him from behind, as even he is unable to react to anything. Knox reaches out his hand to May and gently touches her cheek, and ends his Hour of the Genius with 4 minutes and 55 seconds still remaining. He feeds her a potion and she slowly starts to open her eyes. But she is unable to see him correctly and asks for his identity, and Knox tells her his name, and tells her that it would be all over after she wakes up from her sleep. Taigon is shocked to see Knox getting past everyone and has already reached May. And suddenly, while looking at Knox, he starts to fall down. With a horrified expression, he looks back and finds his tendon cut. And his men also starts to have the reaction from those cuts, getting slaughtered like lambs. He looks at it all in horror, still unable to process what happened, as Knox steps in and tells him to not expect an early death. And as he looks up, he finds Knox glaring at him with his cold eyes, seemingly with no emotion of cutting people down. He is horrified, unable to accept reality that he just lost to a brat. Because he is supposed to be the great Taigon, but it's all in his mind. For Knox, he remembers his question again. What does it mean to be a genius? At first, he finds himself to be one, but quickly changes to the character Knox itself, who is a genius, and questions what does being a genius means to the character of Knox itself, while he kills of Taigon as well. We now get a flashback for Taigon, whose father was the strongest person in the village. Everyone wanted to be like him, and everyone respected him. His father then questioned Taigon if he knows why people follow him, which he denies. And so, his father grabs his hair and with a wide grin on his face, replies that it's strength. If he posse's overwhelming strength, then he can get away with anything, which is the law of a city on the borders of the Archheim Empire. Taigon asks if he is the strongest person on the continent, causing his father to simply glare at him for a moment. He denies it, while letting go of both the girl and him, and calls him one of the countless nobodies on this continent. There are numerous strong swordsmen in the continent, and many geniuses which are of Taigon's age. And those geniuses are even stronger than him too, which is what it's like for a continent that is experiencing war. With the only reason he believes that he survived for so long is because he chose not to fight with those geniuses. And looking at Knox, Taigon realizes that he must be one of the geniuses that his father talked about. To be so talented that no one could reach you, it is what it means. In the end, he lets out a sigh, stating that the only reason he is dying is because he chose to fight with Knox. With Knox finally ending his life by stabbing the sword right through his back. A bit later at Alina's hideout, we see her sulking in sadness. Suddenly, she hears a familiar voice call out her name, and upon glancing at it, she finds May along with Zitri. May gives off a warm smile upon looking at her, and Alina quickly rushes onto her, knocking off the potions and her hat in the process. She tightly hugs May, expressing how scared she was when she thought that she left her, and May tries to calm her down, telling her that it's okay now, and apologizes for leaving like that, thinking that she was the selfish one here, since she wanted to do everything alone while leaving Alina behind. Zitri also smiles seeing them, and Alina asks for Knox's whereabouts, since she needs to thank him, and she replies that he should be wrapping things up and talking right now, which Alina asks about. And Zitri replies that he is taking some time to have a heart-to-heart conversation with his brother, though it doesn't seem to be his true intentions. We switch scenes to Grain, who is waiting on Ron, and getting pissed at him for making him wait and hoping that nothing happened. But instead of him, someone else arrives at the door, and Grain asks for his identity, and it turns out to be Knox. Grain seems a bit surprised seeing him here, and Knox replies that he wants to talk to him right now. It's important. But Grain shrugs him off, saying, why would he want to talk to him? But he then notices blood on Knox's clothes, and his cold expression and sharp glare towards him. As Knox again presses Grain that it's an important matter, who starts to get nervous and asks Knox to take a seat. Back at the mansion, the head butler gives a letter to Theodore, which apparently states that Knox has purged the corruption within Chatters and has meted out appropriate punishment to those involved. And he has also requested a separate reward from him for accomplishing that. But instead of saying what the reward is, he simply hands out the letter to Theodore, telling that he is unable to figure it out. Theodore notes that the corruption there worsens every day there, but no one is bothered with them. The reason is simple because it's not profitable. But it's also not that simple. It's also a place which has been a headache for the imperial family. The East Chatters is the last line of defense, because if this place were to fall, the monsters will start heading towards the center. And so, the central government has allocated a large amount of funds, troops, and also mercenary corps to defend the relevant areas. A region that is useless but cannot be totally abandoned. That is the kind of place Chatters is. And it has no value either. He tells the head butler that all the bandits groups including the Vermin, Taigon, are very dangerous. And they would be hard to deal with even for Garen, which the butler agrees with. And if the Ron bandits attack him, he believes that the situation would probably turn for the worse. But Theodore believes that if they cannot overcome a situation of that level, they don't deserve to be called a part of Rainhafer family, and he has already placed the Black Sword Knights in place to prevent them from dying. But most importantly, they get back to talking about Knox. Theodore is finding hard to understand that Knox doesn't have such a generous heart that he would purge the corruption for nothing. It's the same for his request with Chatters. He wants the imperial family to give him authority over that wasteland, but Theodore doesn't understand what is to be gained from that place. On top of that, he is also willing to give up the rights as the youngest son of the Rainhafer family if he cannot produce results. The butler nervously asks if he is going to reject his proposal, but Theodore replies that he would accept it instead. Because if Knox is really able to defeat them all, then he could certainly obtain the jurisdiction of that place to give it to him. And he also finds it to be a good opportunity for him to see how good Knox is at managing a territory. The butler replies that he understands what he wants, and so he would send a letter to the Empire to begin talks to obtain Chatters, and Theodore asks him to proceed with it. Theodore thinks for a bit and stares at the letter, and questions him in his mind, just how far is he planning? Fast forward to some time later, and Grain recalls what Knox told him, that Ron and Taigon wanted to kill him, and that he was their underling. Grain gets quite angry at it, since he made sure to even check their identities once, questioning, how dare they try to leech off him and his Rainhafer family? But more importantly, he finds Knox to be more of a bother. Knox smirks and asks, why is he staring at him like that? Is he scared of him? And Grain gets pissed and calls his thoughts amusing, realizing that Knox really wants to mess with him. But he decides to hold back, since if he cannot pass this test, then he cannot become a knight. And in the end, he has no choice but to accept Knox's offer. And so, he asks him, what does he want? And Knox commends him for catching on quick. Firstly, he asks to hand over the command of all the soldiers that are under his command, which Grain agrees to, since even if he don't do that, his life is still in Knox's hands. He also realizes that he still don't know how exactly strong Knox is. And in return, he asks him to guarantee his life and yield the outcome to him, which Knox agrees for. But now without pointing out that guaranteeing his life and the outcome, they are two separate requests. And so reluctantly, Grain agrees to hand over the mineral rights and artifacts of his large mine as well. In return, he asks Knox to take care of things properly, and Knox replies that it's a small price to pay compared to his life, so he shouldn't think of it as a waste, and Grain replies that he would be in his care while staying in Chatters. And before leaving, Knox does lightly threaten Grain that he hopes he isn't going to try anything foolish. Switching to Ellen and May, Knox gives her some recipes of potions which she agrees that it's possible to make even though she never did before. Knox calls it a good answer, and Zitri asks if it's really okay. She calls Knox's plan too dangerous, even though it's not something an ordinary maid should say. She asks if there is a reason that he needs to kill the griffin. May also agrees, not wanting to lose their hero in vain, but he tells them to not be scared since he wouldn't have brought it up if he didn't have a plan. But he don't understand their worries, but he cannot tell them what he needs to obtain after killing Griffin, so he has to lie. And tells them that he has already asked himself plenty of times, and so Zitri understands and decides to prepare the best she can. Knox knows that killing Griffin and Chatters is next to impossible, since no one has succeeded in doing so, though it's only when not including him, as he begins explaining the plan to all of them. The hidden route, it's impossible to kill the Griffin with a normal play. It's hidden and only revealed to the so-called stagnant water gamers. And he is one of them, who cleared this game 26 times, as he confirms with everyone if they understood the plan, which they all agree to. The reason for killing Griffin is a given but also simple, because the reward he would get is great too, and decides to end the explanation here and proceed with the plan tomorrow. Now at evening, he feeds Carl some carrots, realizing that if he don't put his life on the line, he cannot survive. The world he transmigrated to is that kind of world. Fast forward to next day, we see a horde of monsters arriving as Knox stands on the walls of Chatters looking down at them. He tells everyone to get ready, which they do. He tells everyone to remember that they only have one chance. And for Knox, this moment feels completely new for some reason. The fact that he became Knox von Rainhafer and the only strategist. Zitri again shows concern, asking if he would be alright, since it's going to be dangerous, but Knox stops her and tells her to trust her master and promises that he won't die. Knox quickly jumps down from the walls into the monster with a big grin on his face, wondering if it was this moment, the moment where he made a promise that he couldn't keep since he is terminally ill. He then draws his sword and uses it on the wall to slow himself down and change course. He takes out one of the potion that Alina made and uses it on the stone golem, and quickly takes down the golem with a single strike, again increasing his lifespan and also the proficiency of Chatter's sword technique. He keeps on killing the monsters, realizing that if he don't have that promise with Zitri, he might actually die. And so, he makes all the monsters here as stepping stones. And if he does that, then he can enjoy this damned game more, which has become his reality. And finally, a huge shadow is casted over Knox, as we see Griffin is flying above him. Noting that it's here, both of them face off, with Knox saying, "Shall we get started?" Seeing Knox face to face against the Griffin like that, everyone starts to get worried and concerned. Alina wonders if she is dreaming. She has never seen any knight capable of fighting that, questioning if it's humanly possible. May comments about Knox, that she knew he would be good, but she never knew that he would be so fast that it's hard to catch up to him with their eyes, and asks, what kind of place is Rainhafer family? Zitri replies, a place famous for its swordsmanship, also where internal struggles take place to determine who is worthy of inheriting the Black Sword. And she also believes that Knox is the most talented among all the candidates. Hearing which, Grain starts to feel annoyed and sick. Zitri doesn't understand why Knox doesn't address rumors about him, but she is certain that he has his reasons. May also realizes that the rumors about him aren't true at all, and that he must have his own reasons, which requires him to be a good-for-nothing, though she has no idea what they are. Zitri agrees and asks them to play along with it, because she is sure that he has a good reason for acting like a good-for-nothing, since he is a wise person after all. Alina excitedly asks if she just wants her to hide who he is, to which they both agree and tells her to not worry, causing Zitri to smile gleefully at their response. They all then get scared from hearing the griffin screech suddenly. Grain looks over the wall and gets scared, calling Knox to be out of his mind for wanting them to fight that creature. The griffin attacks Knox with its sharp talon, but he is able to duck down and dodges. But when he tries to strike it, the griffin flies up and dodges his attack, causing him to get angry. He looks back towards Grain for being hesitant in doing his job, and he gets scared. But he finally takes the command and tells his troops to wait until the griffin is in short range of the fort and then fire the ballistas once ordered. And they all heed to his command. They prepare to shoot, as we see the griffin starting to close in on them. And once it gets in range, Grain orders them to attack. And the bolt is able to pierce through its wings and create a large hole in it. With this, the griffin starts to fall on the ground, with Knox noting that to take it down, they have to neutralize its insane flight ability. And next up, He chugs the potion that Alina made for him and increases his stamina temporarily by 1. We get a flashback where Grain is disgusted to do a task, which he supposedly considers very lowly to him. Knox wants him to make the ballistas, to which he argues that someone else can do it. But when Knox replies that he can fight the griffin instead, Grain quickly changes and asks how many of them does he needs. Knox knew that Grain is someone with good instincts, so he would be useful to him. And the only thing left is now the potion that Alina made and proving himself against it. Seeing Knox closing in, the griffin tries to fly back up, but his wound starts to act up, and it falls back on the ground, with Knox asking if it's frustrated since things aren't going its way? Though he can understand why, since usually these kinds of injuries are nothing for him, since it's a high-level monster. But the bolts has poison laced on them which it likes so much, so it should look forward to what is coming. The griffin stands back up again and tries to attack Knox, who smirks and returns, and activates his Hour of the Genius, stating that 5 minutes is all he needs. And when its talon closes in, Knox feels the pressure of the fight, finding it completely different than in the game. But here, he is confident that he won't be the one who is dying, as he lands multiple strikes while the time is halted. And when it goes back, we see Griffin is completely getting torn apart by his sword strikes. He again calls out to Grain, who is stunned, and wonders if it's really the Knox that he used to know. But regardless of his frustration, he orders the troops to fire again. And the bolts this time causes the Griffin to be pinned down to the ground. Knox starts to chuckle as he charges up the Stormbringer, stating with a confident grin on his face that it's time for him to end this. Knox rushes towards the Griffin using his black execution skill, and the Griffin tries to back away to dodge. But Knox is able to reach it and cuts off one of its talon. The Griffin looks at Knox in shock, who then uses the Stormbringer to tear it to pieces. And with that, his time for his ability ends as well, with the Griffin dead on time too. And seeing the Griffin dead, other monsters get scared and quickly runs away. Everyone above starts to cheer loudly for Knox, and he also gains 60 days of life from killing the Griffin. And seeing everyone happy and excited like that, Knox feels pretty good. Grain is still in shock, wondering just how is it possible, because the Griffin is supposed to be a high-level monster. Yet it was stumbling around like that because of a brat. One would need at least an academy professor to take one on that easily, realizing that he has no choice but to accept his strength. And if what he has shown so far is all true, then he might bring out a great change to the successor ranking of their family. And so, Grain knows that he needs to make sure he is on the right side. He tells Knox that he would move the corpse inside and will put him in charge of distributing the loot. Knox seems a bit surprised as Grain tells him to go ahead and rest for the day. And seeing him like that, Knox thinks that he must have scared Grain quite a bit. And now he plans to use the hidden reward, which is the Griffin's heart. Fast forward, and he shows it to Alina, who notes that they could create equipment or elixirs with it that they only heard in rumors. He replies that he don't have much time to wait, so he would use it to create an elixir and asks her, how much time would it take? She replies that it depends on the situation. With the tools she currently have, it might take a while, but Knox offers to get her everything she needs. He also takes this chance to make an offer to them and asks them to become servants of the Rainhafer family, which surprises them. May argues that they are just commoners, but Knox replies that something like that isn't important, since if they possess something he needs, then he would make use of them. But he also warns them that he would never allow a dog to bite their master either. Knox knows that no one is able to use of the monster's core properly at this point of time, especially since it's something never seen before, since it was obtained by defeating a hidden boss. Crafting it would be impossible without a genius. Alina assures him that it would never happen. They could never do something like that to someone they owe their lives to, and decides to follow Knox for the rest of their lives. Knox smiles and replies that he likes that answer and notes that he has obtained 2 genius characters. He leaves while telling them to get ready to depart soon, and the elixir would be created secretly after they return to the estate. As both Zitri and Knox are walking in the hallway, she suddenly stops in the middle and tells Knox that he is truly different from the rumors that she heard about him, and he asks, what does she mean? She replies that the part about him being a selfish person that only cares about himself isn't true at all, at least, but she still asks him to promise one thing. She don't know when it might happen, but when things gets tough one day, he has to let her know if she can be of help despite her lowly status. Knox stares at her silently and turns around, saying that he would let her know if that day comes. And as she is standing, Knox asks her if she is going to keep standing there since it's get chilly at night. They should move quickly before they catch cold. Fast forward and we see Knox is on bed. Seeing Zitri's expression, he knows what she is about to say, and tells her to not say anything as he finds it humiliating, but she replies that things like that happens, since he is growing after all. and we see Knox has again contracted his disease, such as cold and chronic cough due to his illness. Fast forward, the guard announces to everyone that both the young masters have returned. We see May and Alina are with them, with people noting that they must be the new servants of young Master Knox. And seeing how they are girls, they again starts to spread rumors and talk shit about him being a womanizer and whatnot, with Knox noting that he cannot get rid of that good-for-nothing image of him no matter what. And since it's like this, he decides to act up and tells everyone if they have too much time to waste on their hands, causing everyone to scurry away. The head butler then steps up, informing Knox about something, that the patriarch has requested a private meeting with him, as Knox notes that the time has finally come for it. Fast forward, and we see Knox meeting up with Theodore. He comments on Knox's arrival, and Knox quickly does a genuflection out of respect. Theodore replies that he has something to tell him, and he is sure that Knox must have something to say as well. He heard that Knox has contributed greatly to the safe return of everyone from Chatters and also to the eradication of the corruption there, and that even his older brother Grain acknowledged his abilities. Knox is surprised to know that and confirms once again, and his father agrees. Grain said that if it weren't for Knox, he wouldn't have been able to complete his night training. Knox gets a bit anxious, wondering, just what is Grain trying to do? But regardless, Theodore didn't call them in for such trivial topics. Knox suggested a seemingly impossible task and accomplished it, bringing their family honor, and so Theodore forwards him the reward to keep his promise to what Knox proposed. Chatters now belong to him. Seeing the document, Knox smiles and thanks Theodore for his generosity. Theodore suddenly starts running his finger on the table, seemingly in thoughts, making Knox wonder if there is something else to talk about. He looks towards Knox and asks if he is interested in taking his seat, a question which really shocks Knox. Theodore awaits his answer, while Knox doesn't understand why is his father suddenly acting like that. We now switch scenes to another kingdom and see a tan guy with Persian clothing. He uses some kind of equipment and is able to see Knox killing the griffin. Noting that the griffin has died, his aide tells him that the Rainhafer family is on the move and they have obtained Chatters, which was given to their youngest son. He asks aide, Crimsir, to prepare for war, who confirms if they would be alright. And the prince replies that Rainhafer has taken everything from him. He has nothing to lose. Crimsir heeds to his command, though he also gives off an evil grin. He then takes a little red-haired girl with him, holding his hand. He tells the little girl that the time is near, the day that he gets his hands on this kingdom, and also the day that she awakens. Back to Theodore and Knox, who is awaiting his answer. Rotwell speaks up, telling Theodore that he believes his question is too early for Knox, because even the patriarch must know the value and weight of being the patriarch of this family. But Theodore insists that it has to be now. Knox apologizes and disagrees with the patriarch, claiming that he is not capable right now, and instead suggests Garen for the position. Theodore tells him that he is not the one who gets to decide that, and Knox replies that he doesn't desire the position, and is also worried about things he would be responsible for. Theodore questions if he is afraid of the position despite being his son, and Knox replies he don't see why he cannot. And in the end, Theodore decides to respect his opinion for now, but also tells him that a brilliant talent cannot stay hidden. Human beings are weak that will always be testing him, and Knox simply acknowledges him. And so, he simply sends Knox away to rest since he must be tired. A bit later, Zitri asks if the patriarch scolded him, to which he replies that it wasn't anything that he couldn't refuse. She then informs him that the accommodation for Alina and may have been prepared, and Knox commends her for good work. She replies that she was simply doing her job as his maid, and Knox replies that if everyone had a fixed set of do's and don'ts, then no one would hate each other, and once again commends Zitri. And this time, Zitri acknowledges him properly. Knox wonders if it's time for him to get serious, as it's almost time for the academy, the place where he has to become the best. Back to Theodore, who expresses how tough it is to talk with his own son. Rotwell again states that the conversation was too early for him, believing that if he really knew the meaning of the position, then the answer may have been different. But Theodore disagrees, saying that his eyes they belong to someone who already decided what they will do in the future. And he looked afraid of something more fundamental, like a fear that comes from looking into the abyss, which Theodore believes is death, though he wonders, why is that the case? Rotwell speaks up that perhaps what happened to the madam was a huge shock to him, and Theodore chuckles, saying that Knox might be blaming him for it, because to him, he must be a pathetic father who couldn't even protect his mother. But more importantly, Rotwell informs him of Garen starting to take action, with an even bigger move this time. And Theodore thinks back and remembers a scene of a desolate war ground, with Garen telling Theodore to just give up and accept it, the power of the Grand Duke. We now switch scenes to Talia, who seems to be getting ready. She asks Emma if she looks alright in her dress. But Emma seems tired, as Talia has shown her this dress 20 times already, but she is still not convinced, and thinks about what accessories to wear and what not. Emma asks if she is that excited, and Talia agrees that they are talking about her admission into Eldian. But Emma replies it's not what she is talking about. She meant about Knox. It's going to be her first time meeting him after he officially became her fiancé. Hearing which, she starts to blush, thinking that the one with frills would be better to wear, with Emma agreeing on it. But she gets angry on her for agreeing half-heartedly, since she couldn't be bothered anymore, and Emma replies that she picks up on things like that really quickly. Back to Knox, who notices Alina sitting on the couch completely tired. And upon noticing Knox, she gets up with her tired expression, causing Knox to ask if she is alright since she is not looking good. May replies that she gets like that once she focuses on something, and assures that she would stay by her side to take care of her, and Alina chuckles and calls May the best for it. But regardless, she excitedly tells Knox to take a look at it quickly. And we see Knox seems quite enchanted by the potion as he goes on to pick it up. The potion is called the Elixir of Wind, and it gives him extra stamina and dexterity, and the effect of it is increased by 200% since it's made by Alina, who asks him, "How is it?" Knox gets excited upon finally obtaining this potion, as not only it increases stamina permanently but also a hidden stat, dexterity. The hidden stat and his skill time of the genius have a combo effect. It's a good choice for him to get this item here. And he believes things would have gotten rough for him if he didn't get her to join her back then, and commends her for doing great. Knox immediately begins to drink the potion, and we see him getting surrounded by a cyan aura, which signifies his increase in stats. And now that his preparations are complete, he decides to head to Eldian. Fast forward to Eldian, he arrives by a royal carriage and steps out. And seeing him, they recognize him as the youngest son of the Rainhafer family, also calling him a troublemaker. Knox grins and glares towards them, asking, "What is that noise? Is there a dog barking somewhere?" This leaves everyone scared as they all quickly goes away. Zitri sighs once again due to all this shit keeps on happening and suddenly notices something. As we see there is another carriage arriving, from which Talia's personal maid, Emma, steps out. She quickly greets Knox and Zitri greets her back, with Knox seems to be a bit anxious as even his acting genius skill is temporarily shaken as he comments, "They arrived early." Emma agrees, replying that they are talking about the admission ceremony of the Eldian Academy after all. She then tells Talia to come down and give her greeting to Knox, who is quite surprised to know that he is already here, and tells Emma to wait a minute while being flustered. She finally steps out, while being nervous and blushing slightly upon seeing Knox. Meanwhile, Knox thinks that she was the ambassador originally, but he never expected something like this to happen while he was unaware. We get a flashback of Knox being absolutely shocked upon hearing something. He gets the news from Rona, who casually mentioned that she was talking about the plan for him to be engaged with Talia. Apparently everyone knows about it, which Knox finds the problem since he didn't know about it. And after he checked things out, he found out that their family has agreed on the engagement without their knowledge. Talia then greets Knox while blushing slightly, who is also nervous and looks away while greeting her back. Zitri asks Knox that she must be Lady Talia, the fiancée that he mentioned, and Knox reminds her that he told her to not talk about it. Talia asks about his well-being, and he replies that he is fine and asks the same thing to her. And she replies the same while blushing and smiling. Suddenly, they hear another horse screeching. And another carriage is here, with Knox noting that she is here. One of the genius character of Eldian Academy, the merchant star and the head of the Revelin family that dominates the entire continent. And her name is Eleanor de Revelin. And there is another thing to add to her, as she smirks while saying, "Look who we have here." If it isn't the young Master Knox, while claiming that she didn't know he would be getting admitted to Eldian, and we find out from Knox that she is someone who holds great hostility towards him. He tries to confirm her identity by calling out her name, to which she agrees, and continues on, reminding Knox she is from the noble merchant family that he had looked down on, and introduces herself again as Eleanor de Revelin, stating that she never thought she would be meeting him again like this, Knox von Rainhafer. Knox also remembers her. She is the only child of the Revelin family, whose wealth can move entire continent. She is also one of the stars of the continent who dominates the financial world later on. She literally has a nickname, the Fox of Wealth. Furthermore, she met Knox when he was younger, making him a bit anxious. We see a young Eleanor, who seems to wandering around in a party, who then encountered a young Knox, who berated her for buying her way as a noble despite coming from a commoner past. This leads to a small commotion, causing her to get scared and teary-eyed. Her strained relationship with Knox is some of the karma the old Knox had accumulated. But now it has become his karma. He then looks at Talia and Eleanor, finding it quite shocking that there are two characters present here who drive their sword into his heart. Eleanor calls out Knox for acting unlike his usual self, prompting to ask, what is his usual self then? She replies that he must already have an idea of that, since he must not be the type to listen the truth from others. Knox is now getting annoyed, unable to catch a break. He tells her piss off if she is trying to start a fight. And she replies that it's just like she expected, nothing has changed about him. And Knox asks if she wants his recognition or something. And she replies with a teasing smile that there is nothing she can get from a good-for-nothing of Rainhafer family. Knox knows that she has no positive feelings towards him and decides to check her traits. And so, he uses his insight skill and takes a look at all of her traits and stats, and finds it relieving that her traits aren't different from what he knows. The middle name, D, of their family was bought by her father, who was a merchant. Eleanor loathes her status, but she has no choice but to make use of it. She is simply Wraith, incarnate. So he believes that old Knox literally poke a bee's hive, and mumbles that he was indeed the worst person alive from her perspective. Eleanor begins taking her leave as he wishes, while saying that they are not on enough friendly terms to say good luck to each other. And he replies that there is no need for that from someone as lowly as her, so she says her goodbye. Talia stands awkwardly, and Knox asks her to let go since the ceremony is about to start. He knows he cannot shake of Talia, who is sticking with him in context of being his fiancée, so he plans to make use of her whenever he can and that he needs to be on his toes. Upon getting inside, Knox notices lots of children from reputable families all around. He also finds some of them useful. He plans to recruit them in a way that won't affect the game's story, and the strongest characters as well. But if he were to bring them to his side, it would affect the story, so he needs to approach them carefully. But looking around, Knox comments that he finds lots of people looking at him, or if he is just overthinking, and Zitri confirms his suspicions that lots of nobles are glancing at him, as she nervously replies that he seems quite popular. And Knox agrees that he is quite popular, only for Talia to say if he can really count being looked towards with hostility as popular. Suddenly, someone speaks up from the podium, asking if they can hear them. Knox notes that it's finally here, and we see all the servants seemingly bowing down. A girl comes around, walking barefoot with candy in her mouth. She excitedly greets everyone, shocking everyone, with their first thoughts being that she is quite small, while others wonder, who is this kid and where are the professors? Their questions and confusion gets louder, only for Knox to think of all of them as idiots. Because he knows that the girl in front of them is a total monster, not someone they can judge by her appearance. Seeing her traits and stats with his insights, he plans to stay on her good side as much as possible. Talia hears him speak, but he tells her that it's nothing and to stay quiet if she don't want to die. The girl introduces herself as Noah von Trinity, the newly appointed dean of the academy. And with a wild expression in between her sweet personality, she warns everyone that they would die if she hears the word small once more. And with that, she announces the commencement of the Eldian Academy's admission exam. All of them are confused, and one of them says that they never heard of such rule, and she replies, of course they didn't. Because it's the rule of the new dean, which is made to filter out trash talents. And suddenly, a huge magic circle appears on the ground, swallowing up everyone. She wishes them luck, hoping that everyone would come back alive. Knox also notes that this is where it's all going to start. He has to survive, no matter the cost, as he is teleported to someplace. They are all soon teleported to some forest-like place. Some old guy shouts loudly at them to wake up, but there is no response, making the Baldy really angry for getting his command ignored. But suddenly, he notices something interesting. He finds Knox still standing up after the teleportation spell. He managed to survive barely, as he realizes that the aftermath of intermediate magic, forced teleport, cannot be ignored. Both Knox and the Baldy stands face to face and looks in the eye of each other. And the first thing Knox notices about him is his head, which he finds shiny as it was in the game. Though, he remembers the storyline mentioning that he once had a head full of hair. His name is Bernan, a combat knight. He is an alumni of Eldian Academy, who was given the nickname Takayaki Bernan for being bald, and he is pretty skilled when it comes to footwork. And for him, nothing would come from getting to his bad side. Seeing Knox staring at him with those eyes, Bernan questions if he is looking at him with pity, who realizes that perhaps he was being really obvious and replies that it's nothing. Bernan warns him in advance that he has very good instincts, so he won't let him off if he gets any indecent thoughts about him. But Knox simply asks him to talk about the admission test instead of all this. But before that, he suggests Knox to cover his ears because he is going to wake up everyone else. And we see him channeling mana in his hand and clapping with it. It creates a loud sound, quickly waking up everyone. One of them is pissed about getting woken up like that, asking, which bastard did that? And Bernan smacks him on the head, replying that he is that bastard. And once again, his shiny head is noticed by everyone. He warns the kid to not frown on him unless he has a death wish, and he apologizes. The others are asked to move the students who haven't woken up to a safe zone. And now that is done, he begins explaining the admission test to them. To summarize the test, this island, which is made of magic, is teeming with monsters which they have to hunt. And as a reward, they would get a specific colored jewel from them. The less mana that is in it, the more value it has. Some would be confused, since shouldn't be there more mana instead, but it's only half correct. They are looking for two things from the test. First is mana sensitivity, which has already been tested and recorded by how fast you wake up from Noah's magic. The second would be your ability to sense faint amount of mana. Such abilities would allow mages to push themselves to the limits on the battlefield, meaning they are basically filtering out the gems from the rocks here. Bernan informs everyone that this place is created by magic by Noah von Trinity, and it is teeming with monster that they cannot even imagine fighting. So he makes up an exception and allows them to move in teams instead. Suddenly, something appears in everyone's hands. The maximum number of people per team is 8, so they should be moving fast, while he would wait for them at the top. Some of them still has questions, but he is gone already. We get a quick look at all of our main characters, who are beginning to think on what to do. One of the girl raises up her hand, asking if anyone would like to assist the princess with her. And Eleanor offers a reward for those who work with her during the test. And while everyone is forming teams, Knox heads out alone with a smirk on his face. He knows that normal results and positions cannot survive in this game. And the most important part is knowledge. In order for his terminally ill body to grow, he needs to monopolize every advantage. And for that to happen, he believes he has no choice but to go solo. Meanwhile, we see Bernan standing on top of a cliff, finding it strange that a new student was able to endure Noah's intermediate magic, and also decided to raid the forest alone. He first thinks if Knox doesn't fear the danger, but realizes that it's fundamentally different from that. There is a reason he doesn't feel fear. He believes it was the expression he had, and so he believes a diamond in rough is still a diamond and asks Knox to show what the hidden dragon of Rainhafer family can do. And as Knox is moving forward, we see some girls secretly watching him and following him from behind. We now switch scenes to Talia and other students, where she seems to be anxious, wondering where did Knox went, since she wanted to go with him. A purple-haired girl shouts at him to focus, since she has been given the apparent grand task of protecting the Princess Penelope, so she should be happy to kill the monsters. A bit later, and they finally clean up the monsters, and the princess thinks that the purple is the highest grade crystal since they climbed up quite high. But the girl thinks otherwise, since the test is created by Noah, who is one of the 4 sages. Penelope agrees and looks around with concerned eyes, seeing many students tired and quite battered up, and says that it would be tough for everyone to climb up in the current state. But the Pinky won't let that happen. She promised to help the princess sit at the highest place. The current Arkham Empire is rotten to its core, so she wants her to ascend to the throne and restore it to its former glory. So she plans to do whatever it takes to make that happen. Talia suggests if the princess is alright, they can try gathering up students who can still fight and climb up, and the Pinky is of the same suggestions. But she still seems reluctant and clenches her fist tightly, only to let go the moment after, and agrees to move even further top. We switch back to Knox again, who is having trouble due to his weak body, as Cold Hands and Feet's effect activates on level 3, reducing his movement speed, and stats decrease as well. He already knew something like this was going to happen, so he creates a small fire on his fingertips to warm himself, causing his penalties to disappear, while he notes that he needs to get rid of this coldness first if he wants to make use of his body. And upon walking for a bit more, he gets close to his destination. Looking at the place in front of him, he is quite impressed, commenting that it is what Noah von Trinity, the ice which would do. Even though it's atop of the mountain, he still finds there to be too much of ice. He sits down and uses his ability to sense the man, Noting this place is not normal, Noah designed it as a labyrinth. Everything here is made of magic. Because of which, all the living things and monsters that appear here are also made up of her magic, which he finds scary just thinking about the amount of mana she has. But regardless, he smirks, thinking that it's not what is important right now. A bit later, he finally finds the monsters he was looking for, a bunch of them at that. They are ice trolls, notorious for having tons of HP and regeneration. It's one of the monsters that kills lots of newbies, though it doesn't mean anything to him. One of them does a vertical strike, which Knox dodges. The other one swings horizontally, which he again dodges. The last one does a stab, which Knox deflects. He knows that while Noah might be obsessed with talented students, she wants drive students who have not even admitted so far into the corner. And ice trolls aren't weak enough that students can kill them. They are at least lower intermediate grade. In a real situation, it's a test at a difficulty which would leave people slaughtered. Which only makes him wonder, what does it mean? And once again from behind, we see that girl from before is watching him with interest. Knox has noticed their pattern of attacks. First one always goes for a vertical strike. Next one would perform horizontal slash and has bigger attack range. And the last one would use stabs and is weakest in terms of power, so he is able to parry it. And soon after, he quickly starts to slaughter them all easily. And from their body, he is able to find the gray crystal. This was the reason he haven't bothered looking for other crystals so far, because the gray crystal that Noah planted here, he can exchange it for the scroll he needs the most right now. After this part of the storyline, he plans to strengthen his hour of the genius skill. We now switch scenes to Eleanor's team, who has found purple crystal as well, believing that it's the way for their peer to get the top score. But she doesn't seem as excited. She does realize that it should be enough for them to get a good result. But remembering Knox going alone in the forest makes her feel uneasy. She remembers her father scolding her for quarreling with someone like Knox, who was already telling her to become a family that no one can look down on. He wanted to climb higher, and suggested to Eleanor that she should have gave Knox everything she had to bring him over to her side. Seeing how he treated her, she knew that her own father never saw her as his own daughter. Regardless, she doesn't understand why Knox is moving alone despite not gaining anything from it. Or perhaps if he knows some hidden secret regarding this test. And upon thinking for a bit, she raises up her to offer a proposal to everyone present. She offers a handsome reward for those who are willing to climb up even higher with her, but everyone is reluctant, thinking that it might get dangerous if they try to go even higher. But with her charming smile, she motivates everyone by saying that with great risks comes great rewards, which seems to convince lots of them. This makes her believe that it all comes down to money, and while she don't know what is Knox up to, she finds no harm in checking it out, as she asks everyone to let's go. Back to Knox, whose reason for moving alone is simple, because there is a huge return. There are close to zero chances to enhance his hour of genius skill. It's nigh impossible unless he unlocks the secret stat, agility. So it cannot be helped even if gains attention of others. Suddenly, he glances to his side and blocks an attack aimed at him. And the attacker is Paracelsus, who expresses his happiness upon meeting the young master of Rainhafer family so soon again. Seeing him here, Knox gets quite anxious, as this is not something that should be happening. Paracelsus is supposed to be one of the strongest characters in game, and one of the 3 sword emperors in the future. So he don't get what is he doing here right now, since he should be fighting the protagonist in this chapter and get inspired by his kind personality as he saves Eleanor, who falls into danger. And the next moment, as Paracelsus attacks him again, Knox starts to note that there is something off. He doesn't understand where is the protagonist that is supposed to fight with Paracelsus, who tells Knox that he is quite interested in the sword that he is carrying and asks to hand it over, only for Knox to get angry as he calls him a filthy vermin. Continuing their battle, Knox realizes that the protagonist doesn't exist in this world now, which means he has to be the one to stop Paracelsus here, as he questions him if he is going to take the responsibility for messing up the story, who replies that he don't get what Knox is talking about, but something seemed fishy to him. Back when he met Knox in Chatters, he was already using that sword perfectly, and Knox asks, what is he trying to say? And he replies that he seems to be worried about something and asks to simply hand the sword over and go his way, because the black crystal in his hand would already give him the highest marks. But Knox refuses, so Paracelsus simply plans to do whatever it takes to take that sword from him. Knox calls him detestable, since this is what he planned to do from the start. He knows that while Paracelsus is going to become one of the strongest in the continent in the future, his talent is still not matured yet, So if he were to use his Hour of the Genius, he would definitely win, which he cannot use in this fight. And if this world doesn't have a protagonist, then he would have to save Eleanor when she falls in danger. And so, he decides to take a gamble with Paracelsus, telling him that he is not the only one who knows the secret. And when he suddenly takes the name of Celsus, Paracelsus flinches a bit. Knox continues on that he knows he enrolled into the academy to uncover the secret behind his master's death, which seems to have pissed him off, as he calls Knox a bastard while he continues to mock him by saying, if he feels like talking now. A bit later, and we see Eleanor getting up the mountain, noticed by Penelope as well, who says that she knew she would make her way up here only for Eleanor to reply that she wouldn't dare to get in her way. But she is apparently here to confirm something, as we see Knox and Paracelsus are fighting right beside them. He tries to go for a jab against Knox, which he dodges. Meanwhile, Penelope tells Echidna that she don't plan on participating in meaningless battles, since objectively speaking, it would be hard for them to win against any of those two unless they are gravely injured, and if they decide to work together, it could get really dangerous for them. While frustrated by this, Echidna decides to follow her order. Meanwhile, Eleanor finds it strange, as Knox is supposed to be a good-for-nothing of Rainhafer family, so she doesn't understand. When did he become this strong? And while they are all busy, we see something creeping towards Eleanor. From afar, Talia is watching them fight as well, which Echidna asks about, and comments that she didn't know that the Destroyed of the East would be among the new students, and Talia asks if she knows the person Knox is fighting, and she agrees. He is called the Grey Wolf, Paracelsus. Even from a young age, he has been famous for massacring countless bandit groups of the East. But right now, she is seeing Knox in a new light as well. She never expected him to be this skilled, and if not for his lecherous nature, she believes he would have been a good knight, but Talia defends Knox that he is not that lustful, only to left speechless when Echidna asks, how does she know that? While fighting, Knox notes that Paracelsus is wavering, which is natural, since Celsus was his only teacher, and he is now dead, because of a brat in the Millis Academy. Paracelsus tells him that he is done being polite and proceeds to get even more serious. But Knox starts to mock him even more, saying that it's not like he was the one who killed his teacher. Paracelsus continues to try and strike him, only for Knox to dodge every attack, with him noting that just like he expected, his attack pattern is getting even more simpler, since even if he is a genius character, he is still young. And after deflecting his sword, Knox is able to knee him right in the gut, which pushes him back, though it doesn't seem to have done any damage. Paracelsus again rushes at him, warning Knox to try and spout that nonsense again, and he replies that he would keep on saying it. Knox notes that Paracelsus's attack are getting sharper, so he cannot drag this on for long. As the moment he uses his teacher's sword technique, Living Sword, his defeat would be inevitable. Noticing that Knox is distracted, Paracelsus calls him out for it, who clicks his tongue in annoyance, telling Paracelsus that he is truly a lowly commoner for trying to take things from others, and he replies that the nobles above them made such a shitty world. But Knox calls it ridiculous, saying that he just needs someone to hate, which is a waste of time for him. And if he is okay with things ending like that, since he won't be able to hear about his teacher then. Knox looks towards Eleanor, noting that he needs to drag it out a little longer. The monster which attacks her appears at sharp 9 p.m. Meanwhile, Paracelsus replies that he would dig out the information after he cut off a limb or two of his, but Knox warns and asks if he can get away after harming a noble. But he simply plans to think about it later, though right now, he believes they got a big crowd watching them. But Knox doesn't care and states that this is going to be his last attack, and Paracelsus rushes towards him, saying that he would test that confidence of his. Suddenly, his eyes widens, as he sees Knox giving off a confident smirk. And in the next moment, he has already closed the gap in an instant, surprising Paracelsus greatly as Knox tells him to get lost, since he don't have the time to care about someone like him. As we see the shadow creeping closer, Eleanor was shocked to see Knox accelerating in an instant, even though he was up against the strongest among the new students. And just then, she feels something and glances back, realizing that something is approaching, a black shadow which is moving really quickly. And as it pops up from the ground, she realizes in shock that it's a night walker. She realizes that she cannot dodge this attack, and wonders if she is going to die out of nowhere, so meaninglessly at that. She covers her head, while mumbling that she is scared, only for a dark slash to appear. And much to her shock, the one who saved her is none other than Knox, who sighs and calls her scared sight pathetic. In surprise, Eleanor questions Knox. Why did he save her? And he simply expresses his disbelief that their whole group together were unable to kill a single monster. But in reality, he knows that Eleanor's response was natural, since a Night Walker is an upper intermediate rank monster, and it is something that did not exist in Noah's labyrinth. It was actual Night Walker, not something made out of magic, and if he remembers it correctly, Celsus's murderer was behind this attack as well. And after getting saved by her savior, Eleanor begins to open her heart slowly, but it's not what is happening right now. Because the protagonist doesn't exist in this world. Penelope calls Knox's words quite harsh. Even though he saved Eleanor, she believes what happened just now was abnormal. Seeing that she is a princess, Knox quickly recognizes her and gives a short bow. Penelope believes that the one responsible for this is the dean in the academy, since a Night Walker is not a monster that students can defeat. But Knox replies that their enemies don't choose their opponents, and finds it strange since Princess Penelope should understand that better than anyone here. Echidna comes to her defense, warning Knox to not insult the princess, arguing that he must have stepped in since he realized that the situation was unfair. And seeing this girl, Knox recognizes her as well, Echidna von Janos, the princess's closest aide and the next head of the Janos family. And her nickname is the Snake of Greed. She is not close with Rainhafer family, since a dark family and a holy family getting along isn't something that can happen easily in Inner Lunatic. But regardless, he tells her that he has nothing to say to a dog of the holy family, angering Echidna that Knox is insulting her family. But he doesn't give a shit. Vernon suddenly shouts up from the cliff to stop the infighting, and jumps down from up above. Knox asks him if the test is over, and he replies that it's indeed is, and Knox shows him the black crystal, seeing which surprises Vernon as he never thought that someone would actually get Professor's black jewel, and calls him really impressive. And with that in hand, he crowns Knox as the top scorer, and rest all gets a shared second place due to the purple crystal. Penelope asks if there is going to be any consideration for the Night Walker attack, since she don't think it's a monster which belongs here and wants a good explanation for it. And Vernon plans to launch an investigation for that, and while it won't suffice, the Academy would give a compensation to Eleanor as well. Along with that, Knox would also receive a reward for saving a fellow student, but he turns around and leaves while declining. He does not want to get involved with Eleanor, and no matter how messed up things are, not having a protagonist in this world is a problem, and if he accepts the reward right now, it would be like acknowledging that he stepped in. But before he leaves, Eleanor questions him, why did he save her? He stops and anxiously thinks that he knew things were going really smoothly and tells her that he was only taking down the monster, and she just happened to be near it. His response was confusing to her, while he believes that he screwed up. Just like her nickname suggests, she is cold and calculative. She also believes that everything in this world can be bought, including someone's devotion. Fast forward to some time later, Eleanor is still pondering on why did Knox save her, and even rejected the reward offer later. And she calls his reason for that time a ridiculous lie as well. Her assistant sitting in front of her says that he probably meant nothing by it, since she said it herself, that he is a good for nothing. But Eleanor doubts it. It wasn't a lie, but he had other reasons. And so, she plans to look further into it, and her assistant agrees that he would look further into it. But she tells him not to, as she would do it herself, because if the Rainhafer family finds out about it, they won't get off easily. Back in the dorm, Zitri asks Knox if he is really alright, since he looks really pale. And he tells her to not worry about it, though he himself finds it worrying. He knows that someone would have to play the role of absent protagonist eventually, and he cannot allow any more unexpected variables. But Knox, who he has possessed, is a villain. But just then, he gets an idea and quickly gets up, finding a way to actually do it. There is a way for him to play both the role of a villain and the protagonist. We now switch scenes to a desolated battlefield, with a lady standing surrounded by corpses. One of her underling arrives and informs her about the movements of the demonic humans, and that he would awaken, to which she replies that a storm of blood will descend upon this continent once again. She asks Duff to get ready. They have to achieve their goal. She wears her coat, which has a symbol of half moon. And their goal, all of it, is for the sake of Arkheim Empire's destruction. There is one thing that gamers who have played numerous games feels the same about. The fact that there is a very thin line that separates the protagonist and the final villain, which Knox agrees with as well. Both of them have overlapping situations, excluding the boss monster, which is absolutely evil. In most recent games, the villains appear to have gone through a series of traumatic events, just like the protagonist. Even villains have their own reason for who they are, and people go absolutely crazy over such villains. As we see, Knox is covered in a full cloak and is in some back alley. He knows all of that doesn't mean that good characters and villains are completely the same. A villain is still a villain. They cannot become the protagonist. But it is only in the game, in a world headed towards destruction. Without a protagonist, the only way for a villain to survive would be to become both the villain and the protagonist. He arrives in some back street, and we see a magic ball is floating there. And while he don't enjoy risking his life, he has no choice but to do this. The greatest villain organization in Inner Lunatic, a group where those who want to bring down the imperial family gather. He plans to join the Lunatic. We now switch scenes to the academy, where Noah is meeting up with the other professors. She seems quite bored, as Bernan asks the other professor if he knows anything, who replies that he was the one who supervised the test. And he must have made some sort of mistake again, which pisses him off. Noah suddenly speaks up, questioning their behavior with her sharp glare. Both of them get scared and quickly goes to hugging, with Bernan commenting to continue on from where they left off. But Noah gets pissed, since she hasn't even said anything, and has already informed everyone on the contents, and calls out both of them for not paying attention. Another professor informs that Noah is talking about the enemy that appeared during the test that threatened the academy. Noah believes that person's objective is the fall of their academy and also the fall of the empire. Targeting Eleanor was just the start, and the reason that she, who is called the star of the finance world, was targeted. The guy replies, because of Revelin merchantry, they deal with 70% of the goods that come into the Archime Empire. Bernan thinks that if they are intentionally targeting the Revelin merchantry, then their next target must be set already. Noah agrees, and believes that what happened this time around was a challenge to the academy, so they have to make a thorough preparation for what is coming, and everyone acknowledges her order. She starts to leave, but suddenly sits back down again, and calls out one more person, who might be considered dangerous. Everyone is a bit surprised and confused hearing that. She thinks back, and we see she was the girl who was following Knox around in that test. A student that might be the most talented one in this batch, and the purple-haired dude asks, who is it, in pure curiosity? Since Noah calling someone talented is actually almost unprecedented, it's the first time it happened after what happened to the princess. And she replies that it's Knox von Reinhafer. He confirms if she is talking about that lustful good for nothing, and she agrees, believing that child might even be stronger than her. Shocking everyone, as they think that they might be hearing wrong. Back to Knox, who has entered some inn, whose bartender questions what a kid like is doing here. Knox recognizes him as Charon, the owner of this into the outside world, but his true identity is a little different. He goes onto the counter and recites, Moonlight on Talon Feather, cheer for the Empire, leaving him speechless and staring at Knox for a bit, and finally lets him in, though he doesn't understand why that person would give him the code. He asks Charon if he is not going to introduce himself, which he soon does. And soon after, Knox decides to head in and encounters a bar counter. And in order to get to the headquarters of the Lunatic, he remembers what to do, and picks out certain bottles from the shelf in order. This causes the magic to activate, as Knox braces himself while he is getting exposed to high-level magic. It also causes the flow of mana to be reversed temporarily, and his mana sensitivity genius is deactivated, and he starts to get teleported to the designated location. Soon after, he starts to feel dizzy, and his eyes suddenly widens. As we see, there is a sword pointed right at his throat by the blonde mommy we saw previously. She questions Knox's identity, and he calls out her name, Luna, only for her to push her sword even more to his throat. He starts exposing her whole identity. She is the leader of Lunatic, the only sword emperor among the three, whose face is unknown, and he is here for her. Luna replies, not only does he know where their headquarters is, but also knows who she is, and once again asks for his identity, and he replies that he is Knox von Reinhafer, and he is here to join the Lunatic. We switch scenes back to the academy, where Paracelsus is sitting in the window. He thinks about Knox, who looked like as if he knew something about his master's death. He already knew that his teacher was dead, though he doubts that Knox just thinks one of the three sword emperors coincidentally lost his life because of someone else. But he still believes that Knox was joking about it. But he cannot dismiss the fact that he was able to outspeed him for a moment. He has never seen someone that fast, except the old man. It leads him to assume that all the information about him was fabricated. But he don't understand the reason for it. Why would the Reinhafer family hide someone skilled as him? But regardless, it's none of his business. He only plans to trample anyone who stands in his way, all the more if it's a noble. We now see some scars on his chest as he starts to go to sleep. He remembers his master telling him about the Empress of the Empire, Esteban von Arnheim, who lost her mind and tried to lead through tyranny, causing the authority of the imperial family to be split. Her daughter, Penelope, is known as a benevolent princess and is raising her own forces while opposing the first prince in the political scene. So, he would have to choose a side in order to survive. He also suggests him to join the Eldian Academy, staying where he can decide which side he should go for, which would be his final assignment. These dreams starts to trouble him, as he remembers his master telling him that he has given him everything, and a shadowy figure killing him. His master apologized to him in his death for leaving the world first, as he stood there and watched. He gets up from his sleep, panting hard from the dream. We also see a glowing mark on his hand, seeing which, he sighs and tells his master to disappear already if he is dead, not understanding the reason on why does he keep appearing to him in his dreams. Back to Knox and Luna, who is one of the 3 sword emperors, a monster that stands shoulder to shoulder with knights that have reached the peak at the age of just 20. Her swordsmanship is not something that anyone can catch up to. Moreover, unlike the black sword arts, which he can only learn after becoming the patriarch, he can learn her arts as long as he gains her trust. Luna questions why would a son of Rainhafer family would join in criminal organization. As she starts to push the sword into his throat, he replies that it's for the sake of bringing down the Arnheim Empire. She is a bit surprised to hear that, and Knox continues that she might now this, but they need to first bring down the Eldian Academy, which is under the influence of the Empire. And for that, he would like to become her spy. Luna asks if he thinks that he is capable enough to do that, and he assures that he is. She stares at him for a bit and calls him quite bold and asks for his name. Knox introduces himself, and she calls out to Duff, who presents himself and orders him to prepare the lunar trial. He takes a quick glance at Knox and quickly agrees with her order, handing over some robe to Knox, asking him to wear it. He follows them to an altar and notes that everything is going as he planned. Duff instructs him to get on top of the altar and kill all the enemies that appear, but he must not allow the robe to fall off. Knox asks the reason for it, and Duff replies, because it's the only way he won't be exposed to Berserk. He actually knows the reason for wearing this robe, the abnormal status. Berserk, it's one of the worst traits. In return for causing the player to go crazy, it would raise their abilities to their limits. Duff continues that once people are exposed to that crimson moon, they go crazy, or as they call it, Berserk. He remembers the stage having 2 objectives, standing on the altar while being wary of the Berserk status and defeating the monsters. Originally, the game didn't provide any information on how to pass the trial, because in a world with a protagonist, no one would want to join a villain organization. No one knew how to pass it, except for him. Luna tells him that once he takes the trial, 2 things would happen to him. Either he would pass the trial and become a member of the Lunatics, or he would die here and become a corpse. Hearing which, Knox simply gives off a confident smirk, and proceeds while saying that they would see about that. Duff drops his blood on the altar, and it starts to glow, and we see the monsters starting to appear as well. Noting them, Knox realizes that they aren't something he can handle at his current level. Each of them is a chimera which is at least at intermediate rank, and the number of them is quite ridiculous as well. But Knox then simply removes the robe, knowing that there is a way to pass this trial. Luna is surprised seeing that, and calls Knox crazy for doing this. We see the Berserk status being applied to him, with system warning that he might not be able to recover his mind. But his stats also gets boosted by 1.5 times, causing him to give off a grin. Seeing him like this, Duff wonders if he has gone crazy, since throwing the robe away is same as throwing away his life, and suggests to stop him, but Luna stops him. Since Knox is someone who won't listen to warnings to begin with, and whether he dies or not, is not their concern. But Duff is worried since he is from the Rainhafer family, and if Theo tries to harm Lunatic, it would be troublesome for them. But Luna smirks, confident that it won't happen. She would make sure of it. And in the first place, she don't believe that Theo is someone who is overflowing with fatherly love, which Duff agrees with. And so, she plans to simply observe first. Believing that Knox has some kind of plan, and Duff decides to follow her as well. The first monster quickly tries to attack Knox, who dodges by jumping up, and quickly cuts it off in the next moment. While fighting, he smirks, thinking the world has dyed red, which is a description of the lunar trial within the inner Lunatic. Various stats of his have increased a little. And that is not all. his talents, height, and shoulder have also gotten better, taller and broader, believing himself to be at a level where his peers cannot compete with him easily, as he keeps on mowing down the monsters without much hassle. The Berserk status abnormality is one of the worst in this game. It only appears when there is a crimson moon, and he came here with the intent of using it from the start. And it's because of the talents that he has: swordsmanship genius, combat genius, mana sensitivity genius, which neutralized the abnormal trait for him. And if we look at the level of the talents from the eyes of this world, he has quite the unfair advantage in it. And we see him using black executing mid-air to once again cut down tons of monster in a single strike. And if anyone has a problem with his talents and advantages, then they should become terminally ill as well. We then see Luna trying to tell him something, but he is unable to hear and finds it noisy instead. But he then walks towards her, asking if the trial is over already. We go back to a little while ago, Luna telling Duff that they would have to acknowledge Knox as one of the members of Lunatic, seeing his abilities. Duff also thinks there is only a handful of people on the continent with that level of talent. So, she shouts at him to come back, informing that he has passed the trial, but he doesn't hear. She wonders if he has been consumed by madness, and Duff suggests to kill him. Knox also finishes up slaying all the monsters, as we see him walking back from an altar filled with corpses. He stands before her, asking if the trial is over, which she confirms, commenting that Theo has raised a monster, which Duff agrees with. Knox also smirks knowing this, and Luna thinks of him as quite an interesting one and calls out to Duff, who knows what to do and hands him over a robe, which can only be worn by the Lunatic members. He finally obtains another equipment, and the stats of it gets displayed. It seems to have some passive skill and a special effect as well, seeing which, Knox finds it all quite awesome. He notes that the passive skill, Oath of the Moonlight, would be useful anywhere for him, though it's unfortunate that he can only use it at night, but it multiplies his attack power by 1.2 times, which is really rare in this game. On top of that, he was also able to raise his willpower stat by 1 point. So, overall he believes he has gotten the best results. He then stares at Luna, who seems confused by it, and says that it seems he wants something more from her. Knox replies that as far as he knows, no newcomer has performed this well on the lunar trials, in which case, he was thinking to be treated accordingly. Luna thinks for a bit, and calls it not bad for a newcomer, though she still wonders how long would he be able to act this audaciously. She calls out to Duff to bring her that, and he brings back a mask. It's an artifact that they secured recently, Moon Shadow. As the name suggests, it can create a clone, which would be helpful to Knox to become their spy in the academy. She then asks if he is finally satisfied with it, and he replies, definitely. He smirks thinking that he finally got this artifact in his hands. As he wears the mask, and system window pops up asking to name his clone, this was the biggest reason that he got into Lunatic so early in the story. Because with this, he can be both the protagonist and the villain. He thanks Captain Luna, who replies to listen carefully, explaining that there are 5 ranks in Lunatic, excluding the vice captain and the captain. The members are ranked 1 to 3. And since he is here for the first time, he would be given rank 3, which he accepts. And with that, she tells him to be on standby until his next mission, hoping that he won't disappoint her. And he finally leaves with a simply bow as a farewell. She comments that Knox is pretty interesting, something which Duff also agrees with. But Duff has no idea how he endured the madness of the Crimson Moon. Luna understands why he would say that, because people who are not geniuses wouldn't even last 5 minutes. And even if he is a genius, to be able to fight without a robe on, it means that he has enough guts to put his life on the line. Duff agrees with it as well, so Luna decides to watch over him a little, to see if he would entertain them and would be of help to their organization. Knox comes back to the bar, as Chiron comments that he must have taken care of his business. And he replies, somewhat, thinking that others would ask him why he did such a crazy thing such as risking his life at the altar. But he didn't do that, the way to perfectly resist the Berserk trait. That would be to have 2 specific genius traits. To put it simply, he is the only one who can use the power of the Crimson Moon. Chiron once again says that he looks like he got what he wanted, and Knox asks if he has some business with him. And he replies that it feels unfair, the self-introduction, confusing Knox. He explains that self-introductions are about introducing their names to each other, and Knox finally introduces himself as well, hoping that they are done for now, which he agrees and bids him farewell. And as Knox leaves, Chiron comments that it would be tough for him to try and keep up with the academy's schedule, but if it's him, it would be even more difficult to try and hide his strength. But regardless, he advises him to not stand out too much. Back at his dorm, Knox thinks that his plan has progressed smoothly. And as he enters the dorm, he finds Zitri waiting for him in there, who was quite worried for him and questions, how could he sneak out on the first day of school without his maid? Knox sweats in nervousness, not knowing what to answer. Remembering that he did check she was asleep before going out, Zitri again asks if he is even listening to her. She goes on that she said multiple times before, but he has to refrain from doing dangerous stuff, even though a lot of negative rumors have been spread about him within the family. She still believes there is a chance of rehabilitation. Putting that aside, he asks, how did her day went since from what he knows, maid and servants take lessons as well. She rubs her hands while saying that nothing much happened. But seeing her reaction, he realizes that something must have happened, and tries to think of something of a solution, knowing that Zitri, who became a commoner, is a perfect target for those low-ranking noble maids. And so, he hands over a pouch to her, telling her to open it if she runs into any problem. Taking it, she asks, what is it? And Knox once again tells her to open it only when she is in trouble, because it's an item which would resolve any situation very reasonably. She once again asks if she cannot open it now, and he tells to not do it. And so, she thanks her for it, saying that she would make sure to open it only when she is in trouble. And Knox tells her to not hesitate if a moment like that comes, and she assures that she won't. He now gets a system message that he has successfully joined the Eldian Academy and has cleared the first main story. He also gets a new mail in the box, which he quickly opens. And suddenly, he sees a beautiful angels surrounded by feathers in front of himself. He opens up the message. It greets Knox, saying that if he received this message, it means he has successfully entered the Eldian Academy. They knew that he would be able to become a student there without any problem, and they are glad he did. Knox notes that the tone of the letter is as if the writer saw directly through him, and they definitely knows him. The message continues that it's just the beginning. Even though he probably had tough time by now, it's going to be even more tough, but only he can do this. Because only he can see the ending of the story. They know that it sounds irresponsible, but they would still do as much as they can to help him. And even though it might not be much, they hope he accepts what is attached to this letter. Knox notes that the content of the letter aren't much helpful this time around either, and now it's time to reorganize his thoughts. He believes that there is a high chance who sent him this mail is an inner lunatic game master. The fact they are able to freely interfere with the system and the fact that he is able to send him something proves it is the most likely conclusion. And so, he plans to focus as much as he can to complete the main storyline, his lost memories, and clearing the game. But for now, he had enough with the problems that he cannot solve right now and decides to take a look at the gift he got. He selects the view character system and is quite surprised by it. We see there is a whole directory of characters in the system. He starts to realize what it does and selects Talia's profile, and it seems to open a complete character information page. Knox chuckles, finding the ability to be incredible. Originally, to use insight, he had to look at the character in person. But now, he can check the status of the character he met anytime. He indeed finds it a worthy gift to be sent by a game master. But looking at Theo's profile, he is surprised that his stamina increased by 0.2 in such a short amount. He already holds the title of the Sword Emperor, and yet at his age he is still getting stronger. Knox also realizes another thing when he looked at Theo's stats. The world only looked like the game, but it's still not the actual game. And he finds the difficulty to be hellish. But he is still glad that choosing the classes went smoothly for him. We now switch scenes to the dorm facility for the maids, and Zitri walking through some sharp gazes. They all murmur about her, the one from Lovilia family, who became a commoner. They call her shameless for coming all the way to Eldian Academy with her young master, believing that if they were in their place, it would be too embarrassing to even show their faces. They now starts commenting on her pretty face, which they believe she uses to bewitch people, especially since she is the maid for that good-for-nothing of the Rainhafer family. Because from what they heard, he is a lustful guy, so Zitri is making use of it. Seeing all of them laugh like that, it starts to make her frustrated. She remembers enduring countless insults being hurled at her, and such a fallen noble doesn't have a future. Things like that are luxury to her. But she don't want it to cause any inconvenience to young Master Knox. And so, she walks towards one of the maids and asks if she can have some of her time. She holds one of her friend and steps up to mock her, saying that she is from a distinct family, serving young Master Kane, so she don't have time to talk to a mere commoner like her. Zitri tells her that she just heard her spreading unfounded rumors about her young Master Knox, and she replies, what would she do about it? since it's not her fault that there are negative rumors about her young master being spread in the society, and if she is asking her to apologize, she is not going to do that. Zitri realizes that it's just like young master Knox told her, status matters greatly in this place. And since she is left with no choice, she starts to take out the thing Knox gave her to use in case of trouble. And upon opening it up, we see a chibi Knox, seeing which, she is quite surprised. And it's a hologram of Knox, and everyone is quite shocked seeing it. Zitri speaks up young Master Knox's name in a confusing manner, and Knox states his name to everyone, saying that he don't know what happened here, but it doesn't matter. Because if Zitri chose to open this, then one thing is for sure. He points at all of them, and they seems to be getting nervous seeing Knox's hologram like that, who then threatens all of them, that they are going to be dead meat. He is going to send all of their heads back to their family now. And with that, it disappears, leaving everyone speechless. And with a deadpan face, Zitri questions if this was his idea to resolve the situations reasonably. The maid gets terrified and gets on her knees. She asks for Zitri's name, and she sighs and states it. And seeing her mood, the maid is terrified, knowing that Rainhafer family can easily erase her whole family from this world in an instant. So she quickly slams her head on the floor, apologizing for the mistakes and her behavior, and so does everyone else around. Zitri notes that it indeed all got solved just like Knox said it would, though it would mean even more negative rumors for him. So she wonders, what was he thinking? And with that, she walks past all of them with an unconcerned expression. We now see Zitri and Knox walking outside with her worriedly asking Knox if he is alright, since his dark circles are quite deep, and he assures her that he is fine, since he managed to complete the class selection somehow. Suddenly, Eleanor's servant meets them on their way. He quickly bows down and greets Knox, who asks for his identity. He introduces himself as Rick, Eleanor's servant, commenting that it's an honor to meet Knox. Knox quickly remembers him, wondering, what the hell is happening here? He recognizes him as someone dangerous, and the fact that he is approaching him before the first half of the story. He is called Rick, the Deceitful. In the next 3 main stories, he betrays the Revelin merchantry to deepen the plot. He is a servant of the demon. He is someone who would backstab Eleanor someday. He finds the saying that enemy of your enemy is a friend to be complete bullshit in this game. Rick is the worst kind of trash, so getting involved with him would do more harm than good. He takes something out, something which Eleanor sent him as a present to him. But Knox straight tells him to get lost. He is still curious about the gift, but knowing that it's a poison apple, he chooses not to accept it. Rick is surprised by his response, and Knox once again tells him to get lost, this time intimidating him. And Rick starts to get nervous now, as Knox starts to draw out his sword, but decides to leave it at that and walk away. Zitri quickly runs behind Knox, calling him out for having a feeble body, worried about him hurting himself by walking too quickly. Knox sighs in disappointment, asking Zitri just how pathetic does she think he is. She calls him out quickly. He recently got chills, flu, and cold hands and feet at the same time. She has never seen someone as weak as him. Knox agrees but assures that he is fine now, and he won't die suddenly. But she still feels uneasy, since he is usually at the center of events, prompting Knox to call himself pretty popular in that regard, only for Zitri to make a face at that statement. But regardless, Knox knows that rather than being her master, Knox is someone who saved her life. And her trait, singe-minded, they would be very worried when they are apart from their master. She then asks about Rick, and why did Knox acted that way with him now, since he seemed more emotional than usual. Knox tells her to listen carefully, that no matter what happens, having him around herself is never a good idea. It makes her wonder if it's due to Knox's problem with Eleanor, but he is also not someone who would act that way without a good reason. So, she agrees in making sure to keep a good distance with him, causing him to commend her for following. Knowing what would happen in the future, he also wants to keep his distance with Eleanor, otherwise he would attract lots of attention. Telling Zitri that they would have to be really careful from now on, is what he thought, but he has met a tribulation right from the start. The instructor announces that they would have to form teams from now on, which they would be going through with for the whole next year. And to form a party, it's an important thing to know each other. This frustrates Knox, who is too optimistic about his situation, not knowing that not having any friend would also be an issue in this game. The instructor gives them 30 minutes to form a team. Knox thinks that it cannot be done. It's impossible for him, who is a public outcast, to gather 3 team members. So, he asks the instructor what would happen if they are unable to form a team, and he replies that they would be given an F, and won't be allowed to repeat the course either. And he specifically tells Knox that he cannot work alone, who is worried about receiving F grade right from the start. It is already very difficult to graduate from this academy, and if you get F in a single subject, you would be expelled immediately, which he cannot let happen. Meanwhile, we see both the princess and Paracelsus are getting offers from students to team up. Meanwhile, Knox tries to think of something to get out of this situation. We now see Eleanor, who is quite popular with students and receiving quite a lot of offers to team up. But she instead walks to Knox and calls him out, saying that he didn't like her gift it seems, and asks if he would give her the chance to pay back her debts. Knox asks what is she talking about, and she offers to team up with him. And even though it sounded arrogant, Knox knew it instantly that he would team up with her, and to add on to that, he got another burden joining him, as Talia comes along to team up with him. Talia asks Knox to team up with her, who almost forgot about her and thinks of her as a burden. But he does understand where she is coming from. She is a kind person to begin with. Whether or not she likes Knox, she must be feeling sad about the fact that her fiancé is all alone, so she wants to help him. He mumbles that it drives him nuts. Eleanor calls it unexpected and Knox doesn't get what she means. She is fascinated by the fact that Knox has a friend. He is unable to refute this statement, but it still does make him angry for strange reason. With Talia joining their team, Eleanor counts that they need just one more member. Knox states that his opinion doesn't even matter anymore here, and Eleanor replies that it's not like he has any choice. It does annoy him since it's just like Eleanor said. In order to recover his memories, he would need to stay in the academy and also get good results. For the upcoming first episode, he has to place within the top 10. The first battle against the archdemon. It's going to be the first time that he is going to play the role of both villain and hero. A bit later, another student joins them, Pell. Knox is relieved to see that the last person to join is normal. He opens up his stat window to see his skills, and notices one particular skill and finds it quite awesome. Even though Pell has mediocre stats, it's not the point. The main thing here is the power of blessing. It's one of the most powerful skill in the game. It forcefully awakens the talent of the protagonist's team member, though it's unfortunate that it cannot be used on the protagonist himself. But he still finds it strange that why does some character posses a rare skill, which only saints and saintesses from a monastery can have. But he decides to think about it later, as Pell says that he looks forward to be working with them. Eleanor and Talia also introduces themselves to him. But Knox keeps on acting like a prick and refuses to introduce himself on the pretense that they already know him, and tells everyone to make sure to pull their own weight. Seeing how everyone is teamed up, Professor once again informs everyone to get to know each other, as the team would remain same for the whole semester, and dismisses the class. Knox calls him a crazy old man, and Talia warns that he is just speaking out his inner thoughts loud, and Knox replies that he wants the old man to hear them. She tries to tell him to not swear at the professors, but Knox starts to leave since the team is now formed. Talia tells him to wait and asks about his lesson schedule, which she claims is not for any special reason. Knox sighs, thinking that it's obvious what she is after, but Talia tells him that she is just curious about it. But Knox tells her that she is trying to find out what are the easiest subject to get high marks in, isn't she? Which he don't plan to share with her for free. She tries to argue that it's not it, but Knox thinks that he is not going to let her trick him into giving out free information, as he walks away making sure to not let it ever happen. Now we fast forward to Academy 4th District, and see Zitri and Knox out there shopping for the academy. She notes that there is lots of stuff to be bought here, and finds it not surprising that commoners finds it hard to graduate without any money, though it doesn't affect Knox. He thinks that if one has talent, they are able to graduate from the academy, since they would be able to get lots of sponsors even if they are a commoner. Unless their talent is really useless, there is a low chance that money would be a problem. Suddenly, Zitri hears a commotion going on. Knox replies that it's a district where all sorts of things can happen, so they don't need to worry about them. But suddenly, as he glances back, he notices someone shocking. One of the guy in the fight is berating someone, telling them to get lost if they are not going to buy anything, and getting into the way of other people buying stuff. Knox notes that he is the son of top 3 Dark family, the young patriarch of the Marvas family, Leon von Marvas, who is probably poor right now due to his family went broke. But Knox knows that he is a kind person, so he hopes that he would get past this. Leon apologizes and tells the guy that he is trying to make a reasonable purchase, who replies that he is just lifting and weighing the same items, calling Eldian to have dropped their standards for them to take in a beggar. And getting his family insulted seems to have flipped his switch on, and he starts using his power, saying that he cannot forgive him for saying that. Knox quickly rushes to his side, calling him out of his mind. Finding it surprising that Leon is willing to use his dark magic despite there being so many people around. We see some skeletons appearing due to his magic, while Zitri asks Knox, where is he going? Knox replies that Leon has gone crazy, and his eyes looks like he would cause trouble, so he needs to stop him. Zitri asks, how does he know that by simply seeing his eyes? And Knox replies that it's because he sees it often, much to her surprise. The guy starts to get scared, as Knox arrives and tells him to stand back. He stands in between Leon and him, telling the guy to get out of here. But the guy starts acting up again, flaunting to Knox that if he even knows who he is, and how dare he climb over his head. Knox calls it ridiculous, and removes his cloak, questioning the guy if he needs to tell him who he is. We switch scenes to Emma and Talia, who is explaining her problem on how Knox isn't letting her know what her class schedule is like despite being in the same team. She hopes that it's because Knox is going through puberty and being shy, and tries to confirm it with Emma. Seeing her make a baby face, Emma gets nervous before answering, and replies that there is no way she knows what Knox is thinking and tells Talia to calm down. Talia tried to be as mature as she could. She tried to not judge people easily, and even to not hold Knox back. Yet he is still like that, and Emma gets anxious seeing her like this. She knows that Talia would stay dejected for days at this rate, and if she knew of it, she wouldn't have spoken of Knox so nicely to her. We see Talia asking Emma on why is Knox so cold towards her, and she replies that it's because he is going through puberty. Talia doesn't get what she means, and she explains that it's how boys usually act at this age. They grumble all the time and act coldly towards others. It was actually the time when Talia really started to develop more feelings for Knox. At that time, Emma didn't thought that it would become a problem, and wonders if she should have been more careful with her advice. And now she is sure of it that Talia really does like Knox. And since it has turned out like this, she once again tells Talia that it's not how Knox really feels, and Talia asks, what does she mean? Emma explains that since he is her fiancé, he might be acting like that to keep a clear line between personal life and her life in the academy. This seems to have convinced Talia, who gets happy and commends her on her knowledge on dating. To her, Emma sounds like a pro at dating, and plans to keep on asking her for advice whenever she has concerns. Meanwhile, Emma apologizes to Talia in her mind, because she has actually never dated anyone before. Suddenly, they get a knock on their door. Emma introduces herself and asks the person what they are here for. It turns out to be Eleanor, who also introduces herself as Talia's teammate and wants to talk to her for a short while. Talia is a bit surprised to see her here, and Emma turns her away, since she didn't make any prior appointment. But Eleanor smiles and takes Knox's name in front of them, and that she is here to talk about him, prompting Talia to quickly open the door. Seeing her, Eleanor says that it's nice to meet her, and that they are meeting for the second time today. Back to Knox, his purple eyes and white hair are recognized by everyone around. The guy gets quite nervous in front of him, and Knox tells him that he don't like to repeat himself. And so, he quickly apologizes to Knox for not recognizing him, and Knox tells him to get lost while he is being generous, which he don't wish to repeat the third time, and the guy quickly leaves. Leon tells Knox that he was talking to that guy, and one of the undeads quickly lunges at Knox to attack him, who quickly prepares a skill of his own, and hits it right on the head, while questioning Leon if he does his talk using black magic. And with a singe hit, Knox easily shatters the undead, telling Leon that using it is like telling the Imperial family to arrest him. Leon suddenly realizes the situation, remembering that it's illegal for them to use magic until they become adult. He didn't think that far ahead, and so he apologizes to Knox since he actually helped him instead. Knox tells him to get lost if he understands the situation and throws some money if he don't have enough to buy stuff as well. Seeing the amount, Leon seems quite surprised, and questions Knox for his reason on helping him, because if he is trying to make him feel indebted to him, it won't work. But Knox replies that these pennies means nothing to him, but he cannot deny that he don't have any purpose behind it. Hearing which, Leon simply agrees and says, alright, and sends back the undeads. He walks up close to Knox, saying that he supposed that this money is for shutting his mouth, and that he feels the power of the undead, the unique power used by the Marva's family that controls the undead from him. He starts using his power on the coin, telling Knox that he is breaking down the deal, and instead questions him, why does he possess the power of his family? Back to Talia and Eleanor, with the former asking her about what she wanted to talk about Knox. Eleanor finds her reaction different from what she expected. She is much more elegant, and wonders if Knox really have feelings for her. But she quickly rejects the thought, thinking that someone like Knox would only think of the engagement as a restraint, so she decides to be more straightforward while talking. She tells Talia that Knox is a dangerous person, and continues on that. Firstly, he is from one of the top 3 dark families. There is also the fact that there are lots of negative rumors about his behavior, prompting Talia to start to get angry. She finally speaks up and defends Knox that he is not a bad person, and it makes Eleanor remembers her unpleasant past with him, sighing in disappointment and telling Talia that she wonders if other people also think like her, prompting another reaction from her. Eleanor finds it strange that someone honest like Talia would like a good-for-nothing Knox, and the emotion that she feels from those eyes of hers are hostility and anger towards her. Talia wants to make it clear, telling Eleanor that while Knox might be a little lacking, she still don't think that he is someone would do something bad. Although he does get misunderstood easily because he is cold towards others, it's still just a small part of who he is, leaving Eleanor to start getting angry. She tells Talia that she heard about her marriage talks with him, but it's still not a good enough reason for her to support him. And she should know it too, that marriage talks between noble families can change as easily as flipping your hands. But Talia replies that it's not why she trusts Knox. Eleanor replies that people don't change that easily. Talia does agree with her point, but also reminds her of one thing. The fact that Knox saved her. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't even be alive right now, which she should know as well. Yet, she don't understand the reason for Eleanor being suspicious of Knox, leaving her a bit frustrated. She finally speaks up that she has perhaps misspoken and ends their conversation here and starts to leave. And Talia also gives her a cold farewell as she leaves in a foul mood. Outside, we see her standing being quite troubled from what she heard, as Rick comes around and calls her out, commenting that the conversation must have not gone well judging from how upset she is. Eleanor asks Rick, what does he think is the most important thing for a merchant, and he replies that it would be eyes that are always wary and doubtful of others. Eleanor remembers that doubt is something which drove her to achieve the nicknames Fox of the Wealth and Star of the Finance World. So she finds it ridiculous to think that Knox has actually changed. She grips her clothes tightly in frustration, wondering there is no way that would actually be true after such a long time, right? Back to Knox and Leon, with Knox warning others to quickly get out of this place. But Leon's power starts swarming around everyone, much to his frustration, as he notes that Leon has created a magic barrier, making the situation more complicated. Thinking that no matter how money-obsessed Leon is, it would be impossible for him to keep the secret of him using his family's power without anyone knowing. Leon tells Knox that he should have brought along someone more suitable for negotiation if he wanted to do that with him. Knox smirks, asking Leon if he is saying that he should propose something to him, even though he wouldn't exchange anything for that since his family is involved. Leon replies that Knox is speaking as if he knows him very well, and Knox agrees that he does, knowing that he is from one of the top 3 dark families and they had one of the greatest influence. Leon doesn't like that Knox is using past tense, and he replies that he must know already that his family is fallen from what it used to be. Knox speaks up a name, Sylvester, which prompts a reaction from Leon. Knox continues that he knows that those people used territory war to overthrow the patriarch of the Marva's family and took away most of the Marva's territory. Leon starts to get angry hearing that and replies, if Knox is trying to use the fact that he has more information than him in consideration of his desire for revenge. But Knox declines and replies that he don't move for such goals, and what he wants is the revival of his family, the young patriarch to be recognized for his family to once again reach the top of this continent, which is also Leon's real objective. He calls Knox's assessment to be not bad and agrees that he does knows him very well. He then once again asks Knox on how did he got his hands on the power of the Marva's family, and he replies that he got it by chance. He only learned recently that this power is related to his family. Leon simply states that he believes him, and Knox asks if he is not going to ask him more questions. But Leon states that he already got the answer that he wanted, and Knox realizes what Leon actually wanted, which was to know how much does Knox actually knew about him, and why he decided to intervene in his matters. And so, Leon dispels the barrier while Knox is glad that Leon got his answer. He also thanks Knox for his help and agrees to repay him in the future, as long as it's not money-related. And Knox tells him to not worry, since he is not expecting him to repay it. Now on the next day, at the Eldian Academy, the time is finally here for Knox. We see Noah eagerly waiting for him, while Knox thinks that his lifeline, light and resting place. It is the moment to strengthen his hour of the genius skill. The hour of the genius. Even among the skills of inner lunatic characters that possess the genius trait, it's considered the strongest skill. It was kind of DLC for inner lunatic. When he became the first person to complete the game 10 times, he was given the active skill, Hour of the Genius. At first, it was just a game that he liked, so he didn't know what was in the DLC when he bought it, and if it weren't for his decision back then, he would have died a few times by now. A thought which gives him chills. Noah commends Knox for doing great on the test, and calls out his family for raising such a monster. But Knox tells Noah that she is going a little too far for calling him a monster, but Noah argues that she didn't say anything wrong. Otherwise, how else could they explain him being able to fight the ice trolls so calmly? Why would someone as skilled as him would be a good for nothing? She cannot warp her head around it no matter what. And there is no chance that it's because Theo von Rainhafer has a bad judgment of character. Knox gets nervous knowing that she is suspicious of him, but he expected it since the original Knox was a good for nothing. But that is no longer the case. So, he tells Noah that it shouldn't matter to her what kind of person was he in the past, which she does agree with. But also comments that his talent has gotten her excited. He has gotten so interesting. Which is why she wants to steal him away. Knox replies that it's not an appropriate thing to say, and lets her comment slide off as if he never heard it. He also reveals about knowing that she was following him behind after polymorphing herself. She simply grins in return at Knox for noticing it, and begins to take out a scroll, saying, "Let's see how much longer can he hide things from her." Knox is quite excited upon receiving his reward. Noah explains that this is the reason she called him here, a skill-strengthening scroll. She would be able to greatly enhance the efficiency of one of his skills. It's a really precious item. Knox replies that it's his first time hearing about such an item, and she passes it over to him. Just as it gets in his hands, Knox suddenly feels something. And Noah also smirks. Knox got a little shock from holding it just now and wonders if he just imagined it. And passes it on as probably him getting excited about what's to come. His system quickly displays the information of the artifact, and he immediately uses it to upgrade his Hour of the Genius skill. And upon using it, his Hour of the Genius skill is upgraded to a plus version. And since he acquired the artifact at an early stage, he got a bonus by increasing his skill effect 2 times. And the duration of his skill is modified to 10 minutes. This skill cannot be strengthened by normal means, and one of the means to strengthen is to use this scroll, and getting this scroll at an early stage was the best harvest he could get. Noah asks if he got the results that he wanted while he thinks that he cannot get any more involved with her, and agrees, and starts to leave. Noah lets him leave, commenting that he must be tired from saving his fellow student during the test, causing Knox to realize that it's meaningless to hide it anymore, and replies that it happened somehow, and asks Noah to ignore it as he don't want any attention. She agrees to do so, and tells him to go back and rest. And Knox leaves while thanking her, and thinks of her as dangerous, planning to be careful around her. Meanwhile, Noah looks forward to see what kind of monster Knox would grow into, and asks someone, "Don't they agree?" Back to classes, the professor is starting to talk about learning the properties and traits of each element. Knox noticed that magic of empire, it was never talked about in the original story, but what is important is not the class to him, but Professor Ras von Celestia, who would be playing a critical role in this chapter. Seeing his stats, he notes that he is not very strong, but it's still good knowing information in advance, and finds it impressive that he was able to become the professor with those abilities. Meanwhile, Professor Ras notices Knox and thinks that he is already looking down on his fellow students, and wonder, what kind of talent could someone like him have? He starts explaining that every single human on the continent possesses elemental mana, and today, they're going to find out what kind of element they have and how to manifest it. He quickly calls out Knox and asks if he knows what kind of element he has. He replies, "Darkness," so Professor Ras asks about its characteristics and Knox replies that it's corrupted and doesn't mix well with others, but it's considered to have much more destructive power compared to others. But it's notoriously hard to control, and only a few individuals or families are able to control as properly. He then asks about the opposing element of it, and Knox replies, "Divinity," so Professor Ras asks if they both clash, which does he think would come out on top? Knox simply answers that divinity would. It surprises Professor Ras a bit as he says that people don't usually talk ill of their own family's element, and calls Knox a special one, and asks him one more question. If he were to fight someone with divine mana, what would he do? Knox grins and replies that while they are still unaware, he would kill them. He would make sure to kill so that they couldn't create future troubles for him. The answer shocks both the professor and his fellow students. While the former questions in his mind, what the hell did Knox just say? We switch scenes to Rick, who seems to be grunting in pain. He seems to be injecting himself with something in his arm. It causes his veins to pop out, and he starts sweating hard while grinning. He then goes on to check himself in the mirror, and we see a black symbol of goat appearing on his chest. He thinks that if he puts in a bit more effort, he would be able to become a real demon. Suddenly, a hand comes out of the mirror, agreeing with what Rick said. The demon assures him that he would be able to become a real demon instead of a mere human. And he won't need sleep and won't age. He would become a demon that surpasses the limits of humans. Rick thanks the demon and assures that he would do everything he can to revive him, causing the demon to smirk. And with that, Rick wears his clothes again and gets ready to go out. Back to the class, Professor Rass replies that he wasn't expecting such an answer from him. Knox apologizes for it, replying that he simply thought it was the most efficient method of doing things. Seeing his unwavering eyes and upright posture, Professor Rass realizes that Knox meant every word he said, which gets him to understand a little why Dean Noah is interested in him. He then calls out an assistant and orders him to prepare an imp, much to his surprise as he hesitates. Professor Rass once again orders him to do so, asking him to prepare for the magic adequacy test. He looks at Knox again, wanting to bring his haughty attitude down to a level. In order to obtain a sharp sword, it needs to be tempered 1,000 times. Now as the assistant brings the imp and removes the cloak from it, the students are quite shocked. Professor Rass explains that they are the lowest ranked demon provided by the association. They are called imps. Students are surprised to see a demon, but the professor calls it not that threatening, as it has low health, so even a student can kill it easily. But even then, the students are hesitant, claiming that it's only the first class, and chalks it up to the level of the Eldian Academy. But the professor tells them to focus, since they are supposed to be the elites who entered the academy. They have to remember that their ultimate goal isn't to become a knight or a mage, but it is to subjugate all demons that exists in this world. And for them to do that, they would need to get used to the beings known as demons of which they know very little about, leaving the students to nod in agreement. They have to infuse their mana into the caged imp to force it into submission, but it feels out of place to Knox for some reason. Since based on the original storyline, this lesson should take place in the second year, so something is off. Professor Rass continues that after they condense their mana, let it flow into the target, and their test would end in 15 minutes. Thinking that no matter how incredible Rienhafers are, there is no way they would expect to see an imp in the first lesson, and a new student would definitely fall for the deception of the imp and end up drooling uncontrollably. He plans to teach Knox how things work here. But much to his shock, we see him being terrified of Knox instead. He doesn't understand what is happening. He tries to look at others, and everyone is indeed fallen for the imp's deception. Talia is scared of Emma, while some are dreaming of delicious food in front of them. They are feeling their consciousness fading away. Knox raises up his hand, asking Professor Rass to change his imp since it's already trembling in fear without him doing anything. But the professor starts gasping, leaving Knox to wonder, who is making such a sound in the classroom? He suddenly starts looking at Knox with brightly lit up eyes and asks him in excitement on how he was able to force the imp into submission, while Knox tries to claim that he didn't do anything. But the professor calls it great, commenting that he cannot help but feel foolish for not recognizing his great talent. And he wants to give Knox a chance to become the best student, much to his surprise, who knows what it means. It's the kind of thing in dramas that one must never do, being an assistant. The other students are feeling jealous that Knox got such an opportunity and states that he has to accept it. But he refuses instead, saying that it's only being the best student in name. It's essentially being a slave. Much to all the students and Professor Rass's shock, everyone questions Knox. What the hell is he saying? Meanwhile, we see our other main characters, who are drenched in sweat and looking at the drama. Echidna is quite shocked seeing him being the only one standing up normally, causing her to wonder, just who the hell is he? We go back in time a few hours ago. Bernan tries telling Rass that Knox is freakishly strong, guaranteeing his strength, but Rass calls him just a new student, and finds it too early to make any conclusions about him, as to not put too high expectations on him. Bernan calls Rass close-minded, as even the dean told them to watch out for him. He is definitely talented according to him, and he was even recognized by one of the four sages. But Rass claims that he would see it with his own eyes, as Bernan calls his attitude obnoxious. Back to the present, where Knox has rejected Rass much to his shock. Everyone calls him crazy for it, as Professor Ras is the biggest authority on magic education. There are apparently a mountain of people queuing up to become his disciple, but they find it just like a good-for-nothing to reject an offer served to him on a silver platter. But regardless of what everyone says about him, he is still determined on his decision. Eleanor is already giving him a headache, so he finds it irritating that everyone around him is causing him trouble. One of the students asks Professor Ras a question on why is he giving Knox this chance, since there are many more outstanding students than him. Moreover, since magic is his strength, he believes Princess and Echidna would be worthy to be considered as the top student position. Knox thinks of him as an asshole for trying so hard to leech of the royal family, but he still finds him smart and plans to remember about him. But Professor Ras argues that he is the one who decides such things, but since they are not convinced it might spread negative rumors that he is biased towards Knox. So he plans to tell everyone why he has the right to become his top student, while he looks gleefully at Knox, who still doesn't want to do it. And with that, Professor begins his explanation. A bit later, Knox sums up his opinion. Firstly, Knox don't know himself how he subdued the imp so quickly. Even though it might be a low-ranked demon, it's not an easy thing to do, so it's not surprising that Ras is fascinated by it. Secondly, he has the mana sensitivity genius trait. For someone like Professor Ras, who studied magic his whole life, it would be easy to tell who has a talent for magic and who doesn't. Professor Ras finishes his explanation while looking at Knox and saying that it's only fair he get to become his top student, but Knox once again rejects his offer. He tells him to not rush his decision, but Knox is disgusted and tells him to talk after wiping his saliva. He also argues that there is a better candidate than him here for it, so he would be grateful if he gave up on him. And as he leaves, Professor Ras tries to call out his name to stop him, while we see our other characters simply watching him go. Princess Penelope comments that he is different from the rumors, leaving Echidna to apologize for her lacking ability in information gathering, but Penelope tells her that it's alright. She only just got a little curious about him, whether he would be a light to the imperial family or a dark cloud that hovers over them. Back to Knox, he is confused at Ras's behavior towards him. He is frustrated for not finding any normal characters in this game and hopes that he would be able to live in peace since he managed to get him off of him. Back at his room, Knox is stumped as Zitri asks him if something happened in the academy. Knox replies, something horrifying, as we see Professor Ras followed him around everywhere to convince him to become his top student. And worst of all was in the toilet. He once again asked him to become his top student. This time Knox calls him a bastard to make him stop, but Ras only likes his rough tone even more. He once again calls him a bastard in front of Zitri, who replies that it's a term which shouldn't be associated with a professor. She then confirms if he is talking about Professor Ras, who is considered to be the best in magic theory, and he agrees. Zitri calls it strange, since he remembers him being a good professor, so why would he do something like that? Knox knows that as well, but he also knows that he has an obsessive trait in his character. Now we switch scenes to the Rainhafer family mansion, where the guards are trying to stop someone. And we see it's Knox's eldest brother, Garen. The patriarch has ordered the guard to not let him in his room. Garen calls it quite harsh and easily moves past the guards, commenting that it's not how a father should treat his son. We see him finally entering Theodore's room with the bodies of the guards laying behind him. Roderick feels immense pressure from him that he cannot even move, noticing that Garen has gotten even stronger in that short time. Theo tells Garen that he never thought he would be coming back to the Rainhafer again, and he replies that he don't need a reason to come back to his own home, causing Theodore to angrily asks if it is his home. Garen simply reminds him of what he told him before. It's time to give up, citing there is not much time left, but Theodore tells him that it's none of his business. Garen continues that the demon is lurking around him. When Theo would become weak, it would rise and devour everything in sight. Theodore replies that it sounds as if he wants it to happen, but Garen says that his business is simple, and asks, where did he hide that sword? Hearing which seems to anger Theodore. Garen once again asks, where did he hide the first patriarch's sword, the Stormbringer? Theo tells Garen that he must be out of his mind to take the name of the first patriarch, but what Garen finds even more important right now is getting stronger and building a stronger force. But Theo claims that he don't know what matters, leaving Garen to question, if he knew that, then why did he leave that woman to die? Hearing which makes Roderick nervous, as that woman must not be brought up in front of Theo, who tells Garen that he is disrespecting his mother with that, but Garen claims that his only mother is Priscilla von Orl, while that woman was his mistake, and she was nothing more than a guest in the Rainhafer family. This causes Theo to get angry, as he tells Garen to get out. He tries to speak again, but Theo once again tells him to get out, stating that he do not wish to cut off his own son's head. So, Garen starts to leave while threatening them that they would regret this, and how soon they would understand that everything Rainhafer has prepared is for his sake. Roderick asks Theo if he is alright, who apologizes for showing an unsightly behavior. But Roderick calls it alright since he has swore eternal loyalty to the Rainhafer family, but if the word got out that Garen is working with a demon, it would be dangerous. So, he thinks it would be a good idea to decide on a new successor soon. Just as Theo thinks about it, Roderick also informs him of a good news they got through a letter. That Knox is a top student this time in Eldian's admission test. Theo asks if it's really true, since the new dean of the Eldian Academy is Noah von Trinity, one of the sages, but Roderick informs that she has already acknowledged Knox's talent. So, Theo quickly starts to think about him, finding his growth to be still insufficient, but believes he has potential if he truly has the level of talent that they witnessed before. Roderick also thinks that eventually, Master Knox might be sitting on that chair. Back to Academy, Professor Ras is once again rejected by Knox. He even tries to offer him supporting funds. But Knox reminds him that he is from the Rainhafer family, so Ras offers immense fame, but he argues that it won't do any good for a good-for-nothing like him. He requests Knox to consider it again while Knox is getting annoyed from his persistent nagging. But he sighs and remembers Zitri's words that he should listen to him once, since Professor Ras is being so sincere. Since she has looked into him more, and it's not how he normally behaves, they say that he is usually an educator who is focused on helping weaker students. Knox agrees with her, saying that no matter how crazy he might be, he would give up once he knows what he is lacking. Back to the present, Knox expresses his doubts that he is still not satisfied on his reason for being picked as the top student. He asks for the real reason that he was picked, and not the other outstanding students. Professor Ras asks if he got some time then, and he replies that he is a good-for-nothing, leaving him a bit confused. Knox continues that it means he has nothing but free time, leaving Ras to laugh. He now begins explaining him with offering tea that he needs Knox to complete his research, in order to obtain someone who cannot use mana, so that he can fulfill his lifelong wish, which is why he need him, because he do not wish to see anyone die while being too powerless to even struggle, just like how his son died, leaving Knox to remind him that these are the behind stories of each characters that he didn't know while playing the game. Ras was born as the Viscount of the Celestia family. He had no outstanding talent, but was admitted into Eldian Academy with just his theory skills and became a professor. He received poor results in practical, and his peers looked down on him. No matter how good his written tests was, they always showed him contempt. But despite everything, he was able to become a professor and even got married. But still no one acknowledged his achievements he made as a professor. His thesis that he published were under another person's name, and he was continued to look down upon. But then he had a son, who grew up and was admitted to Eldian Academy and successfully graduated from it. He told Ras that he would work hard so people would speak highly of him, which made Ras really happy. And so he joined a squad right under the Emperor and head to the field. He wanted to obtain victory so that people would speak highly of the Celestia family. But he died there, not long after joining, and from being struck by an arrow which contained a touch of mana. Knox doesn't find this story to be significant, since it's the merciless world of inner Lunatic. But for some reason, the back of the professor he saw through the monitor and right now is different, and he can understand the depth of his loneliness a bit. Knox tells Ras that he is even more certain after listening to his story that there is someone better suited for this, someone who would listen to his story better. That is the kind of person he truly needs right now, and with that, he leaves. Ras looks at the picture of his son and finds a resemblance between him and Knox. Fast forward to night. After Knox returned to his dorm, he received another disastrous news. Zitri informs him that Garen has returned to the family, because of which several bodyguard knights have died so far. This leaves Knox nervous and concerned, knowing that the first crown prince, Lewis, and the #1 bad ending maker of Inner Lunatic has started moving.